Big fucking hey! Incoming! Quiet place time!
Shut the fuck up!
Welcome to the Quiet Place, the podcast that touches grass, but the G and the R is silent.
Good to see you too, Ben. How is everybody doing out there tonight? Thank you for joining us for this special afternoon episode of The Quiet Place.
Well, Peter was here for a minute as the song was ending, and then he disappeared again. I'm trying to get him back in. Here he comes. All right. Are you as drunk today as you were last week?
Jeremy, we're
Unfortunately not, mate.
I'm on it. Don't worry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Sorry, Jeremy's just got an echo going on. But how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming back on.
Yeah,
thanks for coming.
I'm fine. I hope you're all well.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully.
You gave us quite the laugh last week.
Laugh, Jesus, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know. I have
Better
it
than
on my
Sid and
CV.
Marty laughing.
Total prick. I have it on my CV.
No. We thought you were really fun, and everybody was talking about, I got several messages about how great you were and how fun you were on the show. So we're really happy to have you back, and we were glad you came on last week.
My mum going on the internet.
It's hard, you know.
Today has been Sunday Funday, as a warned you.
Yeah.
Fuck me, it's the weirdest day I've ever had in my life.
No shit. Tell us about it.
Well, it started off, seriously, it started off, they had Remember and Rejoice. That's how the day started. So I had nothing to remember and nothing to rejoice, plus it meant getting up at 11 o'clock and going to church. So I spocked that off. At 12:30 they had a duck race, no real ducks. There's a stream through the middle of the village. They flooded it, put some plastic ducks, kids ran around, people ignored each other. It was all fixed. So the council won. And then we went into Fun Day, and Fun Day I thought would be a disappointment, but it wasn't. We had an Elvis impersonator. Now, I know in America, when you do Elvis impersonations, you do them properly, don't you?
Yeah, they get really into it.
Guys in jumpsuits. We had a farmer who dyed his hair black. and had put on a waistcoat. He then also sang songs by the Beatles, Rolling Stones, and a bit of tremolo in his voice. And just as we thought that was about... they then unveiled the winning pictures for the village calendar.
I love
January
it.
to November, pictures of fields. December, field covered in snow. Then they had the nailing a nail into a piece of wood contest, at which point I left and had some beef. Because I thought, if I stay here, I'm not going to make tonight. I'm just going to get into that fucking nailing nails into
That's right.
Yeah, and in the middle of it all, I met an American who tried to tell me she was a lawyer. So the whole thing was just a fucking car crash, really. I mean, boy, it was Sunday.
Oh, look who it is. Wait. Now we got them both in here.
Hello.
Oh, good. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Thanks for coming on,
The
too.
only reason I'm looking a bit startled is my eyes are shit and I couldn't see what the word was there. Sean.
Hello.
All right, mate.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Brilliant, mate. What the fuck did you read that bollocks for? You read it straight away.
Oh, it was brilliant. I mean, really enjoyed that. Reminded me of Kafka's The Trial.
Sorry, for those who don't know, I had what's it called? Dog food. Dog food came out today, and Sean, for his total inability to have a life, just read it the minute it came out, and then reviewed it. So I'm made up, mate. It's nice to meet you, isn't it? You're in Gloucester, aren't you?
Yeah, Gloucester. Where are you?
I'm near Lincolnshire.
Okay.
But I come over that way quite a bit, so we must meet up for a beer one day.
Yeah, that sounds great. Absolutely. Welcome.
Yeah,
Kidnap some people or something.
Yeah.
The surprise is we've actually set you both up on a blind date. This is our dating show version of The Quiet Place now.
Yeah.
It looks
rolling or
hot as
something.
well.
So Peter, I have a very let's do a proper introduction. So both of our authors tonight, Peter Caffrey and Sean Hawker, are authors of let's just call it very creative fiction that tends to be very dark but also very expressive and imaginative, and is mostly available on godless.com, correct? I mean, you guys probably have a title or two on Amazon, but not much, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Devil's Hairball. I can't remember if Devil's Hairball is on Amazon or not. I thought that's where I got it. I don't remember.
I think I have seen it on Amazon. So yeah, I mean, but you guys also, I mean, that's kind of selling the work short, because I think you're both very interesting authors beyond your shock factor. Caffrey, I really liked The God of Winking. I thought it was really just a great, book all around, kind of dealing with this trickster god. Yeah, no, thank you for writing it. It was excellent. And then Sean, I really, I haven't finished Fish Pie Face Fuck yet, but you and Simon, you blend very well for a reason. You both have similar sensibilities in terms of like really just plowing as deep as you can into the unconscious, and I find that ability to like really come up with creative expressions of violence to be very interesting and important in the work that we do as writers. I mean, if we're not going to do it, the fucking Nazis will, so somebody's got to write that shit to keep people from doing it.
We used to say that. I mean, we just have a laugh more than anything else.
Yeah.
A very similar sense of humor.
Yeah. That's the other thing too, is that both of your books, Peter's and Sean's, you're both very funny. And I think that really that's like an undersold component of what I would see. It's hard. I think last week Peter was talking about how he doesn't really, you were talking about, you don't really feel your work fits into one genre in particular.
No, I'm a bit of a nomad.
Yeah, totally. But at the same time, certainly The God of Wanking is partly an expression of the way sexual repression leads to violence and various criminal acts, so you have this interesting purpose to these kind of splatterpunk works. Why? Let's start, I guess, with Peter. What kind of draws you to doing a story like The God of Wanking or the dog food story that just came out today? And then Sean, we'll have you next.
I don't know. I think for me, I didn't grow up in an age of horror and bizarro and splatterpunk. I'm an old man. I'm older than all of you. I'll be dead soon. I grew up in an age of really, we didn't have alternative fiction. We had Kafka and Gogol and Dostoevsky and Samuel Beckett, and to me, everything they wrote, no matter how strange it was, challenged something about the human condition. And to me, that's what I like to encapsulate in writing. And The God of Wanking is actually based on something basically true. It's based on the true story of a boy who saw a house filled with religious effigies and found it difficult to masturbate. Who it is, I won't say, but it's part of that guilt. It was part of that consciousness. To me, as far as I'm concerned, if the worst thing in the world happens to you, there's a bit of humour in there. If there's no humour in there, then I don't know. I failed to see it. I'm the kind of person who'll be stood at a funeral and go, not bad for a man with big ears. So, that's my mentality. That's my mentality for me. It's my mentality for the rest of the world. So I don't set out to really have a message. I just tell silly stories. And if there's masturbation and religion in them, and maybe, some animals doing shits, all the better. Just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I'll say something now, and this is really horrible, but if I can explain this. I remember one Christmas, me and my mate, we went to the pub on Boxing Day. And I don't know what it's like in America, but in England, and George made me right on this, everybody has a great Christmas Day. Boxing Day, it's kind of a haze. If you go to a pub in Britain at opening time on Boxing Day, the only people who are in there are people who've got some regret. So we sit in there, nursing a pint, pretending that it's still Christmas. And there was me, my mate, and there was an old boy at the bar. And we were just sat there having a drink. And at one point, this old boy at the bar just fell backwards off the stool.
Oh, Jesus.
And he landed on the floor. And as he landed on the floor, his syrup just flipped off. And we could not stop laughing. The ambulance guys were carrying him out, and we were still pissing ourselves laughing. He dropped dead, but at no point in my life could I ever have any remorse for that moment, because as far as I was concerned, if that was my death, I'd want people to laugh at that. And
hell yeah.
That's the beauty of life. That syrup just flipping off. He'd gone to the pub, all he wanted to do was hide his baldness, and all he did was gave us the best Boxing Day ever. And 40 years
I hope
later,
when I
I'm talking about.
I hope when I die, it makes people laugh.
Yeah. That's a great story. I love that. Yeah, I totally agree. I just was telling an anecdote the other day about how there was 4 or 5 years ago in Tucson, must have been 6 years ago now, then I was down there buying cigarettes, and I don't smoke anymore, so no emails, please. But I was getting my change, and the guy who behind the counter, who was obviously an Arabic guy, it says, okay, here's your change, it's 9/11. And I just looked at him in the eyes and I said, no, that's a transaction I'll never forget. And the look on his face as he struggled to not laugh was hilarious. It was great. And I left because I couldn't see, I knew the guy a little bit just from seeing him all the time. And it's like I couldn't linger to laugh with him. So I just left him to stew in it while the next customer came up. And it was great, You got to find the humor in the tragedy, man. Like, what do you think about that, Sean? I mean, you obviously have some very funny acts of violence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is a British thing or if it's a worldwide thing, but I definitely think we tend to look at the absurdity of life. I see that a lot in a lot of British literature, anyway. But it's something that draws me, and I've always been interested in sort of comedy writing, probably more than horror, to be fair. I'm a big fan of the anarchic British sitcoms like The Young Ones and Bottom.
I love The Young Ones.
Yeah, but sure.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on a heartbeat?
I don't know.
It rocks. It's the most wooden acting. It's the shittest plots. Even when there's a murder, they always find out it wasn't really a murder. Someone just died of an illness. And it's got Greengrass in it. To me, Heartbeat is the best comedy we've ever made.
Had a great theme tune, I remember.
So, yeah, with Nick Berry.
Yeah.
Comedy gold.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
ITV2. Sorry,
yeah.
ITV3. I'm not plugging it or anything.
Holy fuck.
It's shit, but I enjoy it. I do allow myself every day one episode of Heartbeat.
That's a nice thing.
Just to remind me that the world is a better place than I think it is.
That's good. Yeah, that's the way I feel about Twin Peaks, man. Is this the thing that ran from 92 to 2010, brother? Is that how long this thing's been going on?
I don't think it was around in 2010.
What, Heartbeat?
Yeah.
No, fuck me, no. No, Regina, no, really. We're dipping into the pool of shite here.
I know, it sounds like it. I'm curious. No, I'm just super curious.
Yeah, this is not called cult TV. This is the pool of British shite.
Yeah,
Rest assured.
What I was hoping for.
It's so English, it's unbelievable.
That's hilarious.
Well, is it like the British equivalent of CSI or something?
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's very quaint.
Is it like the British equivalent of like CSI or something? Or it's just these goofy murder plots every episode?
No. CSI. This is shite.
CSI's not very good either.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say.
I don't think it had the production values of CSI. Just filmed in a field.
Just filmed in a field.
Someone got a hobby costume from a local party shop and used that, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to remember, it was called Heartbeat because originally it was a copper who was married to a doctor. Heartbeat. Oh, he's on the beat. She's got a heart. Yeah, it's shit. Let's play some 60s.
That's genius writing, my friend.
But to me, that's inspirational. That you can take such a bland story and turn it into a series of bland stories in which nothing ever happens, and yet it ran for 17 years.
Like a Jeeves and Woosters thing.
Mm-hmm. And I still watch it now. I watch it. I've watched it so many times. I can quote it.
That's awesome. Funny. Yeah.
Doctor Who's been running longer than that.
You've got to have a hobby.
Yeah, it's true. You do gotta have a hobby. So what would you guys say you take from other media in terms of inspiration for your writing? Do you read a lot of other writers who are writing right now? Do you mostly read older writers? And do you find yourself getting inspired by things like television shows or horror films or anything like that? Or comedy films? Let's go ahead and start with Sean this time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very new to the genre. I didn't even know that splatterpunk was a thing until after I'd written Die You Fucking Cunt. And I serendipitously found Mother Maggot and read that and realized there was. But it's predominantly, I don't know. I think I wanted to make films, but I'm far too lazy. At least with literature, you can do it from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to leave your house.
I feel that. Totally. Don't have to know anybody, really.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I was brought up on the classics more than anything else. Dostoevsky, Dickens.
Nice. That's cool.
And it's only really now with Godless, for instance, I'm starting to discover all these other great authors, including Peter.
That's really cool, man. That's great. I know. I love Godless. It's a really interesting experiment in terms of the way it tends toward these shorter, cheaper books. I think kind of opens the floor to a new kind of creative expression in terms of storytelling. So it's really interesting to see that. And it's old, too, because it's just like old serials, It's great.
That's one of the reasons I like to keep my books short, is because, one, I know that people's TBR piles are ever increasing and never diminishing.
Yep.
I think you can make quite an impact writing in the short form as well.
Totally.
Plus, if you're just a newbie author like myself, trying to push a 300-page novel on someone is probably not the best strategy, I find.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I feel like it's a matter of creating value, basically, where you create a book's value by having shorter books that are less valuable and less costly. And then when you drop the 300-page novel for $9.99, people are more willing to pay it because they see it as a more valuable book inherently. Whereas if you just drop these big novels, you have nothing to value it against. What about you, Peter? What do you like to read? What do you like to consume in terms of your media outside of Heartbeat?
I think I come from the opposite end to Sean, in that I grew up in an age where we read books. I love epics. I mean, Cervantes, Voltaire, that's my kind of bag. Those long, intricate books. And I sometimes shy away from writing something short because, to me, the whole journey is a journey. But to be honest, where do I get my ideas from? Well, life. I mean, today, a great example today, I was watching my absolutely shite Elvis impersonation guy up there. And at one point, he went into a squat while he was singing something. And I do a bit of exercise. And I said to my missus, I said, his quads are going to be burning doing that squat. And then he came out of it and he went, if I had my jumpsuit on. And I thought, well, why are you wearing a jumpsuit? Why are you just wearing farmer's clothes? And he said, once it split. And by then, I'd already gone to the point where I said to my missus, I bet he shit himself. And so in my mind, I had this idea of a really shit Elvis impersonator in a white jumpsuit going into that terrible, shitting himself, and then thinking, how do I get out of this by having to sing? And already I was like, I think I've got an idea for a scene in a story. And then while he was explaining this, of course, they were dragging the log on stage for the knock the nail in. And I thought, do you know what? People say to me, where'd you get these ideas? And I think, no, you just got to go and live somewhere rural. Fuck me, they're crazy. Just look at humanity. It's all around us.
Gloucester on a Friday night. I think you'll find a lot of inspiration there. There's a homeless person who looks the spitting image of Keith Richards.
Oh no.
Hang on.
collecting
There's
cigarette
a
butts.
homeless person who is the spitting image of Keith Richards.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was Keith Richards to begin with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Have you asked
And
him?
he's just hanging out there drinking.
I would
Yeah.
I would venture. Don't ask him, are you Keith Richards? Just go up to him and just go, got it, Charlie, mate. Feed up a coconut tree.
Jeez. So this actually. Go on.
No, I was just saying, I'll do that next time I see him because he's always
Yeah.
Her?
There you go.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
can't hear properly. Did you say her or him? So it's a
Him.
woman who looks like Keith Richards.
Well, initially I thought it was a woman, but then a friend of mine told me it was a man. So it's a man who looks like a woman who looks like Keith Richards.
So it's
All
a
right.
woman who looks like a
makes
man
sense.
who might be Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Or it might be a woman. How do you know it's a man?
A friend of mine sort of knows him through someone else. People in
So you've got
Gloucester
a friend
know
of
each
a
other.
woman man who is Keith Richards. I think this needs further investigation, mate. I think with a mind like yours, there's a book there. She was Keith Richards at the bus stop.
Yeah, having a piss in the bus shelter.
Well, Keith Richards is known for that, and so is the woman that I know who looks like Keith Richards who lives in Gloucester.
What kind of music y'all like to listen to while you write? No music?
Oh, don't even ask. Don't even start.
Really? Come on. What about you, Sean?
I don't know. I was listening to the soundtrack to a film called Koyaanisqatsi today. It's by Philip Glass.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
It's a good movie. Worth checking out.
Oh yeah, that's a
Yeah.
really good. That's a really good. I don't know what you call it, a suite. It's really great.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Have you guys? Generated the same backlash that Regina did with what was it? Cleared Away.
Yeah.
Have you guys gotten quite the feverish, detraction mail that she has with her Nazi story, or story about Nazis, I should say? What's the biggest detracting response that both of you have gotten? I guess Peter first, and then Sean.
Well, if you ask me first, then the first thing I'm going to do is refer to Sean, because I was looking for it earlier, because I thought it was one of the best reviews I've ever seen. But I can't find it, and I can't remember where it was. And I think it was for the Captive Dwarf, or it may have been under its other name.
Oh yeah,
And somebody gave it 1 star.
Oh yeah.
If I was 12.
Yeah.
Was that
you?
I
think he deleted that actually. It's not. It's
yeah,
not.
if I was 12, and do you know what? I read that and I thought I would buy that book in a fucking heartbeat. If I. Right,
Well, I don't mind creative criticism if it's a low rating, but it very rarely, if ever, is.
I would have taken it if I was 12 in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah. What was their problem with which book was it that they were reviewing, Sean?
This one, Die You Fucking Cunt.
And what was their problem with it?
Well,
they were immature.
Their review just said maybe if I was 12, so I assume they were thinking the humour somewhat juvenile. I'm guessing.
Yeah, they were probably 14.
Probably, yeah. Well, if they, yeah.
I wonder what other books they had reviewed. See, because I don't know. That sounds like the review of someone who thinks they're too good for punk inspired DIY type lit like Godless offers. I mean, if you're looking for some kind of literary elitist stuff, you probably shouldn't be on godless.com to begin with. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's the DIY ethic and everything. Maybe if I was 12, man, there's stuff on Amazon. There's stuff on Amazon that's more immature.
Wasn't Die You Fucking Cunt the Captive Dwarf on Amazon before it was on Godless?
It was, yeah. I originally put it on Amazon. I had to change the title. The original title is Die You Fucking Cunt. But I had to change it to get it approved to be on Amazon.
Now, was that in any way inspired by that old 70s grindhouse flick, the Sinful Dwarf?
No, it's just a happy coincidence, actually. You bring that up.
I think that's actually a porno.
No,
It's
man.
got the dwarf from Blood-Sucking Freaks.
No, it's a horror movie. Is how it was pitched to me. Is how it was sold to me. I don't know.
I'm probably thinking of another one, the one where it's a porno with the dwarf from Blood-Sucking Freaks.
Well, there are a lot of them in porno. I've heard.
You've heard.
Yeah, but you don't do that anymore.
You're not allowed to laugh at dwarfs anymore, even if they're sexy and funny. For some reason, that's like, and to me, that's just hang on a minute, who made that rule? Was it a load of sexy, funny dwarfs? No, it was a load of tall people going, you can't have a fondle. Well, guess what, man? We can and we will. Exactly.
Yeah.
The cat doesn't approve.
Gracie is disagreeing. So, Peter, also, I just noticed today that you've got a book coming out in the fucking Scumbags Burn in Hell line of books on Godless.
Can we just go back a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go back.
I've got something to say on the negatives.
Continue.
I haven't had anybody say anything really negative or offensive about my books, and I kind of feel left out. I want someone to be off. I want someone to really fucking steam. I know Ben go, well, the ending wasn't that hot, but I loved it anyway. But I've never had anybody just steam in, and I kind of feel a little bit neglected. Because really, I've got such good shoulders. I will relish someone stealing. If anything, I'll go after them. I'll follow them. I'll turn up at their wedding and go, mate, your wife's not all that, is she? I don't get it. For some reason, people just go, yeah. The worst I've had is, yeah, it's all right, but I didn't really understand why you had to keep masturbating. And you think, well, that's what happens in all my books.
Only freaks like Jeremy only freaks like me can relate to that. But yeah, the thing is, like, the funniest review I've had on any of my books, it was a 2-star review, and the review just said no.
It's a good one. Yeah.
I had a 1-star review where a person just wrote started over and over again.
A person just wrote what?
Started. Like they just wrote started.
Started?
Yes.
Okay, as in didn't finish?
That's not really that intelligent, is it? That's like waking up in bed.
That's like they might be in a vegetative state and had rolled over on the keyboard or something kind of review, right?
Yeah, it sounds more like they had a seizure.
Yeah.
I would put that down as a seizure, not a bad review. If I want a bad review, I want somebody to break into my house and smear it on the wall of my bed while I'm sleeping. Your book is shit in their own feces. And then maybe just leave a trail of blood that goes outside and I find all my loved ones massacred. That's the kind of review I would go.
That's the only bad review worth getting.
Probably shouldn't have put that ending in. But yeah, no, I mean, people going, I wish I was 12. Yeah, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
No, I did. When I read that, I did actually think I was jealous of Sean. I did think, if I was 12, I thought, if you were, mate. Probably
that review's gone now, so I don't even have that.
No, I'm not going to go there. Anyway.
Like I said, that one's gone, so he doesn't even have that to his credit.
I know, they deleted it. What a bastard. I'd want that on a t-shirt.
I know. I hate it when people delete their bad reviews, man. I used to have this 1-star review on the Babysitter Bloodbath book I novelized for Puppet Combo Games, and it was this long screed from this obviously like 12 to 14-year-old who had read or played the video game and just loved it and obsessed over it and probably written fucking fan fiction about it. And they were very, very, very mad because the official novelization did not contain all of the ludicrous and nonsensical elements that their fan fiction obviously must have contained. And it was hilarious, and I wish I had screen capped it, and I didn't. And then when I went back to finally screen cap it, it had been deleted like a week later because I presume their parents found out about it and made them delete it. So, but it was like great. It was beautiful, man. It was a work of art. Sometimes an angry review can be really funny, but mostly it just pisses me off. I hate these fucking rude twats. It's like, yeah, honestly, you know, like you said, Peter, the only worthwhile bad review is one that's visceral, you know? Yeah. It's like really have a point behind it.
I mean, when I was at uni doing journalism, I had a lecturer who I didn't really get on with, and he turned around to me once, and I'll never forget it because I thought it was the only truthful thing he ever said. And he said to me, the problem with you is you have two writing styles. You have ironic lads down the pub and lads down the pub already. And looking back later in life, he was fucking spot on. You know, so you can't take offence when you write something. It's like you know, it's like when someone goes, "Oh look, you've seen a picture of my baby," and many of us look at that picture and go, "Fuck me, that's an ugly pic," and you go, "Oh yeah, oh lovely." Yeah. It's like and we all think, "No, it's ugly." And people go, "Oh, can I see a picture of my baby? Oh, it's lovely." And we all think, "No." And that's it. It's exactly the same. There is no way on earth. If there was any way on earth, everybody loved everything I wrote, I would fucking shoot myself in the head. Bullshit. I know that 99% of people aren't going to like what I want. Sean, I hate to say this, mate. Most people are going to hate what you write. That's what makes it so glorious. We go for that minority, and you know what? You're going to get bad reviews. Of course you're going to get bad reviews. All it means is the wrong person read the book. Or your book's shit. But we live with that. Do I think my book's shit? Yes. I've already accepted that. From here, it's just an up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, once it's out there in the world, it's for everyone else to decide what it's like. You know, I kind of forget about it. I don't even bother reading the stuff I write once it's been, published.
Peter, so you were around at the height of the video nasty repression, right?
Oh, bloody hell! I was one of the first. Well, I was the first person in my peer group, which was admittedly punk rock drug takers. So we were slightly behind the curve. They got a VCR, and of course we got a VCR, and everybody used to come around my house and get stoned and watch a VCR. And I never forget our first night with a VCR. I can't remember what we tried to take, but we went to the pub to not watch something, and we came back and we had Ski Sunday, which was this BBC fucking programme about skiing. So we all sat and got stoned and watched skiing. Then we found a local fucking... I've got to be very careful because in our days in England, we colloquially referred to the corner shop as the packy shop. And they were invariably run by Indians or Pakistanis who were very nice gentlemen. But some of them started doing videos and they'd all do under-the-counter videos. And we go in and go, "What have you got?" And they go, "Oh, I've got, there'd be 4 or 5. They'd have like 4 videos there. And you knew that was just the law. So you'd have to kind of chat them up, and then they pull out the box of the video nasties, and yeah, it was. I mean, it was crap. I mean, stuff you can buy now. They saved Hitler's brain, Driller Killer, stuff like that. But it was. We had never had access to that sort of stuff. I mean, it's odd. I find it odd now talking to people about how restrictive it was then in the late 70s. Everybody who wasn't around in the late 70s thinks, oh, punk rock, it was all freedom. It fucking wasn't. You couldn't get hold of stuff. There were books we couldn't buy. So there were certainly videos we couldn't buy. And, I remember, was it Rabid, Marilyn Chambers in Rabid? And there was such a fuss made about that. Marilyn Chambers, big American porn star. We didn't know who she was in the UK. Rabid, terrible thing. Actually, it's a shit film. At one point she gets her tits out and like a knitting needle comes out from under her arm and stabs into somebody. And we were gobsmacked. We took it back to the shop and we're like, this isn't a video nasty, mate. We need our money back. And he was like, no, call the police. We're like, right. It was just insane, absolutely insane. And I think the bottom line is that no matter, all these things are. I remember The Exorcist. When The Exorcist first came out, there were reports in British newspapers a woman had died of shock during the. Somebody had she had a premature birth and it had been stillborn because of the shock. They were literally trying to ban it. They were saying it's terrible. We were kids. We bunked in, and it was the best comedy film I'd ever seen in my fucking life.
The Exorcist gets so much hype, and I don't understand it. I mean,
I love it. To me, it's a pinnacle. I've shown it to my grandkids. I'm like, look at this. This is the funniest film you're ever going to see. They've also seen me running around trying to shoot things, so they're kind of hardened. But no, the Exorcist to me was the point when I realised. You see, when I was let's try and work this out, maybe 8 or 9. My mum used to come and get us out of bed as kids. I had 2 older sisters, and she'd come and get us out of bed, and she'd bring us down on a Friday night and make us sit in front of the telly to watch black and white Hammer horror films. And the reason was she couldn't watch them on her own. She was too scared. So, and my dad was like such a staunch Catholic, really. Even if there was like somebody in a cloak going, ha ha ha, he'd go, heresy, fuck this up. So she used to get us out of bed and make us watch horror films so she could watch them. So we kind of grew up. Friday night was like, as soon as my dad went to sleep, because he used to work, he used to leave about 5 in the morning to go to work. So he'd be in bed at 9. She'd have us out of bed. Well, we had 2 or 3 channels of TV in the UK at the time. And Friday night, one of them used to show horror films. Well, when it stopped showing horror films, my mum had lost her. She used to work at this hospital. She'd lost her fix. So she got some of the people that she used to work with round, and they started fucking around with a Ouija board. But they were too scared. So they used to get us out of bed. So we kind of grew up with this, watching Hammer House of Horror and doing the Ouija board and fucking about. So to us, horror was kind of like, oh, we were used to it. And it was only The Exorcist, with all the nonsense that went with it, that made me think, we've got to see this, because this is something we haven't experienced. This is terror. And we went to see it, and I just cried with laughter all the way through. It was brilliant. And I still now put it on whenever I need a good laugh. Oh, I love it.
It's a good one. It's interesting. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I've never seen the whole thing, and so I'm taking the opportunity to actually listen to the audiobook. I'm listening to the audiobook right now. So I'm wanting to watch it after I listen to the audiobook so I can experience the full thing because I'm really intrigued and I'm interested. Have you read the book, Peter?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't read the book. Once you've seen the film,
why go back?
The book will only make it less comedic. I understand
Yeah.
it's brilliant, but to me, it's one of those watershed moments. It's a bit like the first time you see your sister doing the splits. You just like, no, just keep that in my head. I'm done.
Yep. It is like that.
No, I mean,
You're right.
Oh,
Yep.
Jesus.
You know, I think the best Hammer horror film I ever saw was Frankenstein versus the Monster from Hell, which I think was the finish to the British Frankenstein Hammer series, if I'm not mistaken.
That's cool, man.
I'm not an expert on Hammer. I just watch it. To me, the best one I've ever seen is Nosferatu. I mean, that is just
Yeah.
It's one of those films that you can just chill to. I just love everything about it. The shadow, it's almost the expectation. It's one of those films that, to me, it sums up where I come from. And I think that's the thing. I think, and I love what Sean does, and I love what he's doing with, Simon McCartney and all that. But to me, I find my roots are more in that slow burn thing. To me, it's that underlying story. And much as I love that impact and that insanity that they do so well, I can't do it. I'd have to force that because I come from a generation of that slow creeping kind of dread, and I feel if I accelerate that, I lose my way.
Totally.
So are you a fan of folk horror then, Peter? I assume you like
I'm not.
Wicker Man and all that.
To be honest, I'm not. This is going to sound awful. I'm not a fan of horror.
No.
Because of what I was saying, because I grew up on horror, I've done horror to death. I'm like, if I want to be scared, I want to be properly scared.
Totally.
We bought a big house with a woods, and I love taking my grandchildren out into the woods, especially Halloween. But fuck me, I would fill them full of dread and stories and stuff like that. And what I found with them was they would just sit there and grin at me and go, "You're drunk, aren't you?" And I realised I've kind of infected them with my complete disregard for it. So to me, horror is what happens. It's not what might happen. And I think that's where I kind of struggle with the horror genre, is that I'm not scared about what might happen if. I'm more scared about what's actually going to happen tomorrow. And
I think maybe your penchant for finding the humor in every situation, no matter how bleak, may go a long way in explaining your indifference to horror now, don't you think?
I don't know. I think my penchant for finding humor in everything is survival.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love horror and I like to be horrified, but I find it increasingly hard to be horrified. But the things that do horrify me, I've got to laugh about them. a lot of people think I'm very flippant. A lot of people think I'm very blasé, and I suppose I am. But that's because I tried to teach myself to not be afraid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I know that sounds very, very weird, but
no,
I'll be honest with you. At the moment, I'm going through something that most people would be fucking horrified about, and I'm waiting to find out whether it is horrible or not. But I've kind of taught myself to not give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I know that sounds a bit weird, but I'm sure you can work it out.
No, if anything, that's something that people can maybe take note of in whatever challenges they're facing. Sean, you come from a different generation of horror. How was horror for you growing up? If that influences your work at all, I mean, I imagine it does somewhat, right? I mean, maybe there wasn't as much repression, but they were still probably not as mainstream as they are now, right?
Yes, so I was born in 1984, so I still remember the old shops with the video racks and things like that, and
Did your mum give you a copy of the book?
yeah, and going in and getting all the old horror movies handed to me under the counter, so to speak, even though I was probably only about 10 or 12 years old. And it's funny actually, because a lot of the times those horror movies were usually included within it, were usually some sort of porno as well, which is kind of weird when you're when you're 10. But I'm sure
What?
it does.
Porno at 10?
Yeah,
What's
I'm
weird
sure.
about that?
Well, when it's someone in the corner shop handing it to you,
Yeah.
when you want a copy of Hellraiser or something like that.
Yeah. Hellraiser, bit of porn, packet of like
That seems right to me. How we all ended up here.
I'm sure on a subconscious level, more than anything else, it probably does inform what I've written. And like I said, it'd be great to make horror films, but I'm just far too lazy to do that.
Who's your favorite horror film director, and why is it David Lynch?
Would you class David Lynch as a horror film director?
I would.
He's one of the most genuinely horrifying.
I think
it's just David Lynch at this point.
The scene in the scene in Mulholland Drive where the homeless person pops out from behind the restaurant, that scared the shit out of me when I first watched it.
That is scarier than any slasher movie. Any slasher movie scene right there, that is scarier than anything.
Yep. Yeah. It's the dreamlike inexorability of it. Do you guys, here's a question. I smoke so much pot these days that I don't really have the capacity to dream like I used to. How do your dreams influence what you write? Do you guys have a lot of do you guys ever have outrageous imagery in your dreams that informs your writing, or do you ever solve problems in your sleep or anything like that?
I never seem to remember my dreams.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about you, Pete? You seem like a very introspective fella. Do you study your dreams?
I remember dreams, and then I have very strange dreams, and sometimes I use things out of my dreams in my work. But to be honest, I probably have my weirdest thoughts when I'm sitting looking at people or just sitting. And sometimes I have them when I'm doing something really serious, and I just burst out. I mean, like today, I was talking to somebody who was a lawyer, and they said, I did some autopsy law, and I just burst out laughing. Seriously, I was sat next to me. We were just having a normal chat, and I burst out laughing, and she looked at me, and I said, "Oh, you could have a good fiddle." And that just came into my head. I thought, if you're having an autopsy, you might as well have a bit of a fiddle. If you're a lawyer, not a doctor. It just came into my head. And I didn't mean sexually. You're right, you don't have a fiddle, just have a bit of fiddle. Just take someone out, What does that look like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? And then, of course, to try and justify it, because I thought, oh, she obviously thinks I'm a sexual deviant, I said, I often wonder what things taste like. To me, and I said, like, an animal or a child, I think, what does it taste like? And my wife is just sat there, just really not fucking eating. In fact, she's so used to this bollocks. And then looking at me going, and you think, well, fuck it, someone's got to ask the question. No one,
That's right.
Do you know? Right? I don't know. You probably do know, and you're probably more science-based than me. But when Darwin brought back the giant turtles, they ate most of them on the way back. Because they went, oh, let's bring these giant turtles back. They got them on the boat, they started sailing back, they ran out of food. Someone said, well, we've got a lot of these turtles, let's eat one. So they ate one, and went, I mean, that's nice. They ate the whole fucking lot. They only brought back a giant turtle on the second trip because they ate the whole lot on the first trip. Now,
I didn't know that.
But I can dig that. That is my kind of person. Yes, I've gone off. I found a new rare mammal. By the way, fucking tastes great.
I wonder how many people tried to fuck that turtle as well.
Sorry?
I wonder how many people tried to fuck that turtle as well.
Well,
I mean, it gets yeah, I'm
Too
sure
many.
I'm sure just like buggering each other on the ship eventually got boring.
Oh yeah.
Are you all aware of skate?
Of what?
Scat, you mean? Well,
do Americans know the fish called skate?
No, I don't.
Sean, well, you know skate.
I've heard of it. Yeah. Now you mention it's a fish.
You know they always say don't buy skate wings when they're pink.
I've not heard that.
No. Don't buy skate wings if they've got a tinge of pink because they're on a period. They have a vagina and a menstrual system just like humans. In fact, and I've heard this from very many people. I used to work with a lot of people from Norway. They are called the fisherman's friend because they have a vagina very similar to a human vagina.
Now, what creature are we talking about now?
It's a fish.
Jeremy wants one.
Fanny, I mean, I'm talking English. A cunt. I don't know what you call it. A fanny?
Yeah.
You think a fanny's a bumhole, don't you?
A pussy.
We do call it the ass, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
fanny's a vagina. It's a fish with a perfectly full vulva and vagina. So the fishermen fuck it. If they catch it, they fuck it. They don't throw it back because they're quite big. I mean, they are big. Like, it would take 3 of you to fuck it, 2 to hold it down, and 1 to have a go. But that is a genuine thing.
Nature's fleshlight.
It looks like a
I've never seen one, but if I did, you never know. You know, any port.
Looks like a stingray. It is.
It's kind of big like that, but without the stinger. It's got less sting, more thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sounds pretty shit. I just made that.
So these things have periods. These things have menstrual cycles.
It is rumored, but I do believe it's just blood. But I think it's because they are fuckable and have a vagina entrance But this is fisherman's tales. They also say, turn around 3 times, spit on a blind boy, you'll never drown. That's what my uncle used to say before he fucking drowned.
Yeah, I have to wonder if maybe this is where the mermaid myth came from.
That's my new book. Drowning when you fucking escape by fisherman Jack. No.
Please do. It's a great.
Yeah, we need more stories, sea stories. The fish light Frank says.
It's one of these things that I think, why not? These guys spend time at sea. Oh, Frank Elders has put a thing on there. Not the fleshlight, the fish light. Do you know what? Much as I love Frank, fish have feelings.
Oh,
You can't just use them. Once
Yeah,
you fucked them, you got to do like a nice bit of sauce.
yeah, put a ring on their tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of capers goes well with skate wings.
Or just use dead ones.
Sorry?
Just use dead ones, wouldn't you? They don't have to be
Dead
alive.
ones? You don't want to fuck a dead one. One kiss you.
People,
So now-
they come up. The people come up,
Anyway,
who are at seas for months and months at a time. They will like turn really weird. I remember reading this one story about. I think it was like a British
Ben,
expedition.
Ben,
Yeah, it's me.
sorry. Can you start again? I'm struggling to hear you. For some reason, you've got that deep manly voice, but it's just vibrating on my fucking speaker.
Well, I was just saying, people who are at sea for months and months will start to turn really weird. I remember reading this story about this British expedition that was like off the coast of Australia, and they discovered an island that was full of nothing but penguins, and they just started murdering them, started killing them. just they found the penguins, and then they just started killing them. There's no reason. They just decided to start killing them. Just a bunch of island full of penguins, and they just decided, let's kill them all.
The human instincts are so weird and depraved when you get right down to it. Sometimes we can get our shit together as a species, and sometimes
I know you could dress them up. Make them do
yeah, you could dress them up. You're right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Penguins are a lot. May not have like compatible vaginas, but they're a lot cuter looking than fish.
No shit.
I can't find anything that confirms.
I don't know. Fuck the fish. Make the penguins dance.
I can't find evidence that
That's right.
that any fish have menstrual cycles. I'm a little disappointed, but
Sorry, we ruined your day, Jeremy. I know you were about to go on a magical journey to find your skate girlfriend, but I don't know.
Well, you can still fuck them
hang on.
if they have vaginas.
Has Jeremy looked it up and proved
Yes.
they don't have?
They don't have menstrual cycles, at least.
I looked at skates, reproductive, stuff, and I see nothing about menstrual cycles. It just says it's a mammalian phenomenon, so I guess.
Well, that's you out of the fucking skate club.
I mean, fishtails also speak of selkies, women seals that change into women. So yeah,
Now who's the fact checker, Jeremy?
But to be fair,
Yeah.
But to be fair, Jeremy,
I know.
But have you looked up if they got decent fannies?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
We
that's
all
it.
need to see
They
a
don't
fish
have
vagina
periods.
on
They
screen.
got a nice twat.
Let's look up that.
That's even better. They don't have periods, so they don't have an excuse.
Because if they don't have periods, let's face it, it's okay.
Don't search for fish vagina while you've got your screen up, Jeremy.
Well, no, wait a minute. Fish vaginas aren't pornographic, are they?
Well,
this is,
what I'm saying is you might get other vaginas while you're also doing the search for fish vaginas.
Don't accidentally put in fishy vaginas.
Yeah. Or like just putting skate vagina, for instance.
Notes here, aren't you, mate? Like that. This
Yeah,
is
you'll get a bunch of roller derby porn.
The journeys that these interviews send me on.
Have skates got
I
decent
used to
fannies.
work with a guy called Guyan from Norway, and he obviously they have to well, at the time I knew him, they used to have to do national service, so they could either do it in the army or the fishing fleets, and he did his in the fishing fleets, and he was quite a nice guy, and he assured me he fucked many a skate.
All right.
And he admitted it just like that?
Well, yeah, because his girlfriend was quite ugly. And he did say, I used to say to him, why do you, and he said, trust me, when you fuck to skate, nothing matters.
You would think it would be the opposite. Nothing matters, so I'm gonna fuck a fish.
Okay, really, Jeremy, you gotta watch out what you're Googling. Get back. Go get off the internet.
It's like,
What's wrong?
Sean.
That's with you forever.
Sean. Hey, Sean, was any of this a inspiration for your fish pie Facebook book?
Yeah, right.
Not really, no.
Okay,
I love a fish pie more than anything else.
to gear it back towards the author-centric deal, what's it been like collaborating with Simon McHardy thus far?
Yeah, it's been great. It's very easy. I was actually very humbled when he asked me if he wanted to write something together. I didn't imagine that Die You Fucking Cunt would ever pop up on his radar, let alone him reading it. And when he told me that he was reading it, I felt a pang of fear because he was the author that I wanted to really like it.
Aww.
But
That's cool.
yeah, it's been very easy. We spend most of our time just chatting about other stuff, really, and then somehow a book forms out of it.
That's cool.
It's very easy, you know. Facebook messages back and forth, come up with an idea for a story, for a chapter, then it just goes back and forth via email. And it's very quick. I think we wrote Neil in about 3 weeks, maybe.
So I know that Simon contributes most of the gross out stuff. Like, I'm sure the first chapter with the bulimic girl, you know, sitting on daddy's dick and puking on him to finish him off. I'm sure that was all Simon.
That was Sean, actually, though, wasn't
Was
it?
it really?
Well, I have to admit that was me.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you guys are interchangeable then. What did you bring to this? Though I usually know Simon for the gross out stuff based on what I've read of him, and I'm still getting acquainted with your stuff. What do you bring to your work usually?
Well, don't get me wrong, Simon is gross.
Mhm.
But I don't really have a good ability to moderate what I write. So I leave it up to him to tell me when I'm going too far more than anything else.
How can you leave it up to Simon?
Yeah, that's a bad person to have deciding when you've gone too far.
To this day, I've not been able to finish Mother Maggot, and then I found out that he dropped an uncensored version. If what I read was the censored version, I shudder to think what the uncensored version reads like.
Yeah, I've only read the uncensored version, but from what I know, I think it was only a chapter to do with a rape and a drill.
Yeah, the old rape drill scenario.
But it's strange, really, because when I read it, I didn't really pick up on any of the grossness. It was funny. And I think it's the same with what I write. I don't really perceive it as being gross. It's just a matter of, is it funny enough?
Yeah, it's like over the top absurdity.
You can't
There
take
was-
it seriously.
Yeah. It's like there was one time my mother accidentally rented this video from the video store that was called Terror Tunes for the whole family to watch. And so we watched our fucking, you know, we started it and it was instantly like tits, tits, tits. And my mom's like, maybe I'll fast forward. So we fast forward and it's like more tits, tits, blood, tons and gallons of blood and viscera and stringy gore on the screen, you know, and it's like hilarious gore. It's like gore that can't even be, you know, considered violent in any way. It's just like comedic, you know. It's like when it gets to a certain point, you know, obviously she shut it off, but I feel like that incident, which was hilarious, also in a way kind of informed how I feel about violent comedy, which is to say, you know, it's like after a certain point, violence just becomes inherently absurd, you know. And I think that's what I like
used to
about
really like
Splatterpunk.
watching the hyper-violence of old Tom and Jerry cartoons.
Yeah, that's a great example. I'm really influenced by Looney Tunes myself when I write Splatterpunk, and I think about like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner and Tom and Jerry, and it's just part of the thing, you know. Daffy Duck getting shot in the face and his bill flying around his head.
Yeah, it's sort of like
It's
we
fun,
watched
more than
Suicide Squad. We watched Suicide Squad the other day, and I actually read that in a lot of countries, you know, it got an R rating here in the States, but in a lot of other countries, it basically got the equivalent of like a PG-13 because most of the violence was considered like too fantastic to be offensive. Like
Yeah.
a giant shark man ripping a person in half, even though it's really gory, is you know, not really very realistic.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't realize that it was rated R here. That seems weird. It was very tame
Kind of,
compared to.
yeah.
Huh.
I mean, the gore was pretty explicit.
Peter, how long have you been publishing and writing? Sean, it seems like you haven't been publishing very long, right?
How long is he? What?
I started writing, I think it's about April 2020 during lockdown.
Interesting.
My first collection consists of a bunch of stories that I initially published on Facebook just to entertain myself and a few friends. And it was only really when I started getting some positive feedback from them and them telling me that, oh, you should collate all these stories and bring out a book on Amazon. I thought, oh, why not? I'll give it a
Yeah.
go. But yeah, it's
Totally.
really, that was it.
New enterprise. That's cool.
Yeah.
And what about you, Peter? It seems like you've been publishing quite a bit longer.
I was a spotty, mentally ill cunt in the 1970s. We were, we thought wrong, we did wrong, we were not normal. And then all of a sudden, punk rock happened, and we went, oh, fucking hang on a minute. Here's something we belong in. I was in a shit punk band. I was only in a shit punk band so I could write lyrics and write shit songs. And then realised we got close to a record deal, believe it or not, because we were shut. It wasn't because we were good, it was because all the labels wanted to sign a punk band. And I went, oh, I've fucking had enough of this. I wanted to write something and I didn't know what I wanted to write. So I wrote a few things. I had a girlfriend who used to work at estate agents, or used to clean an estate agent. The weekend she'd let us in, we'd use the photocopying machine. I used to photocopy books and print them up and sell them at punk gigs, and
Cool.
there was no other way of doing it. I mean, there was no independent press. The nearest thing we got to it was there used to be a bookshop in Camden that sold City Lights books of 60 beatniks, and that was like as fucking close as we got to an alternative. There was nothing. So it was basically, if you wanted to write, you could fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
So I did some, I was in, like I say, off the back of the punk band, I did some performance poetry. I did two things, they both ended up in fights, where because my poetry wasn't really poetry, it was just abusing the people who were there, and so we ended up in fights. And I thought, do you know what, fuck this. I wrote things, but then for some fucking strange reason, I got a job working, writing, and I spent years, I've spent the vast majority of my life as a technical writer. And
Really?
I was
That's
very
what I
lucky
do.
in that, well, sorry?
That's what I do, technical writing. That's the day job.
It's great. It was my day job, and it's been my day job for years. And I'm now an old man, and I'm not working anymore. Earlier than normal, but no, it allowed me to. During all that time, I never thought about it, and then as it became obvious to me that my life was just workaday writing and other shit, and I thought maybe I should write more of what I want to write. It just came down to the fact that I thought, fuck it, I'm just going to do it. And it coincided that as I did it, I also decided that I didn't want to fucking work in the corporative world anymore. So I kind of stopped. So now I don't kind of work, and I just write what I want to write. I do other things, but so I'm in a very lucky space in that I don't give a shit. That's why people go. I get emails of people going, "Will you sell me a signed book?" And I kind of feel like a fraud. I'm just like, "No, I just send you one."
Well, I actually messaged you wanting a signed copy.
I know, and I'm going to say to you the same thing. I don't want to do this nationally because just tell me what you want and I'll send them to you. I'm not. To me, this isn't about making money. It's about just getting your voice out there. It's about having a bit of fun. I'm at a point in my life where I just want to have a life and I want to do things I want to do. And all the things I've written over years, and I've just shelved because I was, I wrote, it's a bit like the builder's house. I used to go out and write all day, and I come home and I couldn't be asked to write what I wanted to write. So you go to a builder's house and it's never finished. But in a way, it worked really well for me. I was lucky enough to get a really good living out of corporate writing. But I never wrote a single thing I was proud of. Now I just write the shit that comes in my head. So where did I get into it? Well, I suppose I wrote my first book when I was about 16, but it was shite.
They all are, but that's great. That's beautiful. It's such in my experience, it's always such a natural thing. And whenever I talk to writers and ask them about when they started writing, they usually, like, the first dabbling with novel writing seems to come in the mid to late teenage years, for sure. Did you ever?
Yeah,
I know
you're right. Your teenage books are fucking great, and I remember when I was a teenager, I wrote a fucking terrible book, and it was all Second Coming of Christ, and it came back with a woman in a blue fucking rubber catsuit. And you just think, oh my fuck! Even at the time I was writing it, I thought, one day you're going to be ashamed of this. And I'll never mention it again. And here I am now mentioning it. But no, you do. You go through 1,000 ages. To me, it's all about. I mean, I love people who go, "Oh, I'm 10 and I'm going to write a book." Go and do it, mate. I wasn't. I always wanted to be a journalist. I grew up. I tell you what, I grew up watching. The two things that were on the news all the time when I was a kid was the Nixon scandal and the Vietnam War. And I grew up wanting to be a war. This is in the UK. I grew up wanting to be a war correspondent. And all I wanted to be was a journalist. And that was it. And my father, thankfully, being an absolute avid fucking Christian, decided that the only people who would be journalists were homosexuals. So we had this lovely fucking ongoing thing.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So
don't quite get the correlation.
Kind of like, you could write, but you had to eye the boys up. The fact that I would write, but I like women. Oh, really? So we had this. I mean, we had this terrible fucking ongoing thing. But then, in the end, he turned out to be great. And I know Ben has read
Whores versus Sex Robots.
What's it called?
Whores versus Sex Robots, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know the story Train Terrence?
Yeah, that was one of my favorites in it.
Yeah. Well, you know when Terrence has his Alzheimer moments, that is all true. That is all stuff that my dad did. And when I took the first time my wife, I've got to mention her. The first time I took Pat to meet my parents, or the first time she met them as my wife, we had some lunch and she went out and went, I'll do the washing up. So she went out to do the washing up into the kitchen. And my dad went, I'll take the dog for a walk. So it was just me and my mum sat in the living room, just having a chat. And she said, oh, Pat's been a long time. And I said, yeah, I'll just go and check on her. Now, I thought my dad's gone out with the dog for a walk. She's doing the washing up. And I opened the kitchen door. And my dad was just stood there in front of her, leaning on the kitchen table. And he went to her, what's your favourite truck? And I just shut the fucking kitchen door, went back to sleep. No, now, Ben, you'll get that, won't you? But yeah, that story to me was poignant because everything Terrence says is stuff my dad said when he had Alzheimer's.
Yeah, that definitely adds another layer onto it because, I'm reading it and I'm thinking it's just like a goofy story about a malfunctioning robot, and it gets to the ending. It's just like, wow, my heart just got torn out.
Yeah, it was. It was for me. It was like I say. So for me, it was poignant because I wanted to get that. I didn't want to do it in a serious way, but I wanted to get those moments into the story.
Yeah. So for a bit of levity, put Sean on the screen and flex for your female fans.
What fans?
Flex. Guns out, guns out. Come on, show us the gun show.
Don't make poor Sean uncomfortable.
I'm so comfortable right now.
Okay, show your sleeves off then. I'm
Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty intrigued.
Pretend you're showing your tattoos. Pretend you're showing your tattoos.
Don't you really see them?
Oh. Damn it! How many hours would you say you've spent in a tattoo parlor, my man?
nice.
I don't know. I've got pretty much everywhere tattooed now, apart from
Damn.
stomach, which
Damn.
I'm in no rush to get done.
Yeah.
Is that a Japanese kabuki or a tengu on your left arm? Right at the. Is that what that is?
Yeah. And I don't know if you can see it, but on my forearm, I've got the cover to the Obituary Cause of Death album.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What's that with the eye? What's that with the eye right here?
The eye, yeah, that's part of the Obituary album. Don't you can see it?
Cool. Now, cool. Obituary is one of those metal bands that I'm not quite familiar with. I know some of them like Immortal and Dimmu Borgir, but Obituary that's like way old school, Yeah,
that's some like Florida death metal from back in the day.
You'd probably like Acid Bath.
Yeah,
you'd probably like Acid Bath. Have you ever heard them?
I have. Yeah, I do like Acid Bath. Yeah,
classic stuff.
Is it Dax Riggs? Isn't it? He's the singer.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I like his solo stuff as well.
Everybody listens to Acid Bath. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think they only had 2 albums as well.
Looks like a fish vagina.
They were short-lived, but they.
Well, there you go. That's the inspiration for Fish Pie Facebook.
So,
you're welcome, ladies.
Yeah, please take me off the screen.
Oh, sorry.
So weird.
Is everybody happy with where Godless is going so far with I mean, are they accomplishing their mission so far? What do you guys think about being a part of this thing from the ground up? You know,
I think it's fucking stunning. To be honest with you, it's there are certain things you can't do on the Amazon machine, but to be honest, you go to Amazon and it's like you're casting into a sea of millions. On Godless, you've got people who are pretty much switched off. They know the genre. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Amazon will put you in front of millions of people, but most of those millions of people don't want to read about a boy who wanks and a fucking demon who comes along and makes him wank. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
We are minority fucking appeal writers. And Sean might disagree, but we are. We appeal to a tiny fucking section of people. If we can get those people to go to a source where they only get what they want, then that is going to work. Book-wise, right? I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm shit at marketing. I never like pushing myself. I don't like going, oh, look at me, I'm good. Humility kind of destroys that with me. And it is, I know when I look at other people, I think, I couldn't do that. I don't know why. I'm modest. Loud, fucking uproarious, horrible. I'll destroy your pie, but I'm fucking modest when it comes to my books. Godless gives me a real focus. It's like a microcosm. It's like really zooming on the people. If somebody is going to buy my books, then I'll be 100% honest with you. Godless at the moment is 5-1 sales against Amazon. They are selling 5 for every one on Amazon. It's a very, very focused market. Mm-hmm. If you fit in, and I don't really, now here's the thing, I'm the periphery in Godless. Because Godless is extreme horror, it's extreme gore. What Sean does, and what he's doing with Simon, that is the core market as I see it of Godless. I'm kind of peripheral, and yet I'm still seeing significant on that. Because I'm not big horror, I'm not big extreme, but I am seeing an acceptance of difference, an acceptance of things that fall outside the genre.
Oh, yeah.
In Amazon, you're just going to get lost. Where else have you got to go? Everything is an imitation of Amazon. So to me, Godless is, I would actually say nearly everything I'm doing is going exclusively through Godless. And, one day, if Godless falls over, well, it falls over. But I've got faith in Drew. I've got faith in the mission. And really, what does it matter? I'm an old punk rocker. Sometimes you've got to go out there and take the piss. And that's my attitude. I come from a world of publishing, but I never even considered putting my book through publishing. I decided even when I worked in publishing to put my books out self-published. Because, fuck me, I'm punk rock, mate. That's what we do.
Yeah.
And sometimes we win and sometimes we lose, but you got to, at the end of the day, you've got to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how the godless community supports each other. Again, kind of like the punk rock community a little bit, where the DIY ethic kind of extends to this community-driven scene.
Oh yeah,
So, like,
we all love each other. There is
yeah,
nothing better than a big bunch of fuck-ups loving each other.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. And you've got a book coming out in the fucking Scumbags Burn in Hell series that Drew has been running. So, I mean, that's a great example of how it's like everybody just like, you know, and then you've got Neil there by Simon and Sean. So that's a great collaboration. It's beautiful. It's just all this artwork that's already come into the world because of this platform.
I would say that the one I've got coming out in the fucking Scumbags. My missus reads everything I write, and I actually said, I don't want you to read this. It's not good. It's dirty. They wanted somebody, you know, you know the format. I'm not going to say too much, but you know the format.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they wanted someone evil, but I made somebody so evil that I felt ill being that evil person.
That's great. That makes me want to read it. Very much.
Very excited to read it. And the thing, it's the day after yours comes out. My Dildo's a Serial Killer comes out on Godless as well, which is the
That'll
next
be good.
collaboration between myself and Simon.
That's exciting. That's the one with the dildo and the dude's eye on the cover, right? That's a great cover. I love that. The painting is excellent.
Can I say something to Ben?
Yes.
I read your review. I don't want to give too much away, but I just wanted to say something that I understand the negative in your review. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to spoiler it. I understand that, but this is where I had a real problem with this, and I did, is that at the time I was working as a technical journalist, and I knew what AI could do, and I knew that every time there was a chip advance, AI leapt forward like 15, 20 times in capability. And I love it. I am a real, but every time tech made that leap, man woke up in the morning and spent 45 minutes looking for his car keys. I could never let man win. You'll know what I mean.
I've really got to read this book ASAP.
I can see where you're coming from then. It just felt a little sudden, but I can see why you went that way.
I just wanted it to be blatantly, good enough. Having said that, I mean, one of the things I receive a lot is people don't like how my books end because they don't like the endings. And I always think, well, I do have one book where there's a nice ending, but that's nice for the psychopath. It doesn't work like that. You don't wake up in the morning and go, oh, do you know what? I'll just go out into the world. Oh, suddenly the fucking world's against me and everything's caving in, but I'll win out. No, you don't. I hate to say this. You die. You have a horrible end. I'm up against the forces of evil, but, and most writers go, yes, but you'll battle through. No, you won't. You're against the fucking devil. You're just a bloke. You're a librarian. How are you going to beat the devil, you cunt? Oh, the devil's coming with an and I've got a out-of-date stamp. No, fuck off. You're going to die. And this is the thing. We have been brought up to learn that, oh, guess what? The little man wins. No, he doesn't. He fucking doesn't win. He dies. So let's just be honest. Here you go. Here's the devil, and here's you. Yeah, you're dead.
Well, yeah, I definitely understand that. It's
And
less
that's the thing. People
what they
say, be honest in your writing. Yeah, you're dead. And I mean, I don't want to give away the end of any of my books, but if you're going to read any of my books and want a happy ending, you're probably going to be fucking disappointed.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't that it wasn't a happy ending. For me, it just felt like it came to a stop a little too suddenly.
Well, it came to a stop because that's what it. In that situation, what do you want? Do you want a fucking party? Do you want a fucking? No. You hear dead end, it's over, mate. And
Yeah,
that's what I wanted. I didn't, it's. I don't like to suspend belief. I mean, I know I suspend belief because all of a sudden there's all these luscious robots ranging around the streets trying to kill you. That is a spiritual belief. But the idea that actually 9 times out of 10, people don't die because they've lost an epic battle. They die because there's something fucking wrong. And then she went to turn on the water, and there wasn't any, and then she died. It's not, I don't do high drama. I almost like my people to die quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, that's yeah, I mean, I like when people die too. But I did think the endings for the short stories were great, especially like Training Terrace. And I have to wonder, what was it, Being Priscilla? Was that inspired by the Velvet Underground song?
Marginally. I mean, my favourite one of those is the one that started it all off was Owning Emily. And it was, I sat in front of the telly with my missus and a documentary came on and they showed it was basically the birth of the sex robots. And they had these now, I worked as a technical journalist, so I understood AI, but they had this AI expert and he said, we could make these robots talk to the people. And they were like, yeah, this would be great. And they got this, when they finally got this AI robot with this guy who had bought dolls. He bought those weird dolls that were like, I mean, very lifelike. But they had a lovely bit with him sat by a river talking to her. And then he got hold of the hair on the back of her head and twisted her head and went, look, and twisted her head. And you think, fucking, these people are exceptionally, I mean, they're exceptional. I'm not going to slag them off. It's their thing. Yes, it's fucking mental. But then when they had this robot, and they said, and they had this guy who was an AI expert, and he said, we can make them recognize keywords and have a conversation. Now, I work with an AI, and I was like, fucking, this could be great. You could actually get a sex robot to have a very long, involved conversation and understand your wants and your needs. I know how AI works. And that word recognition, it could be, hello, how are you? Yes, I'm very well. Oh, do you like the red wine? And it could recognize red wine and go, oh, this person must be cultured. So anyway, when they finally wheeled out this fucking prototype, it sat down with this bloke and he said, hello. And it went, hello. And he said, you're pretty. And she said, would you like to fuck me? Oh, hang on a minute. You've got all that processing capability. And that's where Owning Emily came from. The idea that you could get a robot. Would you like to fuck me? Yeah, but first, would you mow my lawn? And I watched it with my wife. I watched the documentary, and straight away I said to her, I want one of these. I could go to the mow the lawn. It was just, you know. And I wrote that story. I wrote that story, and I sent it off. I think it was off to Horace Lee's Trash, which is always good for a fucking crap dirty story. And I just had a little procession of writing about. I just had a little obsession with sex robots because I thought this is going to happen. We are going to have sex robots really soon. No,
we already do, don't we?
Yeah, I know. I've got one here. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
That's the vacuum cleaner, isn't it?
It is AI advances with business cases, and there is always a business. And this is the thing. This is me being serious. This is what I'm good at. Is fucking artificial intelligence journalism.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be fucking these things soon. And do you know what? We won't do it because we don't love our wives or our girl. We'll start doing it because it's there.
Yes.
There's
Exactly.
a sex robot. I'll have a go because I've never done it before. What do you got your sex robot? What are you going to do with it? And that's where Owning Emily went with me. Getting her to mow the lawn. And then that idea of actually, if you could form an attachment with your sex robot, would you want other people fucking? No, you don't want other people fucking it. Almost bigger. It's anyway. That was that.
Feel free to opine at
Then I
length
wrote
about
something
sex
else.
robots.
Oh yeah, fucking what we got here? Fucking scumbags burning hell. Don't read that. That's horrible. That's horrible.
Well, we're excited for the next thing you're coming out with. Is this the next thing, or are you going to release something else after dog food?
Today, dog food.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which I
Very
do believe Sean's read.
Yeah.
I think he's wrong.
Like I said, it's brilliant.
Sean, can you
be on here with you?
can you give us a little synopsis of it, Sean?
Yeah. So it's about a chap who comes back from his trip to the Algarve, and once he hits passport control, things turn into a somewhat waking nightmare. I don't want to give too much of it away because you really do have to read it. But
I will.
If you ever read Kafka's The Trial, as a very good reference, I think.
Interesting. Very interesting. Peter, you said something earlier about kind of growing up with these big, long epics. Do you ever see yourself writing like a big, long Dostoevsky-esque or kind of a, Finnegan's Wake type thing? Or
Finnegan's Wake? Oh, fuck me, no. The Devil's Hairball was very much aimed at that. I suppose for me, that Cervantes and very much Voltaire type thing. I love that idea of somebody inadvertently going on a crusade, if you like. Victor in it is an everyman. He gets drunk. He commits an act of sacrilege. He molests a statue in a cathedral during a religious festival. He brings upon himself a curse because of that, whereby his wife and child become the devil's hairballs, and realizing the satanic nature of their affliction, he goes to the local monastery to try and find retribution, and they confirmed, yes, indeed, this has been brought about by her perverse behaviour, and you need to go on this quest to recover these stolen artifacts. And that is, I mean, it's indulgent. I'll say that as a writer, it was indulgent. It was round about every time you thought, are we nearly finished? You thought, nah. Dive in a little bit more. I understand for people who don't understand the saga type thing, it can be a little bit much.
Yeah.
But it's very much, and I've also had people, although nobody's adversely rated it, people say they didn't like him, but he's an everyman. He's not a superhero. He's not anything clever. He's almost like a guy, just a normal bloke, almost a backward bloke who's been pushed into it, that just doesn't want to face the problem. He doesn't want, and he's pushed onto this big adventure to try and solve something, and he just doesn't want to do it, and he's got no confidence in himself, and he gets hooked up with some various people that really he doesn't like, and it's horrible for him. He's having a really horrible, torrid time. But he meets a one-legged whore, a talking dog, an attack nun, and he gives it a go. And that's it. It's all about giving it a go. So yes, I mean, I don't want to say what happens, but yeah, ultimately,
Love it.
it's the book that I wanted to read when I was a child. It's not a child's book by any means. Just say that. But
Not
yeah,
like you fucking cut them, which is for 12-year-olds.
It's an adventure. It's a Don Quixote of the terribly masturbatory, drug-taking weird age. But yeah, it's that kind of, it's Voltaire with bum sex.
That's fantastic. I actually just bought a copy of Devil's Hairball today, so I'm even more excited to read it now. Thank you for that description. Were you going to say something, Sean?
No, he just made it sound really, really good.
I know, didn't he, man? Oh my god.
Don Quixote with butt sex, wasn't it?
I love the form of the epic, and I think that the specific kind of catharsis of the epic, especially with the typically unwilling hero, I think is really invaluable. And just like it's a device that never goes out of style, you know? Those are the most important books for the human being to write, I think, honestly, at the end of the day.
Oh, the unwilling hero. He's just like, what the fuck? I think that's the thing. I don't think I write heroes. I don't think I have heroes. I have people who are kind of dragged into shit they don't want to do.
Yeah, I was.
And then did that. I haven't got anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I was thinking earlier today about how it seems like the books on Godless really do fall into two categories, and one of them is the kind of the unwilling guy gets swept up into some crazy shit kind of scenario, and the other one is almost like let's say serial killer or mass murderer as superhero archetype, which is kind of the thing that Sean and Simon are working with a lot. So it's interesting. It's like a postmodern, post superhero form of literature where you have like these characters who are almost reactions to the super powered. So you have a lot of Joe Everyman protagonists and very poor gutter punk type protagonists. And then on the opposite end, you have like these super powered, like monster demon protagonists who just like go around raping and murdering. But you very rarely in this fiction, I think, see a hero, certainly not a successful hero. I loved the protagonist of God of Wanking, but yeah, I wouldn't call him successful. It's
Sure.
interesting.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let you answer this for a minute because for 2 reasons. Number one, I'm going to go for a piss. And number two, I'm going to get another beer.
Okay.
So off you go.
I'll
Two
do my
reasons.
best.
There you go. Sean, how are you? We're so glad that you're here. We appreciate you coming on. Yeah, man. It seems like we've had your guys' ears for almost 2 hours now, so we're
It's kind of
probably
strange, really, because I'm obviously used to watching these podcasts. Now it's kind of like the fourth wall has come down, or I've sort of stepped into the movie and I've sort of forgotten I'm actually a participant.
yeah, man.
Somebody actually watches these.
Yeah,
That's great.
but yeah, it's very strange.
That's cool, man. No, it's to me it's great. I love it, and I love the willingness of so many authors to come on and hang out with us because I think it's a really good show, and I think it's a good way to talk shop and to talk about the work. And hey, so who are you reading right now? That's the question I like to ask: is what are you reading right now at this very minute?
Well, I usually have multiple things on the go. What have I got next to me? This book by Robert McFarlane. I don't know if you heard of him.
I have. I have.
He's a British nature writer, but he writes a lot about language and how that informs our idea of landscapes.
That's interesting.
Great author. You should definitely check him out. Um, in terms of fiction, I generally just read the new stuff that comes on Godless now, But I find
Yeah.
I don't read as much of it when I'm in the process of writing, like what we're doing now with Bill There was a serial killer. Maybe because after you've spent all day writing that kind of stuff, the last thing you want to do is read about it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But I've just finished Battle Cry of Freedom, a book about the American Civil War. That was really
Interesting.
good. A biography on Robert Oppenheimer. I generally read a lot more non-fiction than fiction, to be fair.
Yeah,
But what
I
about
think.
you guys? What are you reading?
Yeah, let's have Ben go first. What are you reading, Ben?
Okay. Well, today I started reading Night Bitch by what's the name of the author? Forgot. Hold on. Bring up my Goodreads. Yeah, it's Night Bitch by Rachel Yoder. I'm only a few pages into it. It's about a woman who's a frustrated mother who had to quit her dream job to raise her baby, and all of a sudden her teeth start sharpening. She starts growing weird hair, and her husband is dismissive that anything is happening to her. So it's it definitely starts off as very intriguing, and there's obviously a very heavy feminist message into it. So I'm looking forward to reading the rest of that. Let's see. Also,
I've not heard of it. I like the
yeah,
cover.
That's a great cover.
It's a relatively new book. I think it was released just like a month ago or so.
Cool.
But I finally got it on the waiting list. It came my turn on the library waiting list, which is where I got it. Let's see. Also just finished reading Post Office by Charles Bukowski.
Oh, did you?
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
A big Bukowski fan.
It's one of his best. One of his best.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Like his
Have you read his
descriptions
others?
of I've read of his novel. I've read a ton of his poetry, and of his
Yeah.
novels, I've read "Women" and "Ham on Rye." Um,
So just
Plus, I've
factotum
read his
then.
short story collections.
Factotum is
Factotum
one
is
of my
called
all-time favorite.
Yeah.
I still think, Ben, that Factotum would probably be your favorite when you read it.
Did you see
That's
the
my
movie?
guess. Yeah, we just actually watched it for a movie night a couple of weeks ago. I love that movie so much. It's one of my
Yeah, I
all-time
thought Matt
favorites.
Dillon was great in that.
Ah, he's so good. He really nails it.
Yeah.
Matt Dillon is almost like too cool to be Bukowski. So I think
He looks like he smells too good.
Yeah.
Mickey Rourke is probably more accurate as you know what Bukowski actually was like, because Bukowski supervised the filming of the
Barfly.
screenplay for Barfly. Matt Dillon made it a little more sexy to be a dropout, like slacker, drifter, alcoholic, whatever you want to call him, right?
Matt Dillon made him a Chad, is what it
Yeah,
is.
there you
Yeah.
go.
What's that? I've not heard that term before.
You
Chad,
know, really? Wow. That must be a mostly
He's in it.
American, like
The
an
internet has
alpha
not poisoned his
male.
brain.
Okay.
Yeah,
I still,
the internet hasn't sufficiently poisoned your brain.
Yeah.
a
Was that
Chad is basically a mimetic version of an alpha male, right?
Yeah, it's like an alpha male with a cartoonishly big jaw who just like gets all the girls and is like just, ascended basically, and is the opposite of a beta. So there you go. There's your lesson. What were you going to say, Peter?
Yeah.
it's difficult because I love Bukowski, but I hear all the joy of him, and then I think about the less quoted things where he talks about bleeding out of his arse and the psoriasis and the fucking deprecation. And do you know what? I'm not, well, any of you know, I'm not putting down drinking, but Bukowski has two sides. And to me, his more tender and beautiful side is the dirty side. It's the side that reminds you that there is no life beyond that. And to me, that's what is missing in so much of this. When people go, "Oh, transgressive fucking fiction," it's all about the upside. No, the downside is actually what fucking counts. The downside, and I don't mean that in a mental health way, but almost in a literature way as well. The downside, Bukowski, he's great on the fucking highs, but he's also great on the lows, but nobody really talks about the lows. People don't identify that. Burroughs, great on the lows, but people read the fucking sparkly big side, and I think that's where we let ourselves down as a genre. Actually, where is the humanity? Everybody can have the fucking highs. The humanity, the times you discover yourself is on those lows, on those dirty times, on that painful times. That's when you realize things.
It's so true.
Everybody can get fucking hammered and have the good times. And we read about those good times and we go, fucking yeah, I could almost be there. It's when they describe the low times, the bad times, that ebb. If a writer can make me feel fucking bad when I'm not bad,
Yeah.
I recognize them. And I'll quote a great example of this, and it's not even a book. Sunday Morning Coming Down, Chris Christopherson. I love that song. And do you know why? When I hear it, it's the only song that makes me wish I had a hangover. Haven't got a hangover. I listen to that song and I want to have a hangover. And that, to me, is the art. Bukowski could do it.
Yep. I feel it.
Anybody could, and you get all these people who go, "Oh, I've written a book. It's all about drugs." Now, I'll be 100% honest with you. You can't tell me much about drugs.
Yep.
I've written a book. It's all about drugs. It's all about this. I've been through decaf. I've read this. I've read that. And I read it, and I think you ain't even fucking gone close. The people who convince me that they know about drinking, drugs, misery, love, sorrow are the people, and this is it, it's down to love, it's down to life, the people who can describe the fucking down, that misery, that horrible thing. If you understand the horror of losing someone you love, if you understand the horror of surviving something, then you understand it. Bukowski, for me, did it, but not for the reasons that, I hate to say it, that a lot of people there have talked about. Bukowski has that, sorry, I've just realised I've just slagged you all off, but Bukowski has that, there's that underbelly where you can feel uncomfortable. And if there ain't that underbelly where you feel uncomfortable, it's not real. Because nobody, and I challenge you to find me, anybody who's ever taken drugs or got absolutely hammered in this life who hasn't had that fucking horrible.
You know what?
I feel like, yeah, I totally agree. I don't know. I feel like Factotum is a very depressing book, but for me, when I was very poor and living in Tucson, it was like by far the most comforting book too. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Well, I was just going to say, I get what he means about how, your worth as a writer depends on how you describe the downs, because, I've felt passages flow. I know I'm not in anyone's league as a published author. I've had a few, 2 or 3 short stories published, and that's about it. But the passages have flown out of me when I'm in like a drug induced euphoria, but when I don't have anything, I can't produce anything, of any, literary merit. And so for somebody to be able to plumb the depths of their being when they don't have any euphoria or any type of, joy to draw from, and to use their misery as fuel and still love the process, that does get my respect, because, yeah, I haven't mastered that whole, writing when you don't have any drugs handy or any substance left. I haven't been able to master that myself yet. I feel like I can't go on when I don't have anything. So, yeah, I get that.
That's why you got to work it in your schedule.
Mhm.
It's not about alcohol or drugs. It's about being able to openly agree and openly talk about when you're at your lowest. And we've all been, even if you're not, we've all been at our lowest. We've all pissed ourselves in a fucking car park, or we've all done something wrong. But it's
during a Shakespeare play.
It's being able to, if you can't embrace that, I don't think you can fucking write anything.
Yeah, that's what I really enjoyed about Post Office. Bukowski was really good about describing the degradation a kind of repetitive job does to you. Like just like the scene where one guy who's like an exceptional worker just like all of a sudden for seemingly no reason just has a breakdown and quits on the spot, or like toward the beginning, where he has this like mean-spirited supervisor, and he even goes to like the HR or whatever and says, this guy's a fucking sadist, and the HR guy just yells at, they're an exceptional supervisor, get out of here. And later and like he's there's like another like supposedly exceptional employee who's a carrier, and he gets busted for stealing money out of the mail, and Bukowski Chinansky gets his revenge on the guy by just going up and said, "Hey, where's your exceptional worker today?" And like doing little things like that just to get back at like the assholes who you have to listen to on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of funny moments like that. And there's a lot of funny moments like the time where he falls asleep and a Christmas tree falls on him and the bulbs burn.
Yeah, I forgot all about that one, man.
There are really great passages from Post Office. I mean, like when the other mailman gets accused of being a pervert because he gives candy to kids. And then the guy has a breakdown to the point where Chinaski is going to a supervisor saying, "This man over here is sick. He needs help." And it's like he's just having a meltdown because he was accused of being a pervert, and it's like it was nothing like that. He just liked to be nice to kids, and so yeah.
Well, I don't know whether it's in Post Office or Women. There's the point where he gets that he pulls a very good-looking woman and fucks her, and then he's laying in the bed and he goes into the bathroom and he has a wank thinking about her. And his attitude is, well, I might not get to fuck her again. And it's one of those things that I don't know. There's so many people will write about stuff like that, but Bukowski had a way of explaining it that there's not many people. Now, Sean.
Yes.
Have you seen Mickey Flanagan? The comedian.
Yeah, a little bit.
Mickey Flanagan. There was something that he's a UK comedian. Very well. I like him.
I watched a little bit of him today, actually.
Sean clearly is like that.
Americans and Britons.
He's my generation, I suppose. So we are a different generation.
Yeah.
But there's a point where he says, "Oh, my wife goes out today, so I think, right, what am I going to do? First thing, have a wank, get it out. That's the job done." And to me, that's very, very funny. And I think it's that basically blokes have to have a wank. Whether you like it or not, you just think, well, get it done. And I think also blokes like to plan their day. And that thing of going, right, get it out of the way. Now I can drill the walls, hang the shelves. Oh, have I died? Is everything dead?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
No, I can still hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Right, well, I didn't say any of that then.
We can hear you.
What?
We can hear you just fine.
I don't know.
Anecdotes.
Sorry?
Yeah. I was waiting.
It was just an anecdote. Okay, right, yeah. Well, it wasn't mine. It was one of Mickey Flanagan's. So fuck him. We'll send in death threats, as we do in England whenever anything doesn't work.
Very true.
Jeremy, please give your email so people can direct all death threats there.
Oh, I already get plenty of death threats, but yeah, sickfix, SICKFIXX @gmail.com.
Yes, email
I
all of
could
your
always
death
use-
threats and all of your complaints there.
I could always use
The rest-
more death threats. Yeah. So
The rest of us, we don't want to fucking hear it.
Okay,
But
I've
Jeremy
got a
does.
question. I've got a question for Sean.
Brian, you may
Sean,
Let's not do that, Jeremy. Okay, so the other book I read this week is Hordes versus Sex Robots by somebody. But but yeah, it was a really good book. I really enjoyed it. I like the title novella. I read that in like almost one sitting. And the short stories were all really great, especially like I said, the Training Terrence one. And what was that? Watching Tabitha, I think it was something like that. That one about the sex robot with the TV head. That one was hilarious. It had a really weird ending, but it really worked for me.
Right on.
So yeah, Hordes vs. Sex Robots, good book.
I wasn't able to finish any of their books this week. I've been a bad host as usual. I'm sorry.
I tried to read. Yes, Sean. I tried to read your. I tried to read your "Die You Fucking Cunt," but I wasn't able to get that in before the show. But I will be reading that over the next week.
That's poor. That's a good book, and it's a quick read.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really.
Don't feel obligated though.
Regina compared the God of Wanking to. Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get this question in. The God of Wanking. Regina compared it to the trickster god. You know, in like Native American folklore, and I guess Loki from Norse mythology. Is that something that rings strikes the chord with you, Peter? Was that intentional?
No, right. Do you want to see the God of Wanking?
Wait a minute. Are you asking me if you
Do you-
want to see your
Do
dick?
you want to see?
Do you have him around?
I have.
Yes, please introduce.
In another room, but I have the genuine God of Wanking.
Totally. Bring him. I want to see him.
When we were children, our house was full of crucifixes and pictures of the fucking Pope and the Virgin Mary and Jesus going like that. Oh, look at my heart. Oh. And you'd wake up and with an erection and you'd go, oh, fucking one of them would be staring at you. I had an aunt in Virginia. I told she was in Virginia. I don't know. Because we were Catholics and we didn't question where. And she sent me something and we put it up in a room that was a spare room. And when you got tired of Jesus, everybody, Jesus, oh, Virgin Mary, oh, cigarette, oh, look at me, oh, yeah, fuck that. And you'd have to wank in front of that, and you thought, oh, and yet in the spare room, there was this one thing. And you thought, and he almost went, go on, crack off. do yourself, do. He had that kind of face. There was no Jesus, there was no Catholicism, there was no nothing. And that became the God of Wanking. So it was a good room to wanking, and that's where the God of Wanking comes from. Now,
Interesting.
Ironically, today, I was clearing out some shit and I found the God of Wanking.
Wow.
Would you like to see the God of Wanking?
Yes. Bring him in. I
would,
super
yes.
want to see him.
Because I'm going to have to go to the other end of the house and get him.
Yeah, I'll finish what my books are while you're doing
talk
that.
shit. Talk about my mince.
That is
Well,
a
I
pretty
have a
nice
mince.
Mincer. That's cool. That's fucking awesome.
I just realized do I sound better now?
Yeah, you sound
I
great.
never had a problem
Because I realized it was the microphone that was on was the laptop mic and not my the condenser mic that I use, so I sound semi-professional. This is a very professional podcast,
Yes.
Very professional. We are the top of the line. We were named the Quiet Place was named the #1 podcast on the internet by Arms and Assholes magazines. Very, very proud. I have it framed right in my living room, which is my entire apartment.
Magazine,
Yeah. Well, he's back, so show us the God of Wanking, please.
Drum roll.
Well, hold on. Number one, if you think this is going to be exciting,
No,
disappointing.
I think it's cool. That's
You ready?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Woo! Oh, neat. That's so cool. Interesting. So that's the God of Wanking that's in the...
Whoa. Nicely done.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
That's interesting.
So it is a truth for God, right?
Right. That is, I can guarantee you, I got that when I was about 10. So
Wow.
it's got to be 10. Oh, there you go. Well, just take 10 off my age. Silly cunt. Yes. That's nearly 50 years old.
That's so cool.
That's
interesting that you just
awesome.
found it today to show it to us. That's
Yeah.
interesting timing.
I can imagine it, doing that thing with its wings while someone is wanking in front of it.
So you weren't joking when you wrote this about a guy who's self-conscious about masturbation, huh? That was a real phase, or what? I mean,
Yes.
Well,
Part of being Catholic, buddy.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it because I mean, like I jerked off in the middle of class one time. I mean,
Oh, Jesus, Jeremy!
Are you sure that you didn't get that from Ham on Rye?
I want a one-on-one with you, mate.
Oh, what?
One-on-one with you.
Okay.
Jeremy. Come on. Now, so, tell me,
Yes.
when you were a lad, how often did you manually stimulate yourself?
Compulsively, probably 10 times a day until
Oh my God.
I was like 27, right?
Was there ever anything in your house, a picture of God, your picture of your mum, a picture of you, a picture of Patti Smith, that you couldn't face whilst you were interfering with yourself because it made you feel a bit unconscious?
Do windows count? Because that
Windows count?
Yeah, windows. Any kind of window.
Yeah.
Shuttered or no? Yeah.
Yeah. So
The slide whistle noise.
So let me work out the answer to this. Is there anything in the God of Wanking that is true? Yes. You knew that. Anybody who fucking read that back knew that. But you knew that. But yeah, of course. Right, okay. Sean.
Yeah.
Did you think for a minute when you read the beginning of God of Wanking and him fucking not liking things, did you think for a minute that has never happened? That's just made up? Or did you go, yeah, been there?
Yeah, I definitely thought that there was at least an element of truth in there somewhere.
Hang on, what do you mean there's an element of truth? You're supposed to go, yeah, been there.
No, I wouldn't admit that on the air.
Jeremy, it is
I'm stone cold sober.
that the god of wanking. Yeah, of course it's fucking true.
Did we lose
Did
Regina?
you think it wasn't true?
Did we? Well, how would we lose Virginia?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. She had a hiccup in her connection, probably.
Sorry, tried to turn it up. Go on.
Regina, did you think it wasn't true?
I'm sorry, did I think what was what?
Did you? Did anybody not read the beginning of God of Wanking and go?
Well, Regina finished it. I've only.
Jeremy, don't fucking interrupt him. I'm trying to hear what he has to say.
That's the question.
Did anybody not read the beginning of God of Wanking and go? That's clearly true.
Oh no, I felt like there was a lot of truth. I felt like it was full of true feeling.
True. I can't believe that people are even going, is it true? Of course it's true. It's true for fucking everybody in the world.
Yeah.
I wrote that for all of you. You've all done it. And then you're reading me writing about it, going, is that true? But I did it. Of course I did it. Everybody did. You didn't want to wank off in front of your mum if she was in the bed. You'd be like, oh, turn away. Oh, Vera, I've got to go in a different room. It's not just Jesus. It's fucking everything, mate. It's the time you didn't want to do it in front of your dad because he was fiddling with your arm. It's everything. Come on, back me up, Sean. Fuck me, you write filth. Back me up there. It's like the time you don't want to do it with your mum because your sister's too big. I don't know. Fucking hell. I thought we were a team.
I think every good book has some truth in it, or takes some truth, or has it. Here's the thing: is
Every
that
single one of my books has truth in it.
yeah, emotion is inherently true. You know, emotion can't be a lie. If you put an emotion into something, that's truth instantly. And so that kind of emotion, that of like this like overburdening cloud of like crippling guilt, and the way it like basically destroys this boy's relationship with his community and the community itself, was, I thought, really great. And yeah, very, very true. Definitely. I think every good book has truth, man.
I've got to say,
Something you can
Regina,
relate.
what you said is spot on, but actually, it's a little bit too over the top. It just out of way.
Yeah.
Then it happened. Yeah, but no, I mean, yeah, it's nothing I write is clever. It's all about things we've done. We've just got to admit we did it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a true fact.
Very well articulated.
Yeah. Peter, what are you reading this week? What have you been reading?
I'm reading Crackerjack by Matty Bob. It's very much set in your Jimmy Savile kind of molestation period. I do love a bit of fucking molestation. I mean, I don't fucking but I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely a compelling subject to write about. A crackerjack with a K. That's why I'm not finding it interesting.
My daughter bought me. It was my birthday not so long ago, and she bought me a Gary Glitter banded fucking notebook. Where the fuck do you get Gary Glitter memorabilia from? And to be fair, I'd broken my foot at the time, so there was a lovely period where I was stood in a local pub, which, I mean, we are very, very, very fucking in the middle of that. Well, as you know, told you about the fucking Jimmy. Oh, well. Anyway, I was fucking what's it called? The crutches up, giving it that. Come on. Come on, come on. Yeah, I mean, pedophiles, fuck it, you know. They didn't fuck me. I'm happy. Gary Glitter, yeah, he fucks kids, yeah, but he was a great rock and roll star. Jimmy Savile,
Yeah.
Jimmy Savile, I don't know. He fucked some kids, but he ran a fucking marathon smoking a cigar. Okay, paedophile, but
Do people in America know who Jimmy Savile is?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Well, true crime fans do.
Yeah.
Back into it.
Fuck you. We do not. You're thinking of Jeffrey Epstein. That's the
Yeah.
person we have a statue to.
The more we talk about paedophilia, the smaller the numbers of people get.
Yeah, Jeremy,
Yeah,
we
interesting.
got
Well, he
one
might be
more.
coming back. He's coming back.
The ghost of Jimmy Savile, kicked me.
Yeah,
Who said that? Who said
that was Jeremy.
That was me.
Seville. Savile, you prick.
Yeah, Seville is a city in Italy.
Yeah, Savile, he sold his soul to Satan to, one, be able to fuck kids, and two, to be able to fuck with podcasts after he died.
Didn't he brag about? Huh?
He used to run marathons, and the last time I did a Halloween run with my running club, I ran as Jimmy Savile. It didn't go that well when we got into the fucking bit where all the kids were. Well, fuck them. They got it. You know,
Not literally, though.
At the end of the day, I'll be 100% honest with you. When I was a kid, I would have loved Jim to fix it for me. I would have gone for that. And if the price of that had been getting fucked, I'd have gone, okay then. See, I come from a different generation. We didn't have fucking complaints. If you got fucked, you got fucked. Shut up, move on. I'm not downplaying anything. I come from an age. This is the thing I can't kind of do. I can't go, oh, I'm really concerned. I come from an age where people go, he smacked his child. Fucking good.
I know what you mean, because they never stop complaining about it. Now, it's like they let it define their whole character, and I mean, or be it from.
They want to. I mean, I saw this guy, and I'm gonna be fucking 100% honest there. This is not my joke. This is somebody else I saw. Well, I saw this guy, and this was about 10 years ago, and this was admittedly at the time acceptable with the fucking people of London. And he said, I like smacking children, but I don't see people. So he said, I went to my brother's house, and his child, he gave him some cereal, and his child got the cereal, and he poured it on the floor, and went, I don't want the fucking cereal. And he said, I would have hit him. He said, but my brother doesn't believe in hitting children. So all he did was said, pick that up, you fucking cunt!
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of fallen, although it was a joke, I kind of fallen in the midway for that. I would have shouted that at the end, but initially I would have just fucking cracked his neck. I didn't get it. I grew up getting smacked around the fucking head by my dad, and I loved it. I didn't know it at the time, but it stopped me from being a mass murderer.
Yeah, probably.
Well,
Sounds like it. My significant other, is from your generation, and they definitely, it's the attitude is much more just
whoa,
people get abused.
What did you say? Did you say, Virginia, about my generation? Sorry, didn't hear it.
Oh, my significant other is from your. What's that?
Oh, go on, what?
My significant other is from your generation, and it's
right. How old is he?
he is 66, so
Not my generation. I'm young.
not quite. Oh, so you're Gen X. You're Gen X, eh?
No, it's all right. I'm only joking.
Yeah, no, it's just but it seems like. Okay, let me adjust my language. It seems like anybody over the age of 45 is used to getting the shit beaten out of them, molested on the way to school, and then kidnapped and sent to like a mine to, mine fucking lithium for 10 years before they turned 18, so they just don't really give a shit about any kind of thing abuse.
I think, you know what? I think that's pretty spot on. Yeah, I mean, I got the weirdest thing. Right, let me put it this way: the weirdest thing that ever happened to me was I sat with my wife having a meal with her daughter's family, who's not my daughter, but with her family, and they said something about, oh, how important it is to family, and I went, I can't be asked. And I heard my wife say, oh, he was abused. And I thought, I wasn't abused. I was never fucking abused.
Mm-hmm.
But to hear somebody else say it made me go, oh, hang on a minute. When did I actually have? So, family's a weird thing to me because I'm sure I had it. I don't feel it. I'm not like a victim, but I don't care that much.
Yeah.
This is the thing for me that works, is that in a way, I'm quite a cold person because I don't care that much. The only people, but if I care about people, I'll fucking die for them. So I don't really care about. I've got one sibling I care about. My whole family, I don't give a shit about. I care about my missus, care about our family, but I kind of have realised that maybe I'm a little bit spiteful. I kind of like violence. I'm not a violent person, and I'm not a weird person. I'm not a psychopath. But every now and again, mate, I can't even remember what you asked. It was something about, yeah, I don't know.
I think we were just talking about the way people are very. I would say to your comment earlier about your wife writing off you as being abused. I feel like abuse is circumstantial and it's cultural. And
let's go back. What was the original thing you asked?
I think I was just kind of talking about how I think the original thing I asked was, or at least commented, was how it seems like everybody over the age of 45 was like systematically just abused as a part of life, And I wouldn't say it, it is abuse by today's standards.
I mean, I think, yeah, okay, I think, right, okay, I don't know. I think that in our time, taking that rather than not being personal, in our time, abuse was actually fucking quite common in our time. But I'm not saying this like Oh, I hate these people that go, oh, we were abused. No. In the era we grew up in, and that is really in the era we grew up in, yeah, you got battered if you were a twat. You got fucking, it was difficult, it was hard, but then again, would I change it? No, I fucking loved it. I look sometimes at the ages, and I'm lucky enough to not look back with bitterness. I look at the ages. Fuck me, I love the time I grew up in. Yes, it was horrible. Yes, it was hard. Yes, you got fucking. But do you know what? We got to play. I mean, in London, the underground. We had the underground. No one knew how to manage the underground. We had an underground railway, and as kids, we would just get up on a Saturday morning and go out and bunk on the train. And
That's
old
fun.
men going, got a ticket. Of course we didn't. We just run through. We could go anywhere in London. We would just disappear in these fucking rattles, and they were rattles. And you know. You wouldn't send anybody back then down the fucking tube. But that's what we did. That was where I grew up. I loved every fucking minute of it. I loved every minute of it, every bit of that insanity. And you could pop up in the middle of the tube, in the middle of fucking London, but it would be fields. I'm old, as you keep saying. London is not what it used to be, but it was great. You could pop up in the middle of the heath. It was mad, and it was also the time that the world went, oh, we got these things, LSD, and fairings. It was a golden age. None of us were drugs. None of us were fucking idiots. It was magnificent. And it taught us all. It gave us a confidence. It gave us something. And we all wanted to do art. You know? And I was in a band. I was in a fucking punk band. And I was in a punk band that was so good, people wanted to sign us, and the minute somebody wanted to sign us, I went, I'm leaving. Because I didn't actually want to be in a punk band, but I enjoyed being in a punk band. It was fun.
That's the true punk reaction, though, is as soon as there's the sniff of success, well, that's it, you know. They wouldn't have called you a sellout, you know.
I do genuinely believe that, I don't know, no one can tell me, but I believe I was in the golden age. Now,
well, for what it's worth, I would have rather. For what it's worth, I would have rather. I mean, I love the '80s and '90s, but I almost would have rather grown up in your time, just because it wasn't so soft and overly complicated like today, you know, and just endless mental gymnastics for no real reason, you know. I hate it.
Because I'm going to do a wee.
All right. He's going to do a wee, everybody. I think that's what he's
saying. I'll call the name.
So, Sean, how do you feel about your first time here? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's sort of descended into a bit of a therapy session / wedding when someone's drunk uncle that you don't know comes over.
That's
yes.
Quiet Place, man.
Yeah, that's our aesthetic. That's our aesthetic
Yes.
for sure.
Thank God you don't drink, Sean. I don't think we could deal with two peshed Brits.
Yeah, I don't want you to get the wrong impression about us either.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
I'm only not drinking because it's too early and I have to work tomorrow.
Oh, right. Okay.
Has Godless...
Plus, I've only got 3 beers left in the fridge. I want to save them.
Right.
I don't recall there seeing any anthologies under the Godless banner yet, but has Drew talked about doing any anthologies? There's
Well,
huh?
Yeah,
uh,
they haven't done anthologies, but I mean they're doing series, and I think
yeah,
they talked
that's
about
totally cool.
doing a collaboration with Madness Heart in order to do like a printed version of one of the series, like either I can't remember if it's I think it's the Godless League.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, it'd be great to see some of them in print, actually, in sort of paperback format, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
keep.
yeah, I've only read Stabberger, but I like that one a lot.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah, Stubborn is funny.
do you see yourself writing this depraved, like cult lit or whatever you want to call it, for the long term, or is there some other big story out there that maybe you're waiting to sharpen your skills before you approach? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. I mean, I was quite surprised more than just my parents and a few close friends actually read any of my books. But yeah, I don't really think too much in terms of how gross things will ultimately end up being. It must just be part of my sense of humor to want to do it that way. But I'm sure there'll come a time where that changes. I mean, Simon and I have already discussed maybe doing something a bit different next year. I mean, there's a slasher that we've got planned called The Swine, and we might venture into something a bit more mainstream as well. So, but we'll see. I
That's
mean,
very exciting.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't want to keep
Well,
doing the same thing all the time, really, do you?
we know a little bit more about Peter's influences. Like he mentioned Gogol, who wrote Dead Souls earlier. That's one of my favorites, and he mentioned a few others, but and the video nasties and whatnot. What about
Yeah.
what influences you?
Yeah, just in terms of movies, stuff like Evil Dead 2 is
Ah,
very
yeah.
influenced because you've got that mixture of comedy and horror.
Mm.
Um, Peter Jackson's early films like Bad Taste and Brain Dead, which I think is called Dead Alive in the States, isn't it?
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
yeah, so a lot of movies, um, probably more than literature, I think, and stuff like cartoons and sort of British comedy, like I said before, The Young Ones, Bottom, even like Monty Python. So I think it's just a lot of different facets of popular culture that's sort of comes out from the subconscious more than being anything that I consciously am influenced by.
Hmm. Totally.
I
Very
mean, what
interesting.
about you, Regina? I'm quite obviously you're quite a prolific writer, so I'm interested in knowing about your influences and whatnot.
Wow, what are my influences? Well, I really like outsider art and punk art, so like Joe Coleman, or when it comes to writing horror, I love the Apocalypse Culture books, which are nonfiction essays, but really deal with very, out there, fringe kind of cultural topics and like fun, just like really dark stuff. It's really interesting. I love the Marquis de Sade is very influential on me. Gene Wolfe is a sci-fi author who is
Yeah,
one
I
of my
recently
favorites.
read Peace.
Oh, did you? What did you think?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
Uh, One of my all-time favorite books. It just makes me feel so much. It's
It's
just
hard to
amazing.
describe. I've been trying to
Yeah.
tell people about it, but I haven't been able to actually describe it to them.
Yeah, it's like you open this book and it's like opening a book that becomes like this four-dimensional model of reality, and
Mhm.
it's just amazing. It's like you experience it on all these different dimensions. It's totally impossible. It's
Yeah.
like, a guy reminiscing is really the best pitch you can give because you
Yeah.
can't talk about it without spoiling it. Like it's
I think
amazing. That's
one of
cool.
my biggest literary influences is probably Flannery O'Connor.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
haven't actually read anything by Flannery O'Connor. I only know her from her love of peacocks, really. What's
Oh,
your
right.
favorite Flannery book?
a Wise Blood.
Interesting.
And they made a film of it as well, a John Huston film, which is really
Oh,
good.
that's
So yeah,
interesting.
definitely worth checking out as well.
I will. That's a
Nothing
great
gothic,
recommendation.
I think they would describe it as. But there's sort of elements of what I would class as bizarro in it. I mean, there are moments which are just off the wall weird. Maybe
interesting.
Peter's heard of Wise Blood. You familiar with that one, Peter?
Yeah, I
Peter,
don't think he heard you.
Peter, can you hear us?
Yeah.
He was asking if you'd heard of Wise Blood by Flannery O'Connor. Have you read that one?
No.
Nope.
No, I'll say no.
Uh-huh.
Do you guys like Shirley Jackson?
To be honest, I haven't actually read anything by Shirley Jackson.
Oh man, you should check her out. You should. Do Haunting of Hill House.
I'm going to be honest. I read classics and then I read people who interest me. And
Fair
by
enough.
people who interest me, I mean people that I'm coming across. I don't come from this world. I'm just an old fucker who started writing books, and so there are people that kind of intersect with what I'm doing. So I'm almost new to this.
Well, Shirley Jackson is a classic author. She hasn't been alive for a long time, but not quite that classic. Little like 40 years, 60 years.
I'm kind of learning. I read what I read, and then I worked what I worked, and then when I thought, I'll be honest with you, I kind of went like that. Maybe I'll write something, and where do I go? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I said last week. I'm not horror. I'm not bizarro. I'm none of these fucking things. I don't know. I didn't even know why people in fucking Godless are reading that. Because I kind of don't fit in. I just drop into some of the gaps.
But it's your stories. It's the thing is that it doesn't matter, what the genre is. The story is relatable, and it doesn't even need to have. I think ultimately, although Godless obviously thrives off of horror, I think Godless is really a community of our outsider authors, who don't fit in, and whose works are just too weird to get any kind of traction on Amazon, but just weird enough to find an audience on Godless, And I think that describes you very much, Peter.
I agree, but it's that big old. I don't know. I mean, I'm shit market anyway. But I always find that thing. Where do I promote it? So I actually just think, well, I like Drew. I like his mentality. I like the whole fucking thing. I just do it. I chuck it out. Is it ever going to be great? No. I don't really know.
I disagree with that.
In the way that, I've got one book where you're looking at people's scapular infections and people's arseholes. You've got another book where actually someone's just been on holiday to the old world. I don't know. I just write it, I just put it out there. If I sell one, if I sell 10, if I sell 100, I don't give a fuck. I just like writing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the problem. I think there are people. I mean, I love Sean. He seems to like what I write. Simon likes what I write. There are some readers that like what I write. There are some people that I like. It's not mass appeal, but I don't really know. I'm not looking for anything. I just write it, and fuck me, if I like it, good. Happy days.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my approach. as
It's
well.
to me. I just tell stories, and if you don't want to hear a story, fuck off.
That's right. You tell him, brother.
That might sound a bit brutal, but yeah.
You sound like a character. Here's the thing, is that I think right now there's a lot. There was a Twitter thread about this the other day where somebody was talking about, how they felt they had been told to, go to Twitter. People want to know your personality. And I responded to them, and it's like, yeah, I like how people thought they wanted to know writers' personalities until they realize that all great writers have fucking terrible personalities, and then they wanna censor your work based on your personality now.
Okay, let's play
It's
the
like
game.
fuck.
Let's play the game. Let's start with Jeremy.
Okay.
Right. Personality. Jeremy, do not speak. Everybody, say Jeremy's personality in one word.
Oh.
Oh dear.
No, just do it.
Jeremy's personality. Do we just
In
like one word?
In one word.
In one word. Naive. There you go.
Ah.
Shut up. Move on.
Dum.
Oh.
Yeah, my only
That's
encounter-
what Frank's description of Jeremy's personality is.
Fist bump. Thumbs up.
What,
Fist bump.
what were you going to say, Sean? Maybe
I
so.
was gonna say,
Sean, one
this is
word.
my only encounter with you so far, so I'll just have to say
Sean,
hospitable.
one word.
Oh, thank you.
There. That's good.
Okay,
Balance.
back to Peter.
Challenging.
Challenging. That's a good word.
What,
That's
me?
a good thing to be. I think that's a good thing to be.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a positive trait to be, isn't it? Challenging.
Yeah.
Right. Move on.
Were we just picking on Jeremy?
Yeah.
Where are we
I
going?
mean, we do that all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's true.
Do I get to
Now,
christen them with one word?
I think you should, yes.
Yeah, you should.
The way you hate it.
We
What
don't
did he
hate him. We just think he's a dummy.
No. Well, I think that was a really interesting process because I always feel like whatever you call somebody else, you're really just projecting your own self-perceptions onto that person. So, geez, dum-dum Ben, why are you such a dum-dum?
I know I
I've
am.
got to say that I love Jeremy to death. But
Us too.
it was one of those things that you see, you go, oh, Jeremy, people go, oh, it's so many fucking things. And I thought, do you know what? I want to find some fucking dirty background cunt. But no, I couldn't find anything. All I could actually find is, ooh. And it's like, fucking, it's a bit like, when your mum snogs an uncle and everyone goes, oh, they go, no, but did she fuck her? Ooh. And then Jeremy has this, ooh, but no one will actually say what he did. So, Jeremy, I'm going to challenge you now, mate.
Okay.
If it is just not ooh, who the fuck did you shit on?
Yeah, I do kind of want to know this.
Let's see. Bradley Sands, Jeff O'Brien, Rose O'Keefe, Kevin
He
Chamel.
has a whole enemies list. What are you talking about?
I know.
Let's see. Cameron
but
Pierce,
listen,
even
Jeremy,
though I'm a fan.
Wait.
Yeah.
Did you slag these people off, or did you physically shit on them?
Well, I peed on someone's book.
Well, but you beat on their
I
butt.
forgot about that.
Did you physically shite on them?
No.
Well, then it's a nothing. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Next subject.
Yeah, no, that is the amazing part, you know. It's like people who have opinions that just.
Can I just say, and I don't know if I have said this, Sean,
Yeah.
I fucking love your books, man. I fucking seriously love your books.
Thanks, man. That means a lot.
No, I just wanted registered. I haven't registered reviews on some of them due to the fact that I read a lot, but then I just park them because I can't be asked to write reviews. As these lot will tell you, I can sometimes get a little bit distracted.
Okay.
Don't fucking laugh, Jeremy. I tried my best.
Sorry. Simon was offering up suggestion in private message for later.
What's he saying?
You want to know? Really?
Yeah,
He wants a
Sean Hawker
separate.
OnlyFans.
He wants a separate clip of you squirming on the subject of your guns. You know.
I'm not surprised.
Even if Jeremy doesn't clip that, just so everyone knows, you can always download this video and clip it yourself.
There you
That's
go.
right.
17 inches.
Oh, God.
Huh?
I know you guys are gonna run away with each other.
Do you work out or something? Is that what he's getting at, or?
I don't know. I don't know where he's got this
I don't
fixation.
know. He's the only female fan who's interested in seeing Sean's guns, I think.
But I do think you should meet his demands.
There you go. Peter demands it.
No.
Peter's like, entertain us.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Well, it is the afternoon here and it's almost dinner time, so I should depart while there's a window before you guys have another great conversation. What's that? What am I having for dinner? I'm not sure. I think we're gonna have curry probably, but we'll see what happens when we get there in a few minutes. So
if we're still going,
and by there I mean to the kitchen.
If we're still going an hour from now, do you want to come back in or?
Maybe, yeah. If dinner doesn't take too long, we still have to cook and do things. So it might be more like 2 hours. But yeah, if we are still going on, I will stick my head back in, or at least try to.
Did you set a place at the table for all of us, or just?
I would have if I could have, man. If I could push delicious food through the screen, I would. Maybe I'll take a picture of dinner.
I had a 27-day aged rib of beef, which I roasted.
Whoa.
I'm a fucking meat cunt.
Me too. I love meat.
Yes.
Oh,
dude.
Do you know what? Do you know what I mean? You don't like me, like me. I have, well, yeah, actually, do you want to see where I'm sat?
Yeah, I wanted to see more of this little area with the mincer. Oh, shit.
Hang on a minute. I've just got to undo that.
How many beers do you have on tap? We were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, we wanted to know what beers you had.
See that? This is where I make my sausages.
That's so awesome. Oh, God, I bet they're really good.
So you slaughter the pigs yourself?
Yeah, I slaughter a fucking pig. Punch a cunt in the face. It's not like, it's only a pig. I've done my time, mate. We don't fuck about.
That's great, man.
Sorry to interject, but I have to make a move if that's okay. I'm not sure what podcast etiquette is, but it being midnight here and working in the morning.
Is it getting late for you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's midnight now. So
okay. do you want to plug anything or hype anything else that we haven't already or whatever before you go?
No. Just a shout out to everyone who's read the book so far. Thank you very much. It does mean a lot more than you could ever know. Just head over to Godless or Amazon. Put my name in. You'll find stuff if anyone else is interested and has yet to read it.
Mhm.
And the next.
George,
Yes.
I'll get in touch, mate.
Yes,
Because
please
you're
do.
only in Gloucester, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said,
have a beer.
you have to come down and
No, we'll have a beer.
show you
man.
the sights
Yeah.
of the Shire.
Yeah. We'll have a beer.
Cheese rolling. Show you where Fred West lives.
Now, nice, interesting.
Yeah. Listen, mate, I come from fucking Tottenham. We've got more murders.
Oh yeah.
We've
the
got
top
more
trumps, you win,
murders than you.
Peter
Well,
would be your appropriate adult, isn't that what they call it? The witness to the person who takes the confessions of the killer, isn't that what they call him? An appropriate adult.
When I met my wife, she moved down to where I lived, and when she moved, literally, she came into our house and she went, "I am fucking living here," and I said, "Okay." And our you used to get like in the UK, we get these things like free fucking newspapers. Our last free newspaper as we moved out was that a prostitute's body had been found in a dustbin. That the police were looking for her head.
Oh, Jesus.
So we didn't have her head. And where we moved to, where my missus insisted we move to, we had another free newspaper with another dustbin story, and it said, "Would the people who are using the bin for household waste please stop, because the council can just collect it for you." And I was like that to my missus, "Where's the dead fucking prostitutes?"
Jesus
Anyway.
Christ.
Yeah, that stuff happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's so bizarre and sad.
Yeah, Fred West used to say that.
Oh, yeah,
Fred West.
Yeah, you got Fred West, didn't you?
We do. Yeah.
Fred West. He used to say that. What was it? That the ghosts were coming up out of the basement. I kind of believe him, man. I don't know.
Yeah, he was off his nut.
Mm-hmm. But Rose West was just as bad or worse. Come to find out, right?
Yeah.
Fascinating story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that he's caning you on fucking Fred West. You should have that up your arse, mate. You should have that.
You gotta whip out all the facts.
All right, so we've had two people trying to excuse themselves, and I'm keeping them. I apologize.
Sean, thank you for coming on. Peter, if you're gone by the time I come back, thank you also for coming on. We'll be back later.
Fine. What, are we leaving now?
I'm leaving. You can stay. You're welcome to stay, and I'll probably be back in a little while, maybe if I can. So if you're still here when I come back, we'll talk more. Otherwise, good night.
Yeah, good night.
Just tell me
Good night, Sean. Thanks for coming.
So just us three guys now.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Now that the fraud's cleared out of the room, now we can get down to brass tacks, right?
We
So
can
what's
talk
up?
about football. I don't know anything about football.
I don't either. I don't even
No, don't worry about the football. I support the worst fucking football team in the world.
Which is what?
Tottenham.
What is it?
Tottenham.
We wouldn't know it. We're
Tottenham?
Americans.
Trust me, you don't fucking know it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's
Okay.
move on. Move on, you cunts.
I love
Jeremy,
the
what
way
have you been?
I love the way you guys say cunts over there. It's so much more majestic than here.
Well, but you know what? You fucking. I I don't know. I was with my missus and we went to get fucking. She was hungry. Just went in a bar. Said, you got a bag of crisps? You know, it's not fucking hard. You can't. It's not hard. It's a bag of potatoes. It's not hard to understand. Have you got a bag of crisps? This is my wife, not me. I'm a fucking antagonistic cunt. But, you know, he went, what's that? No, a bag of crisps. Crisps. Do you mean chips? No, we don't mean chips. Chips? No. He said, yeah, we got it. What? Ranch flavour. And we went, what the fuck is ranch flavour? He could have just said chive. But he didn't. He went ranch. We're like, what the fuck is... And I said, get some horses on a building. It's a fucking building. It's a ranch. Yeah. Is that ranch flavour? Yeah. Well, what does it taste like? No, fucking... It's so much violence that doesn't need to fucking happen.
Americans are fat and unsophisticated.
Ranch
The only
flavour
time
really, actually, is fuck all. Tastes of nothing. It's just a nice like mayonnaise. You wouldn't know what that is. You'll be like, right? No. It's like a fucking thing. It's a thing we do in Europe with some eggs. And some fucking... Why? You won't know what it is, you cunt. Well, do you know what? Tastes just like ranch, but better. Right, anyway, what were you fucking talking about?
Somebody get this man some crisps. That's what I was talking about.
Crisps!
How hard is it?
Crisps. You go, chips. No, fuck off. Chips! I like big.
You mean fries?
Do you know what? Do you know when you buy chips, when you fucking get Susan, the fishmonger's daughter?
Oh, yeah. The fishmonger's daughter. We all know
Susan,
her.
Yeah. Do you want a beer? Yeah, you buy her a fucking shandy. You go in, mate. Go back. Yeah, right. When I say get back.
She knows how to mongers up some fish, doesn't she?
Back round the back of the pub. You can, in America, you can do what you want. But this is what we fucking do.
Apparently, like shandies over there, they're supposed to be. Well, an actual shandy is supposed to be like a mix of beer and something like a fizzy.
You lot, you just go like that. Hello, I'm from Amazula. And the girls go, yeah, you don't get that.
Well, over here, apparently, they think a shandy is a. I don't know what is a mix of beer and lemonade, but the lemonade we have here is like not fizzy.
Shandy. You know what a hand shandy is? Shit, is this fucking being recorded? Because I don't really
Yes.
want to be. Oh well, fuck it. Right, a shandy, a beer and a lemonade, a hand shandy. Not that. A girl will give you a hand shandy.
That won't work over here because our lemonade's not fizzy.
You cunts haven't even got hand shandy. She wanks you off. It's fizzy. Right, fuck it up. Do I have to explain everything?
I don't know what a chandley is.
A shandy.
You know what a shandy is?
Is that like a song?
It's a beer.
It's a beer
Oh, okay.
with a bit of lemonade in it.
No, we call that beer here.
What?
No, it's a shandy. But the difference is that a British shandy has the lemonade they have over there is fizzy. It's
No,
carbonated.
you fucking knob.
Okay.
Right. A shandy is a beer with some lemonade.
Oh.
And shandy when you pour a glass of fucking beer and then you pour some fucking you cunts for real, you then add the lemonade.
We call that Mike's Hard Lemonade here in
No,
America.
it's a shandy. Lemonade. Lemonade is just a lemonade with alcohol in it.
You fucking
Oh, okay.
do. I'm
Okay.
glad you do. Do you know what? I'm fucking
What?
over the moon.
Oh, see, there's a
All right.
website and everything. See, look,
Yeah,
I'll
you
even.
can get all the fucking websites. Right. But,
See, that's what we call it in American. Mike's Hard Lemonade.
yeah,
That's not a shandy. There's no beer in it. It's just lemonade with alcohol in it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Fucking, you know. Here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
Here's the fucking thing, right? What you're doing is funny, but you've been the wrong person. Right. So you know when your fucking mum wants to come?
Well, no, but
No, because my mom's dead.
No, I'm having to fucking bring him back because you're doing that. Ooh,
I'm sorry for doing the ooh thing.
Back to
Okay.
the fucking beginning, cunt.
Okay, back to the beginning.
Right? You know when your mum is desperate to come?
I can imagine, I guess.
Well, me and you have been there. So, stop it!
I'm not doing anything.
Oh man, your mum is so disappointed.
Are you threatening him with a
Ben,
knife, Jeremy?
No.
Ben,
What?
your mum
Okay.
is crying. She's fucking crying on my shoulder now.
I know she does. She cries every night when she sees what I turned out to be.
Right, so shut the fuck up.
Mm.
This is clearly not going out, is it?
Not gay? Is that what you said? Okay. I'm trying real hard.
we have ended things, haven't we? All right, I'll write shit books. He's a pervert. I don't know.
I don't know what to say. Whatever I say is going to be wrong anyway, so, right?
Oh yeah, that's true all the time, Jeremy.
Listen,
Where are
it's
those
always
crisps ever getting to this
always-
table or what?
It's always fucking wrong.
Uh-huh.
It's always wrong. Let me tell you, it's always wrong. Well, they
Okay.
took me down with the police in the UK, took me in the fucking thing, laid me down, shot me in the head. It was always wrong. But as I said,
You're still walking though, right?
fucking catch us. Yeah. So, where are we? Where's your mum again?
I don't know where we are. This is uncharted territory for me.
I don't know. I will admit now, I've fucking lost the kind of I've forgotten where we are.
Well, I think we're out of the literary podcast territory, and now we're into drunken revelry territory, so we can kind of go wherever we want to from here, right? All the broads are gone, and yeah. Right?
Because as usual, Jeremy scared away the hose.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know where we were going, but yeah.
It was somewhere good, though. I know that.
Is this off, or we're just having a chat?
We're still recording, but we can have a chat.
Oh, fuck it. I don't care.
I don't either. This is how we do every week, so yeah.
Ben,
Peter.
I love what you do, mate.
Oh well, thanks. I don't know what I do, but I'm glad you like it.
That right there, that's what he's talking about.
I'm kind of, I don't know, I think, I like what you did tonight with Sean. I think there is a fucking serious new wave coming of good people.
Mm.
I'm not part of it. I'm an old man. I'm just kind of sat in the background. They seem to like me, which I'm not going to fucking complain about. But I really do think there's something happening. And I think you guys need to fucking latch on to it. There is something fucking very good happening.
And Greasy agrees.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about with Godless or overall or what?
Overall, I think overall. Can I ask you something, Jeremy? I'm going to ask you something.
Okay. Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. All right.
Is this are we on or off?
Are we
We're
on?
on.
We're on the air as we speak.
Right. I'll tell you something and we go off.
Okay. I don't know when that'll be.
Well, okay. Then
You could put it in the private chat if you wanted, though. If you wanted to say it.
It's not right.
Okay. Was it important or?
It's kind of important, but
Okay.
it's not. No.
Will you remember? Will you remember it later? That's the more important question.
I'll remember it till the day I die.
Good. Which is many, many years from now.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Well,
You said
do you
last
want a
week.
clue? Do you want a fucking clue? Right.
Well, who does have a clue?
What?
Who does have a clue about it? Right?
Who does have a clue?
You said last week.
Do you know what? Give me fucking 10 seconds and I'll fucking talk to you.
10 seconds. Got you.
Give me 10 seconds off the air and I'll talk to you.
Okay. I mean, I can't stop right now. It'll end the show.
No,
But
that's fine. That's fine. I think that there is. I can see as an old person, and I am an old person, but I can see a fucking wave coming of that is going to change the world of fucking horror literature. And it's not horror. It's not. And people go, oh, it's horror. It's fucking splat. It's not. It's people who have got a voice. And you can see it coming. It's fucking important. And I find that quite important myself. I will champion. But we're gonna run out of boredom because you won't talk to me.
because I won't talk to you. I'm talking to you right now, right?
Stop playing Five Finger Fillet.
Okay. I'm focused. Okay, go ahead.
I'm done.
Did he say over and out?
I'll talk
Are you
to
ready?
you about over and out. Yeah.
Okay.
What? Did I chase him off or what?
Yes, you scared him away with your scary knife, you dum-dum.
You think he's never been at knife point before?
Not over the internet. It's a new and a scary experience for someone as old as he is.
What about you? How do you feel about this?
Come at me, bro. I've got a bigger knife.
Would this make you do things?
Masturbate.
You like this knife in your face, boy?
Not as much as you'll like 2 knives in your face, bitch.
How do they do that? Oh, look, I got it.
You have to stab hard.
That's what I was trying to do.
You know what you can do to make it really stick is put your hand there. And just put it through your hand.
Don't put ideas in my head right now. What do you think it was he wanted to say?
I don't know. I don't know how a Pesh British person thinks.
Is Gregor ever coming on?
I don't know.
I know he wasn't doing the 4 p.m. thing with us, but it's 7:17 Eastern, so normally he would be on by now. So I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know. Message him. Maybe he's mad at you again.
I'm tired of this everybody being mad at Jeremy thing. I'm going to let him be mad,
No one's actually mad at you. That's the joke.
Well, yeah, they are. That's why
No, they're not.
I get death threats every week still.
Well, but then you get death threats because, people
And
suck, not because you suck.
Some faggot named, oh man, I messed up.
Are we really doing this now? And are you gonna, why don't you just point the camera down and play Five Finger Fillet instead?
Some faggot named, what was his name? Duncan or Calvin? It was Calvin or something. Gavin. Gavin said, you should just quit now and kill yourself. Motherfucker, if I wasn't around,
That's like trolling 101.
Huh?
That's like a trolling 101. That's what a 12-year-old says.
Yeah, motherfucker, if I kill myself now, then
12-year-old on 4chan be like, you suck, SUCK, KYS.
Yeah. Motherfucker, if what I did a few years ago is all it takes, if what I did a few years ago is all it takes to curdle your milk, then motherfucker, you are soft-shelled. Fuck you. Suck a dick from a dead corpse.
Are you really letting the most basic 12-year-old on 4chan trolling get you this mad?
Hey, Gavin, suck a dick from the corpse in Dead Inside. Either one, any of the corpses from Dead Inside, suck their dick. What did he just see? What did you just see, Void? I don't know.
Suck dick.
I got a knife to stay upright. How about that, huh?
Yeah, he stuck it in his dick. That's why it's standing up like that.
That's what he just saw. What else did you see? I don't know, man. You want to come in here?
You didn't see shit, Uncle Void. Not a goddamn thing. Don't tell anybody about
Wait.
this.
Peter's back. Okay. Are you ready to share now or what? What was it that did I drive you away before or what?
No, you didn't drive me away.
Oh, okay. You were just taking a break, having a breather.
I was having a moment.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I had, scared you off or done something unintentional. People are hard to read from my vantage point.
People are hard to read.
People are hard to read.
In the last 2 weeks, I found out I've got some sort of brain cancer. I don't know the value. I don't know which value I have because I'm having fucking enormous tests. We will find out which one it is. I'm going to beat the fucker, or it's going to beat me. So we're in a bit of a battle. Last time, I came on. I was a bit pissed last time.
At us or someone else?
Yeah, I was dealing with a lot of shit, but I am not gonna fuck about, and I am not gonna fucking lose, and I'm saying this to you because do you know what? I kind of wondered whether I should keep it to myself. And actually, I don't think I fucking should. It's my life. I don't want to be defined by the person who has it. But yeah, it's in that. So that's why I kind of don't fucking make a joke about it, you cunt.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm taking it very seriously.
Do you know what?
Okay.
I know this guy who fucking does after dinner speaking, and he's quite famous for in sports, and he got invited to do this after dinner speaking just after he got over his cancer treatment, and he was known for sports, and he thought, oh my god, I've got a, and he was a comedian. He said, oh my god, I've got to fucking do a joke. I can't just turn up and go, ooh. And his thing was, I've got to do a joke about cancer, but it's got to be incredible.
Mm.
And I thought it was brilliant because I do joke about mine, and well, it's why it kind of, I didn't want us to end that weird. I wanted you to know why, but it just got a bit weird. So, yeah, it's still there. And he said, I want to go and see my doctor. And my doctor said, I've got bad news for you. He said, you got Alzheimer's and cancer. Thank fuck for that. I thought for a minute you said I had cancer.
I see what you're saying. I didn't know whether it was appropriate to laugh or not. You know?
That's funny. Yeah, we can laugh about this shit.
So for those who may have missed it, the guy got a double diagnosis of Alzheimer's and cancer, and he said, "Wait, I thought for a minute you said I had cancer." Right?
Sorry. So we on. This is the beginning of your next show. He said.
By the way, our other co-host Gregor is on now. Say hi to Peter Caffrey, Gregor.
Hi, Peter Caffrey.
Oh,
He's
right.
cool. He's cool. I think he's your age or close.
Hang on. This is the beginning of the main show. I've come on to try and explain something to you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And just gone, oh, by the way, just let you know I've got cancer. Yeah, okay. That's hysterical. No, it is actually my life. It is hysterical. Do not fucking know. Fuck you. Do not feel sorry for me.
Don't take it lightly either, though. I mean...
No, listen. This is a very weird thing because we just did your daytime show. And I just came back on to kind of explain something I'd said.
I understand. Yeah.
And guess what? Yeah. I hope you all have a really good show. Yeah. I'm not bothered. Well, I am bothered. I mean, quite clearly I'm bothered. But I felt like I fucked your show up. And I don't want to do that. No,
you didn't do
seriously. I'm doing this. I'm fucking doing this all day long, mate. Oh,
Are you saying that it took some effort to do this? Is that what you're saying?
To some effort to do what?
To come on here and be as candid as you are right now. Is that
No,
oh, okay.
no. I was. Well, we've just done that fucking the UK show, haven't we?
Well, we did, yeah.
And I said something at the end of it that
Jeremy, stop doing that when the cat's right next to it.
The cat's all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just said something at the end of the show.
Mm-hmm. You
Right.
did know we were still on the air, right?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know. But, I mean, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I've got cancer. That's it. But I haven't told many people. And then at the end, oh, fucking, I don't even know why I'm fucking bothering.
Well, I mean, it would be in incredibly bad taste to continue to, play, punch up on it, and have a laugh at it. But it would be just as bad to offer, suggestions on how to treat it like we're doctors or something or therapists. So it's kind of a strange place to.
Right, Jeremy.
Yes.
Listen. Right, number one. I said something on the other show that I didn't realise, and then it was. He did the other show because we were Brits. It's just a line made now. And then you went, oh, we're going over the other show. I felt there was something that was left. So I thought I'd explain it to you. I didn't realise it was another show. It's not a big fucking secret. I'm not bothered. Get on with your fucking show. I'm not that fucking bothered. I'll do it with my own life. Don't worry. But I'm very sorry that I mentioned that because I didn't think at first we're discussing this in public and it shouldn't be. It was literally as we ended the fucking last show you did with us. I said something that I shouldn't have said, and then I tried to say it shouldn't say, and it spilled over into this show.
Do you want me to try to edit out?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I got fucking cancer. It's not like a horror. It's just life. Please get on with your show. Have a fucking lovely time. I hope it's fucking brilliant. I loved the one we did.
It was an honor.
Yeah. It was just that, I don't know, it just, something weird came out of that. To come out that I had cancer that no one's told anyway.
Well, despite that, I hope you were still able to have a good time, I hope you didn't regret it in any way.
I loved it fucking death. And it wasn't even you. I said something to somebody else. Just get on with your fucking show. I'm waiting to watch it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, go buy Peter Caffrey's books on godless.com.
Yes. Hordes versus Sex Robots, and the latest one, God of Wanking.
Oh, Dog Food is his newest one.
Dog Food and God of Wanking. What are you working on now?
I've got a fucking. I've been working on. Funny you ask. I've been working on a western for quite a while. And then, you know, when we had that phase of everybody was writing a splatter western.
Yes, yes.
Well, I shelved my western then because my western wasn't a splatter western.
Hmm.
I was working on it because my dad used to love westerns, so that was what I was going for. And I just thought, right, as soon as everybody started writing splatter westerns, I thought, I don't want to get in that. Some of them were really good, but I just didn't want to get in that fucking mess. So I put it to one side. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing next 6 months. But anyway, you guys, get on with what you're fucking doing.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for coming, Peter.
If it means anything, I'll keep you in my prayers. I mean,
No, fuck that.
then
Fuck that. I'm beating this shit. I'm beating this shit.
beat it. Then beat the fuck out of it. Yeah. I know you don't want sympathy, but you know, I mean, I'm trying to treat it. I'm not trying not to take it lightly either. So
Listen. I've been a cunt all my life. if it destroys me, then it destroys me. I really, oh man.
maybe we're talking about it too much and making you think about it more than you should.
It's not that. It's not that. It's just that we had a lovely fucking hour of whatever.
We really, with 3 hours actually, we had 3 hours of a great discussion. I didn't realize it at the time.
We never went fucking nowhere.
Well, it was still good though. It was a good discussion, I thought.
Yeah, listen. This will not define me. This will not fucking be me. As far as I'm concerned, man, I'm behind you guys. I love you guys. I'm fucking behind everything. This is not me. Do not define me by this shit, because I will destroy this. And
I don't think we could.
Or it will destroy me. But that's
I don't think we could. I don't think we could use this to define you if we wanted to.
I just want to have a fucking laugh.
Yeah. Well, you've already displayed more entertainment value and charisma than some guests, who are more about building a brand than actually being an authentic human being. There are a lot of authors who just want to build a brand, and thankfully, you're not one of those. So, you know what I mean.
Get on and do your program, man.
Okay.
Okay.
All
right. See you later.
Program. I'll log out, and I'll love you forever.
Thank you, friend. Feel
Thanks
free
a
to
lot for
come back
coming,
sometime.
I'll
Hopefully,
listen.
Gregor comes back. Alrighty.
All right.
All
right.
I don't know what to do with.
Is Regina back?
No, Gregor was in and out a few times, and I don't know if he just felt like he was on the spot or what, but he disappeared again. So I'm reading Neil right now by Simon McCarty and Sean Hawker, who was on earlier, and let's see. It's some really disgusting passages in it, but I thought I would read one or two, that I've highlighted here. He couldn't wait to find out which kill would be voted number one. He's talking about the character Neil is he has a subscription to Fangoria, I think, and he's talking about how he can't wait to get home or to read the top 10 best kills from the Halloween franchise. And it says here, he couldn't wait to find out which kill would be voted number 1 and then post about it for his 3 online friends to read. They lived in a home for special needs kids and would have to wait their turn for supervised access to the computer. They'd be beside themselves, hanging on for the result, rocking excitedly, helmets bashing the headrests of their electric wheelchairs. It just reminds me of those poor kids from Very Bad Things and the football helmets throwing themselves up against the wall. Hey, Gregor. What's the deal?
Guys, what you guys doing?
Well,
How's it going? What you guys doing?
We were talking to Peter Caffrey about everything that he volunteered without any encouragement.
We're talking about his books, okay?
Yeah, okay, that too.
Yeah, he was just he was pissed and he was British, so that what's happened toward the end there.
We had Sean Hawker on earlier too, author of Fish Pie Face Fuck and Neil and what is it?
You fucking cunt.
Die you fucking cunt. I thought it was The Cunt Must Die, but yeah, okay. I guess somebody else wrote
that. No, that's what I'm saying to you, Jeremy. Die you fucking cunt.
Finally.
So, what was that with the in and out thing? Was that like just you feeling awkward or what?
That was him fucking the show.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was doing.
Giving the show the old in out.
Yeah, giving the old in and out.
So
Jeremy, I saw that you were doing some knife play.
Yes.
Yeah,
What's
he was
going on there?
Finger fillet.
Was that frustration with your guest?
And now you have AIDS, Jeremy.
Huh?
Now you have AIDS because you licked the bloody knife.
He had AIDS already.
Yeah, he had his own blood on there, so he was.
This is fun. This is more fun than it should be.
It'd be more fun if you stuck it through one of your fingers.
Maybe I should go get more knives and do that all the way down this desk, you know?
I think your cat is worried about you. Yeah, with you playing with knives on the show.
Well, anyway.
Are you taking something different today?
I've
something
taken
different. You on a different kind of medication?
You know what?
Is it different than your normal?
Well, yeah, a little bit, yeah. But no methorangel dust, thankfully.
Thank God.
Okay.
Just morphine sulfate contin. So yeah.
Yeah, Charlie is going to be taking over for Jeremy.
Who is the cat?
Yes, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. What did you read this week, Charlie?
And the cat's name is Shirley?
Charlie. Charlie is the fuzzy one.
Shirley.
No, it's Charlie. As in, like, the chocolate factory.
Oh, okay.
Which cats are because they shit all the time.
Yeah, they got the brown crayon factory.
You guys are gonna enjoy this. I am going to show you. I'm going to show you how to make a cocktail that I invented. Okay.
Okay.
God, this
is good shit right here. Okay.
I think.
I'm feeling this.
Please don't get Peter Caffrey pissed, please.
You're gonna need high speed orange lava burst in the juice packs. You know, like you might buy for a 12-year-old kid. You know, your niece, nephew, or little cousin, or son, daughter, or grandkid, and or you know, just like.
Or the ones you put in the back of your van.
Yeah, the ones that you give to your kids, to the ones in the basement when they've behaved.
Right.
You take the knife and you just want to puncture the front there. See?
Much like you do to the children.
Yeah.
And be careful.
I was for sure he was going to stab his palm there.
You just kind of want to, you know, milk it a little bit, you know, just picture it as an udder, you know, that you're gently squeezing, you know, you don't want it to get everywhere. Just Picture it as an udder that you're gently, squeezing to get the milk out, and keep
Just
milk.
pretend you're jerking off.
Yeah, till the juice pack's empty.
Why do you have to do it that way? Why can't you just use the straw to open up the top and squeeze it out that way?
I don't understand.
He wants to use the knife. He wants to stab it
no.
through and have it make it a hole in his hand.
Yes.
Yes, it's a way that he intimidates his captives.
Yeah, this is what he does. He just punctures it with a knife and slowly squeezes the juice out into a cup in front of them.
Once you have milked the high C juice box of all its juicy goodness, just pour in the vodka, and you have a sea driver ready to drink.
It's a what?
It's a sea driver.
That's that's not a new invention. Red Letter Media did that with the what do you call them? The Ghostbusters version of the High C.
It's a sea driver, and I invented it.
You didn't invent it.
Look at this. I invented
You can point knives at your webcam all you want, but you still didn't invent it. And the Kubrick look isn't going to help either.
I invented it.
It's pretty weak. It's just you pour a juice box in a cup, you pour vodka in the cup. I mean, that's weak.
It's like you didn't invent that, and you didn't invent the Kubrick stare either, so stop doing it.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Yeah, you suck, Jeremy. This is why I said you're a fucking dum-dum. Nobody likes you.
This is a sea driver, and I invented it. Nobody ever thought of this before. Everybody else is doing screwdrivers with orange juice. I thought to do it with high C because there was no orange juice. This is a sea driver, and it's a Maddox patent.
If you insist.
I do insist. I insist very much.
Yeah, I bet if you really wanted to make it unique, you can slice your tongue open and put some of your blood in there. And
do that.
I don't think anybody's done that for a cocktail before. a blood of a Jeremy.
You'll get 2 points for me for that.
Yeah.
Now I gotta clean up this shit.
Your cat shit on the table.
No, all this high C I spilled. Getting it in
This is why. Yeah, look at me. I stabbed in high C all over it now. It's all over my keyboard, along with my jizz.
Yeah, but most of it got in the glass.
Yeah, you probably could have put more in it if you just punctured the hole at the top that you're supposed to.
The ready-made hole.
Man, I wish I had
probably.
It's not as much fun, but I probably could have done that. Yeah.
You also probably could have stick your dick in the hole.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think it would be as much fun to puncture it from the top, though.
That's what she said.
All right, so I'm sure you want to talk about whatever you've been reading. By the way, Gregor, are you going to see the new Dune movie, or are you pessimistic about it?
No, probably not.
A lot of people are saying that this is the one that's going to do it right.
No, it's not. I mean, they've replaced the concept of jihad with crusade, which I think is
what's the difference?
Abomination.
What's the difference?
I mean, if that's all they did, then,
I mean, they're just afraid. They're afraid of using jihad in the film. They want to be, try to please everybody, and
that's I can respect that. But how do you know?
That seems like a minor complaint if the word of mouth is good enough.
How do you know that he?
And also, that's not a minor complaint. That's a pretty huge. It's a pretty huge difference, right? I mean, it's a future where.
So.
Have you read the books?
What is the difference between Christian and jihad? That's one thing.
The religion. That's it.
Yeah, it's a religion. It's a cultural thing, right? I mean, it's in the future in this particular world, Muslim-like culture, right, has basically become the dominant culture, or at least a hybrid version of it, right? And then the filmmakers appear to me to be shying away from that, right, in order to not offend anybody, which I think is itself offensive, right? Like, why
I'll
can't
agree
there
to
be a
that,
science fiction? Why can't there be a science fiction universe based in part on dominant Muslim culture, right? Why is that a big problem? I don't get it.
I'll agree with
It
that.
seems pretty weak to me, right? It seems like they're being cowards to me, And okay, so that's one problem. And then the guy they cast as Paul Atreides is just like terrible. He just looks terrible to me. I don't want to look at that guy.
Okay, now
I don't know. Wasn't the
Well,
Paul Atreides in the original Dune movie a pretty boy too?
That was Kyle MacLachlan. He can get away with it.
That was Kyle MacLachlan. He's actually got a jaw.
So, yeah.
He's got a jaw.
Yeah.
The new guy doesn't?
No, he doesn't have a jaw. He
Well,
just looks like
is he like is the lower half of his jaw missing like an invisible monster's?
Look, no jaw. See?
Yeah. He looks like J.J. Abrams' little twerpy son.
Hiding,
like, he just looks terrible.
He's hiding his jaw like a Leafy there. It's like hide the terrible chin.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows who Leafy is. But...
Who?
He was some YouTuber who looked like a Who from the Dr. Seuss book.
But yeah, I mean, the special effects look kind of cool, right? I mean, looks like they've done a pretty good job on like the, special effects, and some of the other things look cool, like the Harkonnen stuff that they've got going on there looks pretty cool, and design, like the set designs and all that looks pretty good, but I don't know. And then I don't like this stupid freaking what is it, the Pink Floyd song on the trailer is just shitty. I mean, that's
Pink
dumb.
Floyd song. That depends. What Pink Floyd?
Is it a cover of a Pink Floyd song, or is it the actual Pink Floyd song?
I want to say it's the song. I think it is the song.
Because it's weird, like how a lot of these like new trailers will have like this dark and gloomy interpretation of like an old pop song. It's just like coming this summer, and then the soundtrack is like, I like big butts.
Well, you know what? They actually have a name for it. It's like theater core, drive-in core. What do they call it? Cinema core. You know what
Something
I'm
like that, yeah. I know that Imagine Dragons gets lumped in with that because
they did it. They even did it with "Smells Like Teen Spirit" for Black Widow. It's like they do it over and over with all these popular songs for like mainstream movies. Now it's always this young woman singing, and it's like a way more dramatic rendition of a popular song. And they do it over and over, and I can't remember what it's called. It's like cinema core or something is what it's called. Right?
Trailer core is a good word for it.
Trailer core, that's it. And they do it over and over. Yeah, the most recent example being "Smells Like Teen Spirit" for Black Widow.
I'm like
It's hard to find.
I'm imagining someone trying to sing like what is it? An albino, a mulatto, a mosquito, my libido, and a dramatic. That must sound really fucking goofy.
It does, and in the middle of the beginning cutscene where it's showing these kids being like human trafficked and everything, and it's all like way melodramatic. Even though I didn't think Black Widow was exactly a bad movie, it was still way over dramatic,
Imagine like they play that scene and then the soundtrack is one banana, two banana.
No. It's always got to be female for some reason.
Well, obviously, but I can't sing in a female range.
Here, let's see. There it is.
And for this gift, I feel blessed. Our little group
Like, what? Are they just too lazy to write lyrics because they may as well have just had a new song for it?
Right.
Like, at least when we watch Suicide Squad, like, James Gunn uses the original pop songs.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get the mulatto part. See how it sounds so much more dire and like, you know, Dire Straits than like the original, you know? It's like so much more over the top dramatic.
Yeah, it just sounds wrong like that because I've actually heard like someone who did like a arrangement of Smells Like Teen Spirit where it's in a major key and it actually sounds good, but here it's just like sounds ridiculous. It kind of reminds me of like when Marilyn Manson did a cover of "Suicide Is Painless," and
that was good. I mean,
it wasn't terrible, but it just felt like it was like over egging the pudding. Like, yeah, we know that the song is like dark and depressing, croaking and singing it slow doesn't really add anything to it.
See, I feel like most of Manson's catalog is comprised of cover songs. I mean, sure, he recorded albums, but a lot of his hits are cover songs, right? A lot of them.
Let's see. He did "Personal Jesus." He did like "Sweet Dreams."
Rock and roll, nigga.
I don't think that one was a hit.
That's what it's called. I mean, you know.
I don't think it was a hit though.
Okay.
Canceled.
He's been canceled a long time ago.
Yeah, he never shuts up about it either.
Tainted Love. Tainted Love.
That was Tainted Love. I didn't know that.
He did Tainted Love, dude, and it's like better than the original, I think. He also did The Lost Boys, Cry Little Sister, which sounds terrible compared to the original. He's covered all sorts of things. I mean, it's like most of his catalog seems to be of cover songs for some reason. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's where they got the idea from.
I mean, I think it's just a matter of, Marilyn Manson does cover, you know, and it's, you know, just, you know what I mean? Like, it's like Alice Cooper doing covers of shit or something, right? I mean,
he does it. He goes to that well often.
Oh, I know.
But there are times where like the cover is just like almost like too obvious. It's like, I do a cover of Sweet Dreams and it's really low and menacing. It's like it sort of works with that, but you know, the original one, it already had that, and like putting it to the forefront doesn't really help.
Yeah, the original one was scary. I remember when I was a kid and that first came out, I thought it was a scary song.
Yeah, it's like when Ghost did a cover of ABBA's "I'm a Marionette," and the original ABBA song is still more menacing sounding.
I don't recall that song.
Which song?
"I'm a Marionette."
Yeah, I don't remember that one either.
Can you sing a few bars?
I'm a marionette, just a marionette. Pull the string.
I think you should start doing covers.
ABBA.
ABBA
sang that.
ABBA? Manson covered ABBA?
No, Ghost covered ABBA.
Ghost.
Oh, I've never heard Ghost. They won some awards. I know that. But... Are they good?
They're okay.
Jeremy, have you ever won an award?
I won spelling bees and writing contests. Why?
I'm just curious if you've ever won an award. So you have won spelling bees, and it sounds like you've won multiple ones.
Several. I could have gone on to the state spelling bee, but my grandmother died the day I was supposed to go compete in a big league one. Yeah, so.
You should just what's that Chad Lutsky story? Was it something about flies?
Foster homes and flies.
Yeah, you should have kind of pulled a foster home and flies and just ignored that fact and went to your spelling bee and let your grandma just sit in the house.
Wow, that is an uncanny synchronicity there, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
What is dead people at spelling bees, huh?
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Jeremy, I've heard. I did hear that they are thinking about nominating this podcast for an award at SockCon.
No, they aren't. What is
At what con?
What's the punchline? Come
Suck on these nuts! Got him!
You see,
It does deserve to win that.
He expected me to fall for that.
I think he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting smarter here. I'm getting smarter. I'm getting in the know on this.
Don't menace a knife behind Gracie.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
Right.
Keep the knife away from the cat.
She's all right.
So did your girl Regina come on earlier and then take off?
Yeah, she had to go fix dinner and the outsiders ravaged. Anyway, yeah, we had Peter Caffrey and Sean Hawker on, both of the Godless crew. And so yeah, and she came on for that, and she may be back later unless we wrap up before then, which it could go either way right now.
Right.
Because I didn't want to go on unless we had some subject matter that warranted it, But we do have a few things to talk about. For one, I want to hear Ben's take on Suicide Squad because we watched the new Suicide Squad the other night.
What's your take on it? Where did you guys watch that? Did you rent it or something?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we legally rented it.
Yeah.
That's good. What were your thoughts on that, Mr. Ben?
I liked it. There's a couple scenes that were kind of dumb, but for the most part, it was pretty fun to watch. It didn't take itself super seriously, which I liked about it. Harley Quinn was a lot less annoying than I thought she would be.
Yeah, she's really annoying.
Who?
Yeah,
Harley Quinn.
Now, Margot Robbie or Harley Quinn the character?
Harley Quinn as played by Margot Robbie in all these films.
Yeah, I've heard that she's really annoying in the first Suicide Squad and in the Birds of Prey movie, but in this one I thought she was pretty good.
That's what I hear as well. I hear that. I mean, I've not seen her full performance in any of these films. I've only seen the commercials or trailers or clips, and she's highly annoying. But I also hear that this is the best depiction of her and that she's not in it a whole lot either. So
yeah, it's almost sort of I guess it's sort of both a sequel and a soft reboot because there's no reference to the first movie as far as I can tell. And
there were the briefest mentions. Harley and Flag were already acquainted, so there was that connection, right?
Oh yeah.
Flag was in the first Suicide Squad, and so it's not a reboot. It's more of just skirting around as much of the first one as they can. Okay.
Yeah, so hence a soft reboot.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that were pretty good. Even characters you think would otherwise be lame, like Polka Dot Man there was pretty funny.
Was Polka Dot Man not awesome in the end?
Yeah, he was.
Polka Dot Man was fucking the boss, man. It's seriously. He ended up being fucking him.
Yeah, he's pretty funny, with his whole thing about his mother, and his and John Cena as a Peacemaker was pretty fun too.
Yeah, which is funny because I hated John Cena in wrestling because he never lost, and I'm like, I hate anybody who never loses, because it's so hard for wrestlers to get ahead in wrestling, even though it's scripted and choreographed. And so for Cena to always come out on top like Superman, I despised him. But I had to give it to him. He was entertaining,
His image in the wrestling was basically that he was a goody two shoes, wasn't it?
Very. He's never been a bad guy after a certain point. Yeah. So.
And have you ever seen that movie, The Marine, that he was in?
Yes.
It's not good, but it's one of those movies that's so dumb and over the top that it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, but it was. The only reason it got made is because WWE had a film division for a little while.
Yeah, which I don't know what they were thinking with that. They thought, Rowdy Rod Piper was really good, and They Live, and Hulk Hogan was, of course, in the perennial masterpiece Suburban Commando. So obviously, we had to start making our own movies.
Piper had to go outside the WWF at the time's bubble in order to get in a movie like They Live. Because, John Carpenter wouldn't let Vince McMahon push him around. Piper had
obviously.
to go outside that bubble to get into an artistic, cinematic, achievement like They Live,
Didn't they also make Leprechaun, too? I mean, Leprechaun as well?
They did. And Vince McMahon did not deserve to have a hand in any kind of Leprechaun remake. That was bullshit,
I heard it was just amazingly stupid, and that they didn't even they had that Hornswoggle guy cast as the Leprechaun, but he didn't do anything funny.
Like I said, Vince McMahon, I can't wait for him to be on the downslope again when All Elite Wrestling takes the #1 spot, and hopefully, maybe
I like him.
You like Vince McMahon?
Yeah. And I think he's just fooling you.
You're not a wrestling fan.
I think he's fooling you.
You're not a wrestling fan.
He's playing a role and you're falling for it.
He's either playing a role or his brain is being eaten by syphilis.
Both. But
I'm
he's
telling you,
falling.
I hope he runs for president.
I hope he does, and I hope he wins.
That'd be even funnier than when Trump when Trump won.
You'd antagonize him. Well, anyway,
I think it would be cool if, what is his name? What's his name? Vince McMahon, and if Biden was his vice president.
I don't know how that would work. I'm pretty sure if McMahon ran, he would run as a Republican, and he would probably win. He'd probably spout half-ass Q theories and coast.
But I think that if he wins,
I guarantee you, Vince McMahon does not know or understand what Q is on his
but
day.
No, but
I think if he wins,
look into what Q is in order to win over the rubes.
He wouldn't understand it now. He's senile.
Who says he has to understand it? Biden won, and he's barely there.
Yeah, he's obviously like a puppet.
Yeah.
I think that if McMahon wins, regardless of who his VP is at the time of inauguration, he should kick his ass out, like body slam him or something, and then make Biden his vice president.
You're trolling hard right now. I'm telling you.
Do that.
Okay, listen to me. Vince McMahon's WWE is the wrestling of the past, and All Elite Wrestling with Tony Khan is the wrestling of the future.
Nobody's ever heard of that, Jeremy.
Yes, they have.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have. Tony Khan owns a football team. Okay, he
owns a football
team.
He owns a football. He doesn't own a team.
Yes, he does.
He owns a football and probly like a jersey.
Listen to me.
Okay.
4 or 5 different WWE cast-offs have joined up with AEW in just the last month alone.
What's AEW? Was that like a Middle Eastern country? What is that?
I just told you if you'd be listening, if you
okay.
Catch on, it's All Elite Wrestling, okay?
All Elite Wrestling.
Yes.
And that's AEW.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It sounds like a supermarket name.
Yeah.
Damn it! Listen to me.
Yeah, it's like a competitor of Aldi.
And PPV sounds like a venereal disease.
You cannot get this wrong. Okay, these guys are the future because McMahon just fired like 40 or 50 really talented wrestlers who were major merchandise sellers. He's a fucking retard. And AEW is now going to scoop, all of his talent away because they're all gunning to join AEW. Tony Khan.
With their markers and poster board? I mean, that's really impressive right there.
You don't get wrestling. That's what it is. You guys just don't get it. That's what it is.
I get it.
I'm just talking to
It's like sweaty dudes like hitting each other. That's pretty cool.
Someone with cotton in their ears. So what's the point,
Hey, Jeremy, AEW, how about you invest in getting PIW, your penis in a woman?
I think that would do something to his brain that I wouldn't like. I think that we would lose the Jeremy that we know and love if that were to happen.
That's true.
Yeah, we'd have a cool Jeremy who comes on and bullies us.
You really would not get
that
a
would be
cool
something
Jeremy.
neat.
You would not get a cool Jeremy if I was getting laid regularly. You would get a simp Jeremy. Okay, so
We get a what?
A simp one.
Simp Jeremy. You would get a simp Jeremy.
You can't be any more of a simpleton than you are.
No, I'm not. I'm not any woman puppy dog. I'm not any cunt.
I'm not talking about you being a puppy dog. I'm talking the original meaning of simp, which is simpleton.
I am not any cunt's puppy dog.
Yeah, who's got the cotton in theirs now? Gracie, you look how I feel as usual. Gracie, make him stop, please.
She's got her hand on the keyboard. Okay, anyway.
He's like, Dad, please stop.
Hey, do you gentlemen enjoy the Phantasm films?
Yes.
I've never gotten around to seeing them. I've been wanting to for a while, though.
They are all available now for streaming on the Tubi. Have you ever heard of Tubi?
Oh, yeah, Tubi's great. It's
they're all on Tubi except for Phantasm 2. I guess that one's probably got some kind of like rights tie up or something.
See, that's one of the best Phantasms to me. That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorites.
I like them all, and that Phantasm 2 is definitely one of the best. But the all of them but the second one are available now for streaming.
I liked it when that girl was strapped down to the table with a gag in her mouth. That was the best part.
Of course it is.
Yeah. So, yes. Have you seen the final one, The Ravager?
Yes, and that is also one of my favorites. I know I'm not the only person who thinks that. But Ravager is the best explanation you're ever going to get for what the fuck was going on in those movies. And
that's definitely one of my favorite series. It's a really good. I mean, it's got its flaws, obviously, but it's got some of the best. I don't know, weird concepts and weird world building and little strange inventions and things. It's really fantastic. And the fact it's got this dumb-looking, ball-headed guy with a ponytail running around as the main character is great.
Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie. Yes.
His name's Reggie.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I always thought was interesting is the symbol of it is like that ball with the razor blades coming out of it, and then it's being wielded by this.
Right there. That was my favorite.
You know, by this. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. We know what it looks like, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that was good.
What were you saying there, Ben?
That's even closer. That's even better.
But yeah, it always seemed funny that it was just like this, generic looking mad scientist guy who was like the bad guy behind it, apparently.
Yeah, the tall man. Yeah, that guy's good. Yeah, so anybody that's interested can go to Tubi and watch them all, except for part 2, unfortunately. But what can you do? You can't have it all. And it's not going to really matter all that much. It's not like you need to really watch them in order, even. So,
Jeremy, don't pull your porn up while we're on there.
Yeah,
I couldn't resist that kind of tantalizing link description. You know.
Yes, please. You may have masturbated in the middle of class, but please don't masturbate in the middle of the podcast.
Thing, I don't masturbate anymore. I just look.
I will never figure you out. Is anyone interested in seeing the new Candyman movie?
No.
Kinda.
I've heard they actually.
I didn't even like the original Candyman.
Oh, really?
No.
You know.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've watched it, but I liked it quite a bit.
The original Candyman may have went on a little bit too long. But
The original movie, you mean, or the series?
The original Candyman movie. I didn't know there was a series.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of them at least. Maybe 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, I don't think anyone remembers the sequels.
You mean a TV series?
No, like there was like a sequels, but nobody remembers them.
I do remember. Actually, you know what? I do remember the rest of the yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And as a matter of fact, here's why. Yeah, there's Candyman 3, I think.
Yeah, Candyman 3, yeah.
Is everybody still there? There we go.
We're still here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That was part 3. Donna Derrico wearing a ball gag. That was.
Where do you find this shit?
Dude, there's a lot of places for people like me on the internet. I don't know if you...
I mean, like specific movie scenes. How the fuck do you remember them and just be able to pull them right up?
Catalog them in my brain, and they're available on the internet later.
Are you sure you don't have like a spank bank links saved up somewhere?
In the search engine, and magic happened. I mean, that's a great thing about the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a master of Google foo. But the new Candyman, I've heard they actually did get Tony Todd back, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a good one too, right there. I don't even know what that's from, but that's a good hog tie right there. Okay, sorry. Just a few more.
We're just straight up looking at porn right now.
Just a few more. That might be a bit too much right there. Might be a bit too much. Yeah, that might be too much. That's all right.
Too spicy for you.
That's good. She's got a pad under there. That's bullshit. I don't tolerate tape gag pads underneath. You know. Anyway.
Well, isn't the point to be able to properly gag someone, so putting a pad underneath would help?
No, if you properly gag them, then they're gagged, and you don't add them. You don't make it easy for them. Jeez.
Yes, Gracie, can you please gag Jeremy? Gregor, what have you been reading this week?
I have to explain everything to you, Jeez.
Gracie, please put Jeremy's gag on him. Gregor, what have you been reading this week? Hey there, Gregor.
I think I scared him off. Or maybe I scared
probably.
his wife.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on? I had to walk away for a minute.
Oh, I was just asking what you've read this week.
Your wife.
Oh, what I read this week was I listened to Children of Dune, or a good chunk of it, on the audiobook.
That is book, what, 3?
Yeah, that's the third one. So about, I don't know, maybe 20, 25% through that. It is very good. I'm enjoying it. And then I also have been reading Intensity by Dean Koontz.
Yes.
So this is supposed to be, I'm hearing everybody in the world as of late, or as of late, and I don't know, over the past year or two or something, everybody's saying, oh, it's the one to read. So I started reading that, and it is good. I mean, I used to read Dean Koontz all the time back in the day until he got kind of too corny to stomach. But this is kind of in his heyday kind of a book, and it is good. I mean, the guy's very good as far as suspense goes, and building tension and sense of dread and things like that. He's a good thriller suspense writer, and he's definitely got some horrific stuff going on in this book. So it's good.
I've only seen the miniseries. I'm sorry, but I haven't read any Dean Koontz in my life yet. I haven't made it to him yet. But the antagonist, Edgeler Vess, I mean, would you say he's a complicated character or a fairly bargain bin villain?
Well, I mean, in the book, I haven't seen the film or the film that was rip-off of the book without any credit. I haven't seen either of those films. But the book, he's good. I mean, he's like somewhat of a cartoonish villain, right? I mean, a lot of Koontz's serial killer type bad guys are pretty over the top, right? So this guy is, they're almost always like super villain-esque, right, in their abilities to, they're like always super geniuses, and they always have some sort of weird quirk. Like this guy's got synesthesia, I think is what it's called, is where you're synesthesia. Yeah, he's got that.
Colors with sounds and music.
Yeah. He's got that. Yeah. And then he's also, he's just, super tough, and, like he's like almost a super villain kind of thing. But, it's interesting, right? I mean, it's still fun. I mean, it's kind of like, Technicolor kind of reading, you know what I mean? So it's good. I mean, the first chapter was I was, kind of like, oh man, this is going to be stupid, because just the dialogue that was going on between these two main characters in the first chapter where it's just like not realistic in any way, shape, or form, and it was kind of hokey. But once the plot kicked off proper, right, it was very tense and page turning, and you really were like, oh man, like there was the tension was really well developed on a lot of the scenes, and it's good. So I don't know, probably about halfway through that one, I guess now. So that's mainly what I've read this week for those. Yeah. So
That's
but
it.
that's it, man.
Yeah.
You got a problem with that? Is it just not enough for you, Jeremy?
You have a crumble.
You got a problem with that?
I thought there would be more. I mean, I always look forward to this feature more than anybody.
Well, Gregor, you are still reading stuff for research, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And I don't think, did we really get to go over what books you read earlier, Jeremy? Because when we tried to do that.
No, I didn't read as many this week because,
That's pretty lame.
Well, I used to be able to clear out 6 or 7 books a week, it seems like, but where I'm actually having to balance and become a more responsible adult, and I'm trying to do that, and be a more responsible adult, I'm having to learn as I go. I'm finding that I don't have as much time to read as I used to, unfortunately. But hang on, I'll pull it up here to jog my memory. I remember 2 books that I read this week at least. Let's see. Okay, Bend or Break by Reed Alexander. Now, I mentioned his book, The Flagellant, Suffering is 9 to 5, I think it's called, previously. This is his take on superheroes, or more like the anti-hero, like Venom, the Punisher, the guy from Unbreakable, that sort of thing. But the guy has sort of this weird, almost incestuous thing with his deceased sister, and she talks to him beyond the grave. And this guy is not afraid to kill innocents in order to, protect his secret identity, or to protect the secret of whatever he's doing in pursuing evil. And in that case, I felt like that was a major misstep for the author, Reed Alexander, that it's like he went over the top in establishing this guy as such an anti-hero that he's almost like not a hero at all. He's just like another bad guy fighting fighting bad guys, right? So
and that wasn't the point, you don't think?
I just didn't understand where he was coming from with it. I think I preferred Flagellant, Suffering is 9 to 5 more. Well, they're both 4 stars, but I do think that this was the better of by comparison of the two. I just, this guy was not likable at all. And when he gets his therapist, on board with his killing and crime fighting, it takes another turn that I didn't really care much for. He was trying to be so different from the established norm of superhero stories that it almost feels like he failed with this. I don't know. I kind of like to get Reed Alexander on to justify some of his storytelling choices, because he really did not do much to make this guy sympathetic.
Yeah, you definitely should. Yeah, write him a note and say that's why you want him on.
Well, maybe that would make him want to come on more.
Maybe it would. Yeah, just send him a note. Shoot him a missive.
Well, not a missive, but just maybe you could clear this up for me, kind of thing,
Yeah.
Right. Hey, but I didn't realize this, but he's published by Madness Heart Press.
What's that mean?
Is that Baltusberger's publisher?
Yeah, that is.
Wow.
See what books he's put out. Might recognize it.
He's put out quite a bit. Let's see. In the Shadow of the Mountain. That's like a medieval times.
Oh, I think Inhuman Era might. Oh, okay. I think he might have put out Inhuman Era through them too.
Yes, he did. I mean, he wrote that anyway. So there's a possibility of this guy, if we get in touch with Baltusberger, maybe, or maybe I won't have to go through him. Maybe he'll just want to come on.
So who's Balsickberger?
Well,
He's the guy who runs Madness Heart Press.
Weren't you here when we talked to Baltusberger a few weeks ago? He wrote Abhorrent Siren. Let's see, Trafe Magic, War of Dictates.
No, I don't believe I was.
You weren't here. You were here. You had to have been here.
Maybe I was late or early. Okay.
Yeah, I think he might not have been here.
Yeah.
You weren't here when we talked to Baltusberger.
Yeah, I would remember a name like Balsackberger.
Baltusberger. He talked about being Jewish and how most people are boring. You know, only cover like the boring part of being Jewish in writing. You know, that doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Those are his words, not mine. Okay. Anyway.
Well, we're quoting you out of context, anyways.
Okay. That face doesn't ring a bell.
Nope. I must have. Maybe I came in late or left early or something. Or maybe it was. I think it was probably the week where I had a buddy come in from out of town, and I ended up drinking all day, and didn't show up.
I distinctly remember that weekend, and that was the weekend I tried meth for the first time, and I'm pretty sure you were here for that.
No, I mean there was a week that I didn't show up at all, and that was.
But you were here, because I remember I tried meth for the first time that weekend, and I remember you being here.
I don't remember this cat at all. Where was his books? Let me see his book covers.
Well, I just showed you his books. War of Dictates.
You just showed me his face. I don't know what that face is.
Well, I mean, he was on webcam. War of Dictates. Is it still showing? Okay. War of Dictates, Trafe Magic, Abhorrent Siren. Abhorrent Siren's got the really bitching cover.
Yeah, I don't think I was on Montfrere.
I think you were.
No.
Do you want me to pull it up and prove it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Hang on.
I want you to prove it.
Well, first, I got to do this. Damn it.
What do you got to do first?
He can't. Jeremy can't write. He doesn't know how to spell abhorrent. Right there. Click on it right there.
I thought you won spelling bees.
I did. This is me now.
That was then. This is now.
Yeah.
To you.
I don't think I might have seen this cover, but I don't really recall.
Look at that bitching cover.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Just stare at it for a second.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I would fuck that dinosaur. I don't know, but wouldn't you fuck a dinosaur?
Would I?
Yeah.
You want to fuck a dinosaur, Jeremy?
That dinosaur I would fuck, yes. Look at it. Look at it. Let's look at it for a few more seconds.
I mean, it's got no lips. How is it supposed to suck my dick without lips?
Just look at it for a second. Just don't say anything. Just look at it. Bask in it. I like it. I would fuck a dinosaur.
I'm looking at it, but I'm still wondering how it's supposed to suck my dick with no lips.
Well, you'd have to penetrate it the missionary way. You wouldn't get a blowjob from it.
Unless that sucks. Or it doesn't suck.
See, I wasn't on this program.
What?
I wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't on.
He wasn't on. Dude, dinosaurs don't understand recreational sex. They only understand reproductive stuff. Okay.
Oh, we don't have compatible hoo-has.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They have dinosaurs would have had cloacas.
Dinosaurs only reproduce. They don't recreationally fornicate. I mean,
how do you know? Have you talked to one? You fucking racist.
As a matter of fact, I have. Yeah.
Did you tell this author when he was on that you were an anti-Semite, Jeremy?
I'm not an anti-Semite. I worship a Jew.
What?
I worship a Jew. So what are you talking about?
Oh, okay, that's right. I forgot about that.
I'm have to make me another C driver. Y'all are driving me insane.
Well, for me, I already went over some of the books I've read, but
Yes.
I did also finish reading the Ghost in the Shell manga. I did like it quite a bit. It didn't really have much of an overarching story. It was more like individual stories, but it was still pretty good. I need to watch the movie at some point. And actually, I'm not really. It's not really correct. I finished reading the manga. I finished reading volume 1. I've still got
What is it?
Ghost in the Shell.
Okay.
I finished reading volume 1 of that. I've still got volume 2 and volume 1.5 to read.
What is that even about? I've only heard
What?
of it over the years. I don't know what it's even about. I've only
It-
heard.
It takes place in the future where everybody has like cybernetic extensions of themselves. And that Motoko, the main character there, is like a government agent who's always who's assassinating terrorists and things like that.
Cops are coming to get you. It sounds like.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, it's a dick sucking police on their way to get you, Jeremy.
No, they're. I hear me. Your background, not mine.
That ambulance is coming for you, Jeremy. By the end of the show, they'll be carrying you out in the fucking stretcher.
No.
Hopefully, we get it on live tape. Like on camera.
Let's see. I also read, like I mentioned, Peter Caffrey's Horrors versus Sex Robots.
How's that?
I did like it a lot. I really liked the title novella, it's really good. I read it almost all in one sitting, although the ending did leave me a little cold.
Yeah.
I still liked it a lot.
That's the guy we talked to earlier, by the way.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yes, the Pesh Brett. And I also really liked the other short stories in it. I liked there was one called Training Terrence, which is like about a male malfunctioning sex robot. It starts off really funny, and then at the end, it's really sad. It's a really funny
Kind of
one.
like the interview with him this evening.
Yes. And then there's one in there called Watching Tabitha, which is about a sex robot with a TV head that goes berserk. That one was really fun. There was one in there, like I said before, was kind of inspired by a Velvet Underground song. It's about a woman who disguises herself as a sex robot and mails herself to a guy that she has a crush on.
What's it called?
That one I think is called Being Priscilla.
Okay.
Like all of the short stories have that name, like a Being Priscilla, Watching Tabitha, Training Terrence, Absolving Anna, things like that.
Okay.
Like there's one. The last story in it is about a sex robot that had advanced enough AI to become a Christian.
Oh, nice.
And it's going to, and the story takes place with her going to confession. So that's pretty interesting. So yeah, this is it's not really extreme horror, even though it is on Godless. There are some like pretty brutally violent scenes, but for the most part, like they're mostly just thrillers and horror and things like that. Straightforward horror.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd like. I like the theme, and that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I think you'd really like it. I did mention this before, but I also read Post Office by Charles Bukowski. And yeah, that's a really great book. I have mentioned before, it's really it has really great observations on how office work really is really degrading and really wears people down.
Oh yeah.
Like there's there's parts in there, like a part in there where he talks about people who have something like fairly minor happen to them and they just break down and have to quit, and because it's just been wearing on them for so long, and like
right.
the dealing with like petty stupid supervisors and having to get revenge on them in like the most minor ways. And there's also like other funny things, like Jeremy mentioned before. There's a part where he makes seafood for his girlfriend, and she loses her shit when she eats the snails because they have little assholes. And another one where it's like he puts up a Christmas tree and falls asleep and wakes up to him falling onto him and the bulbs burning his skin.
Yeah, it's been forever since I've read that book, but I really did enjoy it. I mean, I've liked everything I think I've read by Mr. Bukowski. I think I've read all of his major works. I've not read all of his poetry, but I've read all of his prose works and a lot of his poetry. But yeah, that's a good one. I think my favorite's Ham on Rye. Have you read that one, Ben?
Yeah, I read that. That's definitely my favorite of. Yeah. I'd say that's my favorite of his novels, at least. I've read a ton of his poetry and his short story collections.
His short story collections are fantastic.
The only thing that I remember from him on Ryan, I know I've read it, but the only thing I remember with any sort of clarity is that the whole family gets kind of, strong-armed into helping the dad steal oranges off this guy's orange grove at some point early on.
I remember that part.
That's the only part I remember. But I know there was.
You don't remember his boils getting lanced and stuff, going to the doctor to get his boils
they talk
lanced?
About that in Women or Post Office or something. This girl.
Not really. No, they don't really talk about it in
Post Office. No, they do because
not in Post Office. No.
Well,
I mean, but he didn't,
bro.
Yeah, Women did. There was one of
I think he talked about it a little bit in Women because he has acne scarring, but his actual acne vulgaris was when he was a teenager.
Right.
No, wait a minute though. This was not when he was a teenager. This was when he was an adult, and his girlfriend at the time said, "Now come here and let me, pop your zits or something."
Well, that's
possible.
Yeah, that's different from when he had acne vulgaris, where he actually had to go to the hospital and had bandages just soaked with blood from having his cystic acne burst.
I think it was in Women, but there's that part, and then there's also where he's trying to get along with his girlfriend's kid. And it's like she wants to play Batman and Robin, and so he just says, "Okay, I'll be Robin," and then he doesn't do anything, and she just jumps around being Batman because he says Robin doesn't do shit anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, I do remember the part in Ham on Rye where he comes home and his dad found his stories and threw everything he owned and threw them all into the front yard because he was pissed about them for some reason. I can't remember why. I think he was just pissed that Bukowski was writing it, or that Chinansky was writing it all.
Right. He's getting uppity.
Yeah. I also remember the part where there was a guy, where there was a bullied kid that had a fake limb that he would take off to swing at the bullies.
Yeah, Bukowski's great.
Yeah, he's pretty great.
I will have to reread some of his stuff here soon because it's been. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I've read some of his poetry recently or whatever, just one-offs or whatever, but I haven't read a major work from him in a while. I should probably reread something.
Yeah, I need to read a Factotum at some point, and I do also want to read Pulp, even though it's not really considered one of his best books.
It's still good.
I haven't read Pulp or Factotum or Hollywood.
Hollywood. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that's good too. They're all good.
That's about his time supervising the script for Barfly, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also started reading Night Bitch by Rachel Yoder, which is about this woman who's she doesn't have a name, and neither does anyone else in the story so far. But she basically had to give up her dream job of running a gallery in order to have to take care of her baby, and her husband is a little bit indifferent to her, and she starts her teeth start growing out, and she starts growing patches of hair all over her body, and she starts becoming very irritable and angry at night,
like a Mr. Hyde type of character.
Almost, yeah. She suspects that she's turning into some kind of werewolf or something like that. And of course, when she brings it up to her husband's like, "There's nothing wrong with you." Blah blah blah. I'm only 10 pages into it, but it's definitely has me hooked so far.
I like the title. I think I put it on my to read list.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I wanted to get it when it first came out, but I decided, well, my library's going to have it, so I just put myself on the list to wait for it.
Who wrote it?
Rachel Yoder.
Okay.
I think it's her debut novel.
Yeah, it looks good.
Let's see. I've also been still reading Capital Volume 1. It was a very long and depressing section of it where he talked about factory conditions at the time, which tended to include things like 12 to 15-hour work days. People who were kept in rooms so hot that they basically boiled to death. Children having to work in factories and things like that. So that part was fun to read.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because it goes from between being like dry descriptions of like economic theory to things like that.
Yeah. Huh.
And yeah, that's pretty much everything I've been reading this past week.
Oh, I also finished Penny Dreadful, but like that was, I don't remember when I finished that. I don't know if that was before last week's show or not, but
that was
finished
the
that.
Kiss Me Judas or Hill's Half Acre series, right?
Yeah, I finished that. I mean, 1 week I said I was reading it, but then the following week, I had finished it sometime since last we talked, and that's good. I definitely want to read the next one. It was a very good, entertaining piece of work. Recommended to humans.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I really like Kiss Me Judas, so I want to pick up the rest of the Phineas Post series at some point.
Yeah, you'll like it for sure.
And see, yep, and that's everything I've been reading this week.
Did you tell us everything you read, Jeremy?
No, sorry. I found a few more good hogtied scenes from movies on here. Anyway, yeah. What did I read this week? Let's see. Okay, let me pull it up here.
Pull it out.
Okay. I did talk about Bender Break already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and here's one that I'm still working on. Hospital by. Have you ever heard of Ahmed Bouanani? Ben, seems like he's probably commie oriented, so he's probably somebody that you've heard about in your neck of the woods.
I haven't heard of them now.
Okay, you never heard of this particular commie, huh?
No.
Okay, you still showing?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so this is about a playwright, I guess, / author named Ahmed Bouanani. And it's about the time he spent in the hospital after contracting tuberculosis. And he talks, he writes about his affliction with a lot of abstraction. And let's see, I think I'm about 50% of the way through. Yeah, 51%. And I guess I'll just kind of, to give you an idea of the flavor of the writing, just kind of read this off here. Today, I would say that writing was a refuge for my distress, but at the time, it was the legitimate ambition of an adolescent who wanted to get out of adolescence, who wrote in his grand naivety, also legitimate, on the first page of one of my middle school notebooks, I want to be Victor Hugo or nothing. And, yeah, nobody would write that, later in adulthood, right? I mean,
nope.
Why Victor Hugo? Why Victor Hugo, man? Of all people.
Because he's one of the greats. And what country is he from?
Hell, I don't know, but he sounds European, sort of. I mean, Oscar Wilde.
If he's from like Morocco or Algeria, then he would have been brought up on French literature, and Victor Hugo is one of the greats of French literature.
I'm not saying that Hunchback of Notre Dame is anything bad. I'm just saying, why Victor Hugo when you could aspire to Oscar Wilde? But anyway,
he's an English author. Again, if he was brought up in a French colony, a country that was historically a French colony, he would have been brought up on French literature.
Well, French,
Yeah,
English,
Jeremy.
it's French, English, it's all Europe. So anyway,
Yeah, all of Europe is the same, right?
Well,
Europe.
yeah, it's the EU now. It's just the same thing.
I
Bunch
was
of
heading
stupid ass
toward.
white people.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's all it is. They're just white, right? There's no
I'm trying
difference
to.
between these people.
I'm trying to read another snippet from this
Oh, are you? Okay, go ahead.
stupid white person literature. Okay, I was heading toward a mythology of survival, leaving behind in my rotting limbs a prehistory of 1,400 years of hate, vainglory. I love that word, vainglory, and putrid nostalgia. Under the clear sky of a false Andalusia, where our murder has been in the making since our birth. So, yeah, I'm about 51% of the way through that, and I had never heard of this guy before, but I mean, basically, he never left the hospital. Tuberculosis. What a way to go!
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, he is from Morocco, so yeah, Morocco
you
was
go.
historically a French colony.
Congratulations on being clairvoyant or whatever.
Yeah, being on right again, Ben. Good
Yeah,
job.
how dare I have knowledge of the world outside of America? Fuck me, right?
Right.
I know.
Right,
You're like some kind of
exactly.
cosmopolitan.
Anyway, Batman '89. This is another one I'm reading, and something
Yeah,
is
why? I saw
Why?
you were reading that. I was like, why are you reading that? This trash.
Why am I reading it? Why am I reading it?
Why do you think
Because
it's trash?
it's based on the Michael Keaton Batman.
I know.
okay?
That's why I think it's trash.
Well, who is your favorite Batman?
I bet it's George Clooney.
No, Val Kilmer.
You know what? I agree with that because Batman Forever is vastly underrated, and I thought Val Kilmer had a steady understanding of comprehension of the character. I agree.
I was being facetious, but that's cool that you like him.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't take it back. I don't retract
Good.
it.
Don't take it back.
I don't retract it.
Batman Forever is the one before Batman and Robin, right?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
not Batman and
yeah.
Robin. It's not Batman and Robin. I want to
Well,
stress.
it's not as bad as Batman and Robin. It's still pretty corny.
Yeah, it's still pretty corny.
If
They're
it's
all
corny,
all
it's
those are pretty
because-
shitbox.
If it's corny, it's because of Jim Carrey. Okay, Val Kilmer was doing his part as the dark, brooding, playboy Bruce Wayne Batman.
Hey, do you want to hear my imitation of the Val Kilmer Batman?
Yes,
They go, what?
I'm Batman.
that's very good. It's very good.
That's how you play Batman, apparently, right?
I mean, speaking of impersonations, this week I've been working really hard on what do you want to say? I guess cultivating my ability to read the poems of Hemingway as Hemingway.
Do you drink a bunch of whiskey first before you do it?
I'm gonna vomit soon. There's no question.
Are you?
Yeah,
Are we
I
making?
didn't finish my Batman '89 review.
Oh, okay.
I'm still working on it, but it takes
Okay,
place basically on Halloween night and the night after Halloween. It's based on the Batman from '89 to '92. So right after Batman Returns is when this is set. Now you guys remember Harvey Dent?
Bird of night, cover my eyes with your opinions. Dark bird of night, spread your black wings like a turkey strutting. Drag your strong wings like a cock grouse drumming. Scratch the smooth flesh of my belly with scaly claws. Dip your break to my lips, but cover my eyes with your pinions. So, you think that sounded exactly like Hemingway?
That sounds like Sean Connery.
What does that have to do with
No,
Hemingway?
no,
What
no,
does Hemingway have to do with? Well, how did we get on Hemingway?
You were talking about doing impressions.
Not me.
Or Ben was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ben was. It's like, I was working on my impression of Hemingway, and I was just demonstrating it by reading a Hemingway poem.
I could erupt any minute. I don't know when, but it's coming. Anyway.
What do you mean, like your jizz?
No, I mean I'm going to
Throwing up?
What are you gonna throw up from? Are you really that
put-
much of a lightweight?
Yeah, put the focus back on your face.
What are you
Then, if
talking
you're gonna
about?
throw up.
I've been drinking since 6 a.m. What are you talking about?
You don't sound drunk.
Yeah, you don't sound drunk. You don't sound like
feel-
you don't sound like
feel
Peter
drunk.
Carruthers. Whatever that guy's name was.
I feel drunk. Okay.
Well, don't vomit on camera. Nobody wants to see that.
Right.
I do.
Only-
Put the focus back on your face.
Except that they do. Except that they do want to see that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they do. So let's hear about this Batman '89
I'm
track
trying
that you read.
to. If you'll let me finish.
All right.
Okay, so you guys remember Billy
Ah,
D. Williams? Hey,
All right, start drink your whiskey, Hemingway.
Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent in the first Batman. We remember that, right? Everybody remembers that, right?
Yes, we do remember that. Yes.
Well, this starts out like on the night of Halloween and the day after. Harvey Dent is engaged or close to being engaged to Barbara Gordon, which to me doesn't feel right. It's like I would think she's too young for him, so she must be like older housewife age in this, but she sure looks young to me. I don't know.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird.
Harvey Dent and Barbara Gordon. And
I don't know how old Harvey Dent is supposed to be in the.
Well, I mean, I guess
he's all that young.
I guess as old as Billy D. Williams, right?
Yeah, I mean, to get to a position like that, you definitely have to be at least in your 30s or 40s.
Yeah, because you don't
you would
get
think
that
so, yeah.
get to there overnight. So that's not setting right with me, you know. But I mean, I guess I can look past it. What's interesting is that Harvey Dent has come to Bruce Wayne personally and said, "Listen, you know, I want you to go in with me on this thing that I'm this project I'm working on. I want you to help me catch the Batman. And I don't want you to tell Commissioner Gordon about it because he'll be against it." So that puts Bruce Wayne / Batman in a very interesting position where he has to, quote unquote, help Harvey Dent catch himself. Okay. And apparently now, I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but Sam Hams was the screenwriter on the first two Batman that had Michael Keaton, Batman and Batman Returns. So he is one of the main writers on this comic, and so it's how we would see a third Batman movie if it had not been Batman Forever and it had continued under the within the Tim Burton verse, right? With Sam Hams as a screenwriter. Okay, you following?
Yeah, so it would have been another boring one. Is that right? Is that what you mean?
So you're not a fan of the first two?
Not really, no. I mean, they were okay at the time. Well, the first one was okay at the time. The second one, the Penguin was kind of shitbox.
It was a very different interpretation.
I thought that the Penguin was a great tragic figure in Batman Returns, personally.
Yeah.
I'm
glad you liked it.
There's never been a Penguin that is more memorable than Danny DeVito's Penguin. I mean,
the Penguin in the animated series borrowed very heavily from.
But he just looks like
Batman
how
Returns.
everybody else interprets the Penguin, though, is the thing. Everybody interprets the Penguin that way. They didn't do anything different.
Well, when they actually have an episode that focuses on the Penguin, they do show that he doesn't have the high society manners that the other people have, and that he's a very lonely character.
I just feel like Tim Burton was the only one who ever was able to give substance to an otherwise rather boring DC villain. Penguin was always kind of one-dimensional to me, And I guess they tried once again in the Gotham series, but it's the Gotham series, so that doesn't count for much. Penguin has always
that looks
been
like a turd.
Penguin has always been a one-dimensional character.
I didn't like the way that the character looked in the film. I thought it looked like shit. Like that's part of the problem.
How was he supposed to look? How was he supposed to look?
I don't know. I don't like Danny DeVito generally. That's another problem. Sorry, but I don't like him.
What would you do with an
what would I
unlimited
do?
budget?
I
What
wouldn't
would you
do
with an unlimited
anything.
budget and how
I
would
would
you
make
make
I wouldn't make a Batman movie.
Well, if you did,
If I did, I would make a horrible Batman movie because I don't want to make a Batman movie.
well, but that's not playing along, man. Okay.
Okay, well, but I mean, I'm just being realistic. If somebody made me make a Batman movie, it would suck because I don't want to make it.
How would you do better than what they did? How would you do better than what they did? How would you make Penguin memorable and distinctive?
I'm not really saying that I could. I'm just saying I wouldn't even want to, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't really care about the Penguin. I don't really care all that much about Batman anymore. Batman's overdone. I mean, who cares about him anymore? He's got too many movies about Batman. It's all a bunch of it's like played out. Who cares about Batman?
Yeah, I wouldn't do a Batman movie. I would do an Anarchy movie.
Man,
well, we know that.
Anarchy is a way more interesting character.
Anarchy is even more one-dimensional than Penguin, though.
No, he's not. That's only because you've only watched.
I would do a Swamp. I would do Swamp Thing if I could pick my DC character to make a movie about.
Yeah,
okay,
or I'd do a Brotherhood of Dada miniseries
from Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can get on board with that. Anarchy, while interesting, you do realize that he is basically figures into Batman's whole united front of Gotham defense now. He's just another
Well, that's because they keep giving him to writers who don't understand him.
Uh-huh.
They had a stupid subplot where he was like the Joker's son for some fucking reason. It was retarded.
Yeah, Batman's just played out, Jeremy. I'm sorry to say it, but he's played out.
I mean, the best Batman movie in recent memory is the Joker movie.
Whether it is or not, I mean, I don't care. I'm looking forward to that Spider-Man movie in December. I am very excited about that.
Why? Just because they have this stupid fan service bullshit where they're having the multiverse crap with the.
That's right, fan service bullshit. That's it. I'm all on board for fan service bullshit. Yeah, but also,
apparently.
Dude, Doc Ock's going to be back.
Yeah,
the Doc Ock from the Raimi.
I know.
And
they're running out of ideas is basically what this is all about.
No,
right?
well, I mean, whether they are or not, who cares? It's like you're getting to see something that you would not have gotten 20 years ago because directors and audiences then would not have understood a multiverse concept. We're at a point now in cinema where they can get away with doing that, and it's not like over the audience's heads. It's a great thing. It's a win.
Like Frankenstein versus werewolf. I mean, that's pretty sophisticated stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not the same.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I think it's cheap and it's lazy, and I think that they're running out of ideas.
Who cares if it is lazy? I'm seeing it from my point of view, not from theirs.
But what's good about it? I just don't understand what's good about it.
I guess you just don't have that love of characters just, having friction off each other that they would have never had, friction with each other to even 10 years ago. I guess you just don't get the same kind of joy off of that as me. I grew up thinking, wouldn't it be cool if this character met this character? I talk about it all the time,
Yeah, I know, and it just seems like it's similar to like a mashup, right? Like, whereas I think that's like phony creativity, like fake creativity, kind of like, by the numbers. Let's try to fake creativity because we're actually creative, right? That's kind of what it seems like to me.
Well, did I mention Doctor Strange is in it?
I mean, I
Okay.
guess I can see the excitement because I remember like a little under a decade ago, it was like a punchline, the idea that there'd never be a Doctor Strange movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, that's not the case anymore, obviously.
Well, I mean, I think it's cool the fact that the Doctor Strange movie exists and that Doctor Strange is a character in Marvel movies. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I like that, and I think that casting the guy that they cast as Doctor Strange was exactly the guy I thought they should have cast, right? I mean, I'm happy with Doctor Strange being in movies, but I think that just this mashup crap is just not good.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't all that great when they do it in the comics. Like, how many, like, what DC?
They got
like
Khaleesi in a collar! Finally!
What?
They finally got Khaleesi in a collar!
Don't worry, Gregor. We've lost him. He's not listening.
What is
to us
that?
Anymore.
That is
What is that?
the chick from Game of Thrones in a gag and collar.
I know, but what film is that? What film is it?
3 hours
What film is it?
punishment. It's called 3 hours punishment,
Huh?
apparently. 3 hours punishment, and I'm totally going to download it here in a second.
Yeah, Jeremy's
That's what
gonna.
it's called?
Yes. God, I hope they're not playing me.
Yeah, Jeremy's gonna beat his dick raw to that.
No, I'm not going to masturbate. I'm just going to watch.
Methinks
He's just
the lady
addicted to
doth
blue balls, I guess.
protest too much.
Huh?
You're addicted to blue balls, I guess.
Yeah, denial is part of his kink.
Yeah.
No, I really don't.
But I mean, like the mashup stuff. Do you like do you think that like what is it? Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter or whatever that thing is. I mean, that's just
I thought that
fake
was
creativity.
cool because I had heard of the book before it was a movie. I lost interest after I found out it wasn't a comedy, that it was played straight. I was disappointed after that.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I just all this this mashup stuff. I just think is like, like it seems like something you would see in a book about creativity for people who don't. Well, I mean, these books that exist out there for creativity. It's like for people that aren't creative. It seemed like something you'd find in one of those books, right? Like, take two concepts that are discordant and put them together. Like that's just.
This
is
isn't
about
creativity.
It's like
this
that.
isn't about authors
like
being
that,
creative. This isn't about authors being creative. This is about.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, I know that for sure. Yeah.
This is
This
is about fans seeing, dream. I guess maybe it's for where I'm from, the wrestling mindset, where I'm used to seeing people that you dreamed of previously going up against each other. It's more accommodating to my point of view as a wrestling fan, that I'm coming from that maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Maybe. What were you going to say, Ben?
I was just gonna say about the mashup thing. It was like that one retard who did like that. Who mashed up My Hero Academia with the Trump administration. That's a thing that exists.
Why does it have to be a retarded thing? Why can't it just be?
Because it is retarded. It's also retarded when people did like, Obama is like Conan the Barbarian. That shit's retarded. Stop making politicians.
Dude, that's not even a story.
I hate that.
What are you talking about? That's not even a movie. That's not a.
There's like a comic it's either Obama, Hillary, someone like that. Who gives
But
a
that's
shit?
not
It's stupid that they exist at all.
That doesn't even exist in its own fictional universe. That's just a brain fart. I mean,
the people who make those things, they will be the first one shot after the revolution.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I hope so at least. Yeah.
There'll never be a revolution, honey. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're telling yourself that.
So
don't worry about it. It won't
I mean, okay, I can kind of understand, right? The team, the match, the versus type of stuff, right? Like Freddy versus Jason, and that kind of thing. I can understand that, or the Mummy versus the Wolfman, that type of thing. But who gives a crap about seeing Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker hanging out with Tom Holland's Peter Parker.
Uh-huh.
Who cares about that?
I do. Do what?
Why?
But I mean, like, there's been times it's done right. Like I remember the Spider-Man animated TV show. Their finale was a bunch of different Spider-Men from different universes coming together. But like that was like a finale thing. It was special. I do think like over-egging the pudding by saying, "Oh, Avengers was a huge box office hit, so let's do another one where a bunch of Spider-Men come together." Since Spider-Man is sort of on the periphery of the MCU, it doesn't seem like they're putting much thought into it. But I guess I've heard people say that Into the Spider-Verse was pretty good, so I don't know.
No, it really wasn't. But that's because of the animation being so ugly. It's like it's below rotoscoping quality. It's so bad. It's like it looks just ugly to my sensibility. Just it should have been better. It should have been better quality animation. It looks like below the quality of a Queens of the Stone Age music video. I mean, it's just embarrassing. Into the Spider-Verse. That's why I'm so excited about this one with the real Spider-Man that we actually care about, instead of some Peter B. Parker, some Spider-Man who like barely enjoyed being Spider-Man, who barely believed in being Spider-Man, and never got with Mary Jane because he was so disillusioned, and like Miles Morales gets to be the star, and in a vehicle that underserves Miles Morales even as a character. I mean, Miles Morales should debut in a live-action movie because he's one of the more powerful versions of Spider-Man. But anyway,
I hope they because they're going to have what's his name, the Defoe's Green Goblin in this, right?
Yes.
So hopefully they, redesign that character's look so that it's actually good. Maybe they'll take an opportunity to do that, and then that'll make me happy. It's not like I'm not going to watch this movie. I just don't.
Somebody finally gagged her. Anyway,
I'll watch the movie. I'm just not excited about it.
What about somebody gagging Cara Delevingne?
We can't. It's not on the screen.
Can't see that person.
Oh, okay, I'll be glad to share. Yeah, I don't want anybody to miss out.
My only contribution to this is Spider-Man. Spider-Man. He likes dick in his spider can.
About damn time somebody gagged her.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either, honestly. But she looked like she needed to be gagged. So.
But I'll watch the movie. When is this movie coming out? The Spider-Man No Way Home?
Maybe we should watch the trailer.
No.
Why?
I don't wanna.
I'm going to show you the trailer.
Have you guys? Okay, yeah, go ahead and play the trailer if you want to.
This is awesome. And if it gets me zapped or something, then I'll edit it out of the broadcast later. I don't care. Okay.
After you play this, I want you to play this other thing. That's amazing. I'll send it to you.
This is awesome enough to risk it, okay?
Okay.
Seriously, this ain't playing around, man. This is like perfect for the Christmas season. This is seriously exciting. Now, wait a minute. Before I do show this, because Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire are not in the trailer, does not mean they're not going to appear.
Oh, they'll be in there. I mean, it's pretty much confirmed now.
All right. I just want complete silence while we watch this.
Okay.
I get more hyped the more I see this.
Okay.
This is just, I can tell this is going to be a well-written adventure. Don't roll with it! Make him stop!
That was bad.
You know, I had to do it to him.
Okay.
Sit up here all day. It is so crazy down there.
That's right, folks. Spider-Man is in fact Peter Parker.
Listen, I did not kill Mysterio. The drones did.
The drones that are yours.
Does any part of you feel relieved about all this?
What do you mean?
Now that everybody knows, you don't really have to hide or lie to people.
For the record, I never wanted to lie to you. But how do you tell someone that you're Spider-Man? Now everybody knows. But this isn't about me. This is hurting a lot of people. I've just been thinking about how to fix all of this.
So, Peter, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm sorry to bother you, sir.
Please, we saved half the universe together. I think we're beyond you calling me sir.
Okay, Steven.
That feels weird, but I'll allow it.
When Mysterio revealed my identity, my entire life got screwed up. I was wondering if maybe you could make it so that he never did.
Strange. Don't cast that spell. It's too dangerous. Fine. I won't. But the entire world is about to forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Wait, everyone? Can't some people still know?
That's not how the spell works.
So MJ's gonna forget about everything we've ever been through?
Stop tampering with the spell.
Oh my god, Ned, he's my best friend. Oh, my Aunt May should really get talking. What just happened?
We tampered with the stability of space-time. Multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little. The problem is you trying to live two different lives. The longer you do it, the more dangerous it becomes. Be careful what you wish for, Parker. Hello, Peter.
Dude.
Bitching, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it could be good. I'm just not excited about it. What are your thoughts, Ben? Have you seen this trailer before?
Hello, Peter.
Now, play that link that I sent you, Jeremy. This is so crazy that it seems like it's got to be fake, but I don't think it is.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter. Did that give you chills?
Yeah,
No.
that gave me chills.
It gave me chills.
When you were doing it, it gave me chills.
Yeah, you should open like Jeremy ASMR channel.
Yeah, where you just talk about Peters.
Yeah, where you just sensuously talk about Spider-Man all day.
Hello, Peter. I'm convinced. I'm sold.
Have you, with that thing on the front of it, has that ever poked you in the eye? On the microphone?
This is so autistic because I'm not a believer in pop filters, and the thing that originally went on the end of this, it's no longer there because I just don't care, So, hello, Peter.
So play that.
Hello, Peter.
Play the link and tell me whether or not you think this is some kind of amazing fake.
Wait a minute. Is this going to get me copyright struck?
I don't know. Maybe
if the other doesn't. Okay.
It's possible. Anything's possible.
I took a gamble on the last one because King Kong or whatever didn't get me zapped the week before. I'm just hoping. What am I playing again?
This is a little news clip from a local news station somewhere in the United States.
What is it? Is it Us and Them or Deadly Shootout with Florida? That's it, right?
I mean, it's the link that I sent you. I don't know what its title
What's
is.
it
Deadly
called?
Shootout.
I don't.
Maybe.
I've got a lot of links open,
Deadly
man.
Shootout potentially.
It's in the private chat. Play it. Click it.
Is it Natalie Portman tape tagged? No, that's not it. Okay.
Click the link in the private chat.
There we go. Okay. Deadly Shootout with Florida deputies.
Yeah.
What is this? What am I getting ready to be exposed to here?
Just play it, dude, and it's just there's a particular part that's just incredibly amazing. So just play
How
the
do
whole
I know
thing.
this isn't a jump scare?
Play it.
Just play it.
How do I know it's not a jump scare?
Jeremy, play it, or I'll find that knife and kill you with it.
You don't.
Jump scare. Jump scare. Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter.
Dramatic new body cam video just released of an armed ambush on a pair of sheriff's deputies from Brevard County, Florida. A warning in his video that could be disturbing to many viewers.
Oh. Wait a minute, what's he laughing about?
Suddenly ambushed. It all started with a traffic stop. Deputy Tyler Toman talking to a woman while another person rests against the trunk of the sedan. A second deputy, Brian Potters, approaches the vehicle and inside sees a third adult and a baby, and also a dog in the back seat. He makes small talk about his own kids and asks the adult to get out of the vehicle.
He was talking, yeah. Yeah, I'll watch it for you. He's all right. I got babies. Oh, you got a dog too? Hell. I'll make sure they're all right. I got babies too, man.
That's when the car door opens and all hell breaks loose. More than 61 bullets fired in less than a minute. The man with the assault rifle hit in the leg, and Deputy Brian Potter shouts out he's been hit. Deputy Potter's disoriented, not realizing the gunman is right behind him. The gunman hammers Potters in the face with the butt of his rifle, and when Potter goes down, the gunman keeps beating his face, fracturing his sinus.
Hang on. I don't know what he's laughing about, but was there actually...
He's got problems, man. Just let him
know. It's funny when cops get hurt.
Was there actually a baby in the car? That's what I want to say.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Well, then he's a son of a bitch, and I hope he dies.
I know. Continue playing the thing. There's the thing coming up is amazing. Just go
Fuck
ahead.
this guy's sovereignty or whatever.
Go. Play it.
Hey,
Jeremy, just play it.
Okay. Selfish son of a bitch. Fucking faggot.
Play. Watch.
It all started with a traffic stop. Deputy Tyler Toman talking to a woman while another person
you
rests
backed it
against
up.
the trunk
Okay.
of the sedan.
Back it up?
No, go ahead. Play.
A woman while another person rests against the trunk of the sedan. A second deputy, Brian Potters, approaches the vehicle and inside sees a third adult and a baby, and also a dog in the back seat. He makes small talk about his own kids and asks the adult to get out of the vehicle.
He was talking, yeah. Yeah, I'll watch it for you. He's all right. I got babies. Oh, you got a dog too? Hell. I'll make sure they're all right. I got babies too, man.
That's when the car door opens and all hell breaks loose. More than 61 bullets fired in less than a minute. The man with the assault rifle hit in the leg, and Deputy Brian Potter shouts out he's been hit. Deputy Potter's disoriented, not realizing the gunman is right behind him. The gunman hammers Potters in the face with the butt of his rifle, and when Potters goes down, the gunman keeps beating his face, fracturing his sinus and orbital bones. Deputy Tyler Toman drops his spent clip, quickly reloads his gun before unloading it at the man attacking Deputy Potters.
Let there be no doubt, this individual got exactly what he deserved. And to those out there who might be foolish enough to ask why we shot him so many times, that answer is simple. Because evil can never be dead enough.
Yeah.
The Brevard County Sheriff says the man who attacked the deputies was 38
I mean, can you believe that that's something they played on the news? That guy saying that cop.
Well, I mean, I can't disagree with him in those conditions.
It's like
the guy was the aggressor. I can't fault him for that. There's nothing.
I mean, Ben, what are your thoughts about that? I mean, isn't that the most...
we know what Ben's thoughts are, but go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't matter how violent the guy was. Like that guy, he jerks off to the idea of killing black people on a daily basis.
I know, but
he does.
It's just the idea that
even if he did, the guy brought it on himself. I mean,
just hold on a second. This is like a television news program.
Yeah.
And then that guy, they play a clip of that cop saying that. Like, play that again. I mean, that dude saying that.
And I don't think that you would have this cavalier attitude if you actually dealt with someone, at the scene of this, or if you knew someone who was actually in law enforcement. I just don't believe that you would have it in you to be that callous. I just don't believe it.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about?
Well, I didn't finish playing it. I didn't finish playing it, did I?
Trafficking, aggravated assault, battery on a law enforcement officer, and attempted murder. Wilder was out on bond at the time of the attack. Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
Okay, was that the end of the?
Yeah. Well, what
Now
I
you want me to
thought
back
was.
it up. Back it
Yeah,
up.
I just thought it was astounding what they had that cop saying.
I didn't find it that different from. I don't know what. I mean,
You don't find that a bit extreme for them to play on the news of that cop saying that? I mean, I guess maybe I don't know.
Who opened fire first?
He probably. I mean,
I'm not really saying like whether or not I agree with the sentiment, Jeremy.
Okay.
I'm
like
saying
his job is to speak with the public, and if his idea of
Okay.
speaking with the public is getting up there and talking like the fucking Punisher, then he shouldn't
Be
have
more
that job.
diplomatic. You mean be more diplomatic?
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah. I just think it's a great quote. What the guy says. I mean, it's hilarious. It's like Judge Dredd or something. But it's amazing that it's on the nightly news. Right. That's my point. Right. Not
I mean,
that.
it doesn't surprise me. It's like he's
I
just
just
saying the
feel
quiet
like
part out loud.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like he is, right?
I feel like I have heard more emotional things than that said in these situations. In a live setting. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just not as jaded as you gentlemen, but that seems like a pretty extreme soundbite for them to play on the news. Like evil could not be dead enough, right?
Okay. Who opened fire first? Who opened fire first?
That's not the point,
man. I just said that wasn't the point.
The guy should have been more diplomatic, yes, but
that's not. But it's not the point. My point is, I agree with the guy's sentiment, right? I mean, I agree that a dude that has an innocent dog and an innocent child, a baby in the car running around spraying machine gun fire, he's asking to get shot a bunch of times, right? I mean, that's true.
Okay.
But it's just amazing that they played something so callous, right, on the news after they just showed a video of a guy getting shot a bunch of times.
I would imagine he had some blowback from that, whether it's from PR or his own, superiors. I would imagine he suffered some kind of blowback.
Yeah,
I imagine like within his own department, they were like, "Hey, we agree with you, but don't say that out loud."
Yeah,
we're right. I'm sure in the locker room, everybody was giving him high fives, right? I mean, but
what was it? Mike Nelson said to Crow and Tom Servo once, "You have to hide the hostile sentiments," right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, play that soundbite from that guy. It's an amazing line, like
exactly that point. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. It's not on the screen anymore, right?
It is.
It is okay.
Yeah.
Exactly what he deserved. And to those out there who might be foolish enough to ask why we shot him so many times, that answer is simple. Because evil can never be dead enough.
I mean, that's like from like a RoboCop film or something.
It
right?
is, yeah. Evil can never be dead enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's like something you would expect to see in RoboCop 2.
Yeah, that dude like it rewatches that footage and just Matt beats his dick raw to it.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. But that's what I thought was amazing. It was just like, wow, it seemed like so scripted, like that guy, you know what I mean? Like it just seemed fake. The whole thing seems almost like it could be fake, Like from beginning to end, it seemed could be fake, right? I mean, that guy getting shot in the leg and hopping around, you know what I mean? Like
it's always like a Keystone Cop thing. This guy just pops out of nowhere with a machine gun and everyone's hopping around on their legs because he got shot.
Like Reno 911. Maybe.
Yeah, it looked like the whole thing could have been fake. Really.
It could have been a Reno 911 segment.
Yeah,
but
or they could have just filmed something for the nightly news. Let's have something crazy
in real life too. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad I don't make a decision that brash on either law enforcement's part or organized crime's part.
Believe me, we all are.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have that job.
We're all very happy that you don't have to make those kind of decisions.
Yeah. unless it involves erotic, jailhouse action.
Okay, now Ben's sending me a link.
Yeah, this is a palate cleanser.
Is this a jump scare?
No.
I swear to God, if it is.
It's not a jump scare.
If it is, I hope it makes him throw up on camera.
I'll kick everybody out of this room if it's a jump scare.
It's not a jump scare.
That's not an invitation for some later, hootenanny either.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Hey, Jeremy.
Huh?
Boo.
Oh, got him.
Okay. This better not be a jump scare.
I hope it is.
I'm so angry.
If the first comment at the top of these comments down here is scroll up pussy, I know it's a jump scare. Okay. Comments are turned off. Okay, well, we'll see.
Oh, please leave me alone. Or I'll tell the teacher. Or I'll tell the teacher. Please stop touching my willy. Really
Auto-tune. What is it with people in auto-tune nowadays? What is it with auto-tune at all? Why does auto-tune even exist? Why would musicians ever
For things like that?
auto-tune? Huh?
For things like that. That
Why
wouldn't have
would
been nearly as funny
anybody
without the
ever
auto-tune.
Why would any musician ever use auto-tune? So why would anybody else ever use auto-tune?
It's another tool in the toolbox. Why not?
It's lame when it's used as a disguise for not being able to sing, but it can be a cool effect when it's used right.
Yeah.
That's what they sound like when they use it.
That is so differently, literally.
That's what they sound like.
I mean, you really like Baked Alaska, and he drowns his voice in
I don't
auto-tune.
like Baked Alaska. I just like that song.
You just called him Baked Alaska.
Baked Alaska. We love our cops, our law enforcement. He always sounds like he's underwater. It's just funny. He played that for the police when he called him on his own passengers, and the guy's not impressed. He's sitting there like with his eyebrow arched, like, that's all it takes these days, huh?
I like dick in my asshole. I'm gay and I like dicks, don't you know?
Yeah, Baked Alaska is definitely cucked Alaska. Am I right? Huh?
Oh, look at me. I'm in the Capitol. I'm filming myself. I'm committing a felony.
Or Baked Ass Alaska or cucked Alaska? Which one's better? I don't know.
You have been drinking since 6 a.m., huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about cake asshole?
I've lasted this long. I'm surprised I'm not like dead or comatose. Yeah.
Yeah, how about cake asshole?
I mixed some other drugs with it, so yeah.
Caked.
Caked asshole. His asshole is caked and poopy.
Wow.
For all I know, Gracie's been drinking too. I don't know.
Don't do that.
Oh, and I've even given it to her. I'm just saying, she did.
Yeah, give her catnip, but don't give her that.
I did give her cat. I do not give her cat alcohol. Anyway, so what do we think about Spider-Man No Way Home? Huh?
I'll watch it.
More like Spider-Man No Homo.
That's right, no homo.
That's the next one, I think. That's
Because
the
he's the
fourth
fucking
one.
boss. That's why no homo. That's right.
Yeah, they're gonna have a 3-way.
Hopefully, the next one's like Spider-Man Home Alone. It's got Macaulay Culkin in it. That would be so good.
Macaulay Culkin would have been a good Spider-Man in the 90s, yeah.
He was.
Then you had
Not
mental
so much.
problems.
Yeah. What? Maybe I don't know. Was there ever a Spider Boy? Well, no. Spider-Man was a.
There was a Spider-Man. This is how
he
much
became
of a nerd I am.
He became Spider-Man when he was a teenager, so not
This
really.
is how much of a comic nerd I am. There actually was a Spider-Boy when DC and Marvel universes temporarily merged for like a bunch of one-shot issues of what was called Amalgam Comics, and Spider-Man and Spider-Man.
No,
and
amalgam, Ben.
Yeah. Or amalgam.
Amalgam, yes.
Well, I've heard him
Yeah.
pronounced both ways. Anyway,
It's amalgam.
I've heard him pronounced.
Have you ever
both
won a
ways.
pronunciation bee, Jeremy?
I've heard him
You just
pronounced
have
both
to-
ways. I've heard him pronounced both ways by people, by actual comic pros. So there, you know. Anyway, I've heard it pronounced both ways by comic pros. So it could be one or the other. I mean,
you have to remember the theme song for Samurai Champloo, which has the lines: "The elements compose a magnum opus. My modus operandi is amalgam." There,
you know,
that's how how to pronounce
you know he's a weeaboo because he said it as shampoo instead of shampoo.
I mean, it's technically shampoo.
I don't even know any of the words you're saying.
See, that I mean that's how you know. Because he just doubled down on it there.
Besides that, shampoo sounds less awkward than shampoo.
So was Spider Boy, wasn't that like a
awkward. What is a shampoo? What does it even mean?
But Spider Boy was like Spider-Man and Superboy combined, right?
It's a shampoo.
That's
like
what
a
I was
dish
trying to say, huh?
A shampoo is a type of dish that mixes like different ingredients. I can't remember exactly what though.
Okay. Spider-Man and Superboy temporarily merged when DC and Marvel did for the one-shot business, and he became Spider-Boy. So that's what I was trying to say all this time, is that there was a Spider-Boy, but only for like one issue before DC and Marvel unmerged again.
Right. There was just a a mini series, a bunch of one-shots or whatever.
Yes.
Right, like they combined like
Speed,
Wolverine and
Ghost
Batman.
Rider and the Flash was another one called Speed Demon. I thought that they were going to be. I thought that's how comics were going to be from now on. I was disappointed when they unmerged again, personally.
How old were you?
8? Is this?
I was 13.
I'm trying to. When did they? Do you remember like when they did that weird thing where Superman split into a red and blue Superman?
God, that was so gay. There he is, though. That shows I know my shit right there. There he is.
Speaking of red and blue stuff.
Okay,
have you guys seen this?
I'll be back.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'll ask you this then, Ben. I hear that there is a new Matrix trailer that's out.
Yeah.
Matrix, what is it called? Repercussions? I don't remember. What is it called?
I can't remember. Something like that.
Have you seen the trailer though?
Nope.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. It's my understanding that that the makers of the Matrix didn't like the fact that the red pill became a meme in the world beyond the film, and they didn't like the way that the red pill's been used in popular culture or whatever, and that they are like emphasizing the blue pill now.
In
the trailer.
I don't know about that. All I know
That's
is
what I've heard.
One thing I heard is that one of the Wachowskis, I think it was Lucy, actually like put in her Twitter bio, like, I'm not working on the new Matrix, so stop asking me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess only one Wachowski is on it.
Oh, really? Okay.
So,
okay, yeah. I can't remember what the other one's name is.
Yeah, I can't remember.
What is
either.
it? Do you know? Like Aaron or something?
I don't know.
Or I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, I bet that's gonna suck.
I mean,
real bad.
The Matrix sequels weren't that great. I mean, it's a kind of a popular opinion. I think that the Animatrix was way better than the Matrix sequels.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the first film was good, and then the Animatrix was pretty good, and then those sequels were, lackluster at best.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, they had their moments, but generally there was, they never. I mean, the part of the appeal of the first movie was like the reality bending, mind twisting kind of aspect of it, and then the second and the third movie had nothing of that sort in it, really, which was kind of weak,
Yeah, and it's just like I don't know what is the point of making a fourth Matrix like this far out, Did they?
Yeah, I mean, other than just they were able to get greenlit because it's a built-in brand. I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, I don't see that. Yeah.
Did the Wachowskis even do anything good after the Matrix? Speed Racer was
Speed
okay.
Racer.
It was okay.
I mean, I thought that was pretty good. I mean, for what it was amazing that had that much big of a budget, right? Like, I mean, that's part of what's good about it is that somebody gave them all that money to make that movie.
Yeah. Well, what else did they have like that? That Jupiter Rising or whatever it was that nobody remembers?
Yeah, I've not seen that one. Have you?
No.
Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
You've not seen it?
Look at the fun.
It seems like
the fun. Look at the fuzzy boy.
It seems like there's reptilians in that, though. Somebody said, I think.
I think there's like aliens that look reptilian, but I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the only thing that's interesting about it that I would like to maybe see is some reptilians, but I've not seen it. I mean, if it's on a streaming thing like on Tubi or something, I'd probably watch it. But I'm not that excited about it. I bet it's probably like one of these things that's probably an interesting failure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it might be.
Have you seen?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Have you seen what's that other one they did that? It's like what is it called? It's like a literary novel, sci-fi literary novel that they did a adaptation of. But what was it? Mitchell something.
Mitchell's like an MST3K. There's an MST3K movie.
No, like the writer's last name is Mitchell, I think, that wrote the book or something like that.
Oh, Lana is the name of the other. Lana is the name of the other Wachowski, and I was thinking of Lily, not Lucy.
No, the movie I'm talking about is like there's takes
Cloud
place
Atlas.
in various different. Cloud Atlas, yeah. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I've heard it's somewhat interesting. No, I haven't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard it's somewhat like I think it's another one of these things that's like a spectacular failure kind of thing, right? Like it's my understanding, like
they got in some. Yeah, they got in some trouble for that because it takes place over different times and places, and it has the same actors, and like some of them, change races, so some of them have like makeup to make them look Asian.
Right, which I think is a weak sauce for them to get mad about, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, like the reason, like I can understand like people getting upset about like Ghost in the Shell, like because the character is Japanese, just cast an Asian actress, but in this case, like there's like a real artistic decision behind doing that. Right. So getting like all mad about it just seems a bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it how it was done, I guess, but I guess it doesn't really matter to me how it was done, but it seems like they could have like had a motion capture kind of effect where they actually had like the face of a real Asian person with mocap, you know what I mean? Like one of the other, Caucasian actors, you know what I mean? Like,
let's see, when did that come out? It came out in 2012, so I think the technology was probably there. Maybe it wouldn't have been.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I wouldn't mind seeing any of their movies because they do. Their what is it? What is the phrase? Their reach exceeds their grasp, or something like that. Is that the right phrase? Like they seem to genuinely kind of go for it, but fuck up, right? And I think it's somewhat admirable,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That they're ambitious, but they don't always, hit the mark. A lot of people,
exactly, yeah.
A lot of people like their V for Vendetta movie. I didn't really like that.
Oh, I fell asleep during that. Yeah,
yeah. It wasn't that it was boring, but it's just like it completely missed the point of the comic. It's just like you have a character who's an anarchist, and then you just make a movie that's a screed against the Bush administration. It's stupid.
Look at that guy's face. Face.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah, move out of the way so we can see the cat.
Hello, Peter.
I think your teeth are stained. So how much
You
did
got
you
puke
throw
on your
up?
teeth?
A lot. I threw up a lot.
You
I may
didn't
not
seem
be
like
done
you were
either.
sick at
I may
all.
not be- I may not be done either. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, you didn't even seem like you were sick at all.
When?
Before you were sick.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
like,
I
have
was.
to-
It was coming. It was coming. All right. Yeah.
you didn't look at it. It's just like you just casually like, yeah, I'm gonna have to throw up soon.
Yeah.
It's just
I
like
did.
it's just like you do it to just do it as naturally as when you go to the bathroom to pee.
Mm.
So,
Sorry
Jeremy,
to
have you seen the new Matrix trailer?
Hello, Peter.
Hello,
Jeremy, have
Charlie.
you seen the new Matrix trailer?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So he takes the blue pills, right? And that means that
Yeah, that's what I heard. That like they're trying to emphasize the blue pills because they don't like the fact that the red pills became what they were in pop culture.
No, but the blue pills still mean accepting the lie,
Matrix
right?
as a reality. Right, yeah.
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 But I noticed there are smartphones in the new Matrix, which means that may have been the Matrix's way of fighting back, I'm guessing, right?
I don't know, but but it's my understanding that the Wachowskis or whatever you call their people, right? That they were like pissed off about the red pill being like, taken over by.
Well, they can suck a dick
or whatever.
I mean,
and my understanding is that in the movie, in the trailer, they're emphasizing the blue pill as like a.
I'm sick of
backlash
creative
or something,
people
is what I
thinking
hear.
that you can only be liberal. I'm sick of that.
I mean, there's a difference between just being liberal and the fact that a lot of the guys who call themselves red pills are women-hating psychos.
Well, they must have good reason for hating them, though.
sure.
They must have good reason for hating them, though. That's the thing. That's their right.
Jeremy, I think you need to go back into the bathroom and stick your head into the toilet.
No, that's
go
their
back
right.
into the bathroom and stick your head in the toilet,
There are
please.
just as many man-hating women as there are women-hating men. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I keep telling yourself that. Go back to the bathroom.
No, I
put
don't
your
have
head
to tell
in the
myself
toilet.
nothing, Ben. I don't have to tell myself.
Go to the bathroom. Put your head in the toilet.
No.
Your head in the toilet.
Yeah,
go do
I
that.
do.
It's a simp for women who don't care about you.
Yeah, go do it.
Jeremy.
Go
Go
do it. I don't
go.
agree with Ben, but go do that anyways.
Yes, go stick your head in the toilet while you say prayers to Saint Elliot Roger. Okay.
It's one thing if you see a woman getting attacked and you don't do anything, but you do not have this.
Jeremy, why are you still
wait a
here?
minute.
You should be
I'm
going,
sorry.
sticking
I'm
your
going to
head
have to
in
mute
the
you if you don't
toilet.
let me talk. If you don't
If
let
you
me
mute
talk,
me,
I
see
can't
what
let
will
you-
What are
happen.
you even talking about?
Jeremy,
If you
mute
don't-
me and see what
if
will
you don't
happen.
let me talk, I can't let you talk, brother. Hang on. So if you don't owe a woman, this.
Nobody is saying that. Jesus Christ!
Okay.
Again, don't put your head in the toilet.
Well, no, why do you want me to do that then?
It might clean out your head a bit. It sounds like it's full of shit.
No, you want me to be a simp for women, and I'm not going to.
You don't need to be a simp. You just don't be a woman-hating psycho.
It's not woman hating. It's just the fact that they can be deceptive. They can be more.
Okay, yeah. Again, head in the toilet. Go do that.
Dude, if you can't come to this basic fact that women can be more deceptive,
Jeremy, you can't
than-
even come. Please go stick your head in the toilet.
If you can't come to this basic fact with the rest of us that women can be more deceptive than men, and men can
I
be more
think women are
deceptive than
people,
women,
so sometimes they
then
suck.
you're behind, man. Women can be more deceptive than men. Men can be more deceptive than women, but women can also be more deceptive than men. If you can't come to this basic agreement, then you need to stick your head in the toilet, dude.
Again, you need to go stick your head in the toilet because, again, you're just trying to say, like, oh, the women-hating psychos have a point because, women
do
are
have
more
a
deceptive than men.
They do have a
okay,
point. Now,
your head is full of shit. You need to go flush it.
If they're raping them and doing all this other shit, then yeah, that's a problem. But
Again,
if they
Jeremy,
just hate
please.
them,
Jeremy,
if they just
Jeremy,
hate them,
Jeremy,
then that's their business.
Jeremy,
If
Jeremy,
they just
go
hate
stick your head in the
women-
toilet.
No,
Jeremy,
wait a minute.
Jeremy,
If they just,
Jeremy,
if they
go
just
stick your head
hate,
in the toilet.
if they
Jeremy,
just,
Jeremy,
if
Jeremy,
they just, if they just,
Jeremy,
Professor Honeydew demands that I speak.
What the fuck? Professor Honeydew wants his head hollowed out and his head fucked it.
Professor Honeydew,
like you do with watermelons from the
and Beaker and
Yeah, he needs a header.
Yeah, look. I know you like to masturbate to dead bodies. Okay, so hey, you know where you should go mix some of your vodka with water from the toilet.
Demand that I speak.
They aren't real, Jeremy.
Yes,
they aren't real. Nothing is real. It's a game.
Well, that's true. Yeah. If nothing is real, then
nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
If nothing is real, then everything is real.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Now, Jeremy,
if
go stick your head in the toilet.
Then I can hate women. Okay.
Jeremy, go stick your head in the toilet.
No, you said everything's permitted.
I said it was permitted. Doesn't mean I'm still not going to make fun of you for it.
Who are you quoting there? Was it Hassana Sabah?
Yeah.
Is that who that is?
Or whoever Burroughs was quoting.
He hates women too. He's just too pussy to admit it.
It's like the Assassins dude.
What, Burroughs? Yeah, he hated women. I mean, that doesn't mean he's not. Oh, he's listening to me. He's going to stick his head in the toilet.
Go put his head in the toilet. That's where it belongs.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I get why, being annoyed that a bunch of women-hating psychos like took your thing and like made it theirs, but trying to get it back is like a really bad idea. It's like what the guy who made Pepe tried to do. Like, he tried to kill him off. Is just like, dude, no, just keep going. Just don't. In most cases, it probably would make sense just not to address it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me to try to take it back. You can't take it back. It's done, right?
I can hear him throwing up.
Oh, nice. But yeah, that movie's going to be terrible.
I mean, it's just one of those things. Is what's the point? Why does this exist?
I guess because they could not get anything else greenlit. I suppose. Wow, he's really going all out.
Yeah. He's vomiting up his misogyny into the toilet.
Yeah, I guess so.
A lot in there.
Really going all out. So, hey, did our man Jeremy Barfy did he read your Elaine short?
I actually don't know if he did or not.
Okay, I thought he did. Because I meant to grab it and read it before this show, but I failed you, Ben. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But I will read it. I do have it on my list.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And I want to get it from God list so that they, it's rather support that than Amazon. And I'd also like to get the bonus material. So how many pages is it?
It's like I can't remember how many pages it is, but it's like the story itself is like 5,500 words, and there's 3 poems in it.
So it's about 30 pages, 35 pages, something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I just remembered there was I wanted to reveal the final cover for Candy Shopping at the End of the World. Let me put it on MJ real quick so I can send Jeremy the link.
Do it. How was that throwing up there, Jeremy? Was that pretty good?
Threw it up.
Did you get it all out?
Well, I still hate women. No. I still hate women.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
No.
I'm going to put my I
wouldn't rape a woman though. So I mean,
do you want a fucking medal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you the medal, not rapist.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
There'll be a Nobel Prize.
I'm the first not rapist. Thank you.
Yes, the first not rapist to ever exist. The first man who has no desire to rape, mostly because you can't get your dick up. But it still
I could if I wanted to.
See.
I don't know that you could.
All right.
You lose it. I mean, you use it. If you don't use it, you lose
That's
it.
That's not true. That was debunked in 30-Year-Old Virgin.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If you don't take it out and use it, it's gonna rust. All right, there's the cover in the link there. Put that up on screen, Jeremy.
It's in the private chat.
Yeah, the private chat.
Yeah, Uncle Void seems to have tuned in at quite the time.
I thought we always did things this way. I don't know that we.
Yeah, this isn't any different.
I think you tuned in when you were throwing up off camp, we could actually hear you throwing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were puking very loud there.
Yeah.
It didn't feel good. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't sound like it did.
Didn't sound like it.
I knew it was coming. Now, what am I running again? What am I playing?
You're not playing anything. You go into the Imgur in the private chat to reveal the final cover for Candy Shopping at the End of the World.
Where's that?
Yes, Jeremy.
The private chat.
Oh.
Yeah, come on now. You drunk or something?
Yeah.
Jeremy.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Jeremy.
Huh?
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I got thing here though.
Are you there, Jeremy?
Look, do you see anything? I don't see anything.
Why the fuck's that not pulling up? Hold on.
Jeremy, you're failing.
I don't see anything.
Hold on. That should be.
You gave me a bad link. Ben's failing. You talk about me failing. Ben's failing.
Well, it's probably been hanging out with you too much.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, your failure is rubbing off on me. Hold on, let me try something else.
You're welcome.
I think it might have been too big. Hold on.
You can go see Spider-Man
that's
No
a problem
Home.
that
No
you
Way
have,
Home.
I hear.
You can go see Spider-Man No Way Home with me if you want. Now that you won't have a date, you know.
How's that going to happen?
I don't know. I'm just.
If I'm in Tennessee when it comes out, I'll go with you.
I was talking to Ben.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't go with you ever then.
Yeah.
Big jerk.
You're not interested. You're not.
No, you just don't seem to listen.
You're not a fan of shared universe.
You don't seem to listen. I said I'll go see it.
You're not. Well, I don't know if I believe that though. You're not a fan of shared universes.
I like Spider-Man.
Apparently not.
No, I never said I didn't like Spider-Man.
You don't want to see Tobey Maguire or Andy Garfield's Spider-Man updated or anything. So I don't know.
I mean, I could take that or leave it. You know, like I'm not excited about it. I don't care about it.
Then you're not a Spider-Man fan. Sorry,
no, I'm a Spider-Man fan.
No, that's not how it works. It's not how we run here.
I like it. I like Spider-Man the way I like Spider-Man, not the way you like it, which is a child.
Well, it's not your character, though.
What?
He's not your character.
He's my favorite superhero.
Well, apparently not.
No,
you don't give a shit about his new movie.
I didn't say I didn't give a shit about it. I said I'm not excited about it.
You pretty much did.
No.
I showed you an awesome trailer. Hello, Peter.
I've seen that trailer before a couple different times.
You didn't even get goosebumps when he did the line, "Hello, Peter." You didn't even get goosebumps like you're supposed to. They saved it for last so you would get goosebumps. Don't you understand?
I know they did. I mean, I get it. I mean, I do like that depiction of Doc Ock. I do like that. Yeah. Looks like they de-aged him too, didn't they?
No. If what I understand, I'm still not seeing this link, Ben. But anyway,
I have to redo it. Just give me a second.
Okay, if he almost died or did die at the end of Spider-Man 2, then you got to figure either he's in some multi-dimensional prison or the afterlife, in which case maybe he got a new body or he lost weight in the multi-dimensional prison, is what I'm guessing, right? So that's why he's thinner there and more vibrant and oomph-ish, you know? Hello, Peter.
Yeah,
makes sense, right? That's smart.
No, I think you're just really reading too much into it.
That's smart. No. There really is a rumored to be a multi-dimensional prison because, you know, Doc Ock isn't the only villain in it, right? There's going to be 5 others because they're doing the Sinister Six. You got...
Okay.
Doc Ock. Well, no, wait a minute. I got to finish this first, Ben. Doc Ock from the Maguire universe, Electro from the Garfield universe, Green
Venom.
Goblin from the Maguire universe, and then 3 others.
Venom.
I don't, which could be anybody, but I'm thinking it's 2 from each Spider-Man's.
I hope it's the Topher Grace Venom.
God, why would you want that? That's not going to happen.
He's the best Venom.
He is not the best Venom.
Topher?
No, he's not the best Venom.
You don't like Topher?
Shit. That wasn't Venom. That was
Sandman's going to be in it.
That was Sam Raimi being forced to put Venom in his piece of shit.
Sandman's going to be in it, though. They have to acknowledge that. So
Sandman is a good character. The Sandman in Raimi's trilogy, or Sandman in Spider-Man 3, Raimi actually did good with that character.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
I could almost see him like being like a what they call a tweener, an in-betweener, like going between trying to do right by Maguire's Spider-Man and then trying to keep his allegiance to the Sinister Six and going back and forth. I could kind of see that going on there. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like a part twat, part wiener.
No, an in-betweener is actually a wrestling / storytelling term. A tweener is it's abbreviated. So a tweener is somebody who goes back and forth between good and bad.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Because if you saw in that trailer, there's a moment where there's electricity or like thunder or lightning and sand mixed together. So that means probably Electro and Sandman, you know?
Right. The Vulture probably be in it too. Yeah.
Yeah, because Michael Keaton. Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah. So go. Let's see this cover reveal.
Okay. Where is it, Ben?
It's in the bottom link in the private chat.
It is not.
It is.
Okay, here it is now, but it's sideways.
It's supposed to be that way.
Are you sure you want to show it that way?
We put it up on the screen.
Okay, I will, but I also want to show it sideways too. Then that way people see it the way it probably. Okay, I get. It's a book. Okay, yeah.
Jeremy put it up on the screen.
Motherfucker! Don't tell me what to do on my own show. All right?
Jeremy, put it up on the screen.
I'll gag every woman in the world.
Yes, this is the Ben show. It's my show.
No, I will gag every woman in the world, okay? And you can't stop.
Your dick's not big enough for that, okay?
So this is Jeremy, you thought this was turned the wrong way?
No, just for a second. I'm working on it.
I don't know. Make it bigger.
That's what she said.
Yeah, it is. And then
that's as big as I can make it.
Yes, exactly. And so this is we put it up so it's bigger.
Look, is it not showing? Is it showing?
Oh, actually, like put it up so it's like showing. Like click
so
on
showing
the
like the entire cover.
Yeah, click on the image.
I'm trying. I don't understand what you want.
Okay, right click and show image then. Okay, forget it. Just scroll up and down.
I get what you're saying. All right. Don't rely on IMGUR to bring it to its most dimensions. Wait a minute.
Well, whatever. This is fine. Just bring it back up.
No.
Bring it back up. I'm not going to have you...
That's what she said, too.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That is the final cover for Candy Shopping at the End of the World.
And for those who are vertically challenged, that way, too.
Yes. For those, I don't have a release date yet. It'll be out when it's out. It's the cover was by Michael Kazepis. I think he did a great job. I really like that cover. And as you like with I did with I'm a Marionette, it's going to be both on Amazon and Godless when it's completed. The Godless version will have bonus material.
Wait, did you say Kazepis?
Yeah, Kazepis.
Okay, I'm definitely doing it wrong.
So are you are Rob Ramirez?
Yeah. I decided to use a pen name for this one.
There we go. Kazepis wants to turn the world upside down with morality. So,
all right, Jeremy, put it right side up.
Oh no, but he wants to turn the world upside down.
Stop talking shit about the people I work with, okay? I don't care about whatever beef you have with him. That's between you guys.
Okay, well, will you get him to come on then?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I know he won't.
So
Go
what,
ahead.
how come you
He
use
lives in Greek now anyway. So he's living in Greek now, so I don't even know how that would work out.
Oh, well, I hope he's happy.
Yes. In Greece, not Greek, duh. But,
I
yeah,
know.
this is-
I did. I don't try to correct you on everything you say. I let you be free.
Well, you probably figured you probably misheard, but yeah, that's the cover. It's good. You know, I masturbated to it when he gave it to me, so yeah, it's gonna be awesome. You know.
So what? Why do you have a pen name for this?
Tell him I'll pay him.
I don't even know why I decided to have a pen name for this. I think when I originally conceived it, I thought I'd be able to like write it in a couple weeks, which obviously was not the case. But you know, I already like decided I'm going to use a pen name for it, so I'm going to stick with it.
I mean, is it stylistically different or than your normal stuff, or what's the deal?
A little bit. It's more of a, I guess, comedy. I guess.
Okay.
So I decided to use a pen name. I can't really say why exactly I decided to. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean the idea for a story came from a dream that I had, and I guess for some reason, in that dream, I felt the need to use a different name. So this is why.
I don't think Regina's coming back.
I don't think so either.
No, she said she wasn't going to come back in the group chat.
She said she might.
No, she said she was going to entertain the cat the rest of the night.
I know what that means.
Not in the private chat, she didn't.
She said it in the group chat on Facebook.
What group chat?
You should also put up the beautiful...
No. What group chat?
The one on Facebook.
I'm not a part of any groups.
The one that has the messenger chat that has me, you, and Regina.
Oh, that. Okay.
You should also put up the cover that the thumbnail that I made for this episode.
Let me discover this.
What are you doing?
Let me discover this on my own. Hang on.
So when does this come out?
I don't know. I'm gonna see how long. I'm about halfway through the manuscript, and
let me finish a thought.
While you're doing that,
Regina had a message here for Gregor.
Oh, really?
Please tell Gregor I'm glad he escaped the experimental facility and hope he will be back next week.
Okay, well, I'm glad I escaped that too.
Also, Jeremy, your aunt sent me a very sweet message. We both agree your mom should be proud of you. Aw.
I agree too.
Why is my aunt messaging my co-hosts?
I don't know.
She doesn't want me to sing. Why is she messaging my co-hosts? I'm not.
I mean, leave that between you.
I'm not gonna. I'm just joking anyway. Okay.
But,
so you're only halfway through this manuscript, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, since I paid Kazepis to make this, I now have more motivation to actually finish the goddamn thing.
Okay. So how long do you think it's going to be total when you're done?
I'm gonna aim for about 20,000 words or under.
Okay, so like a novella length.
Yeah, novella length. And as of the moment, I'm only gonna have it as an ebook. Kazepis is pretty cool to work with. He still made a wraparound if I ever decide to make it a physical book. So
you should make a physical book.
I want to know immediately if my aunt sends either of you a message like she did Regina.
No.
What do you mean no? No, you got to tell me. You got to tell me.
She didn't. No.
She has. I've been getting cyber with her.
Yeah, she wants her some of that goat dick.
Yeah.
There we go.
She's on it.
Well, you should also put up the thumbnail that I made for this episode because it's actually pretty awesome.
Wait a minute, but I already it's the thumbnail for the video. What are you talking about?
Well, put it up so I can brag about it because it's actually I'm actually very proud of it.
Well, I came up with the idea, but he executed it very well. But our antagonistic relationship aside, I do have to credit that Ben always does manage to come through when I approach him with an idea for images / thumbnails, you know.
So Ben, you should put this out in a physical format. You know,
I probably will at some point. Yeah.
And I think that, you know, since you got a pen name, you should also have like a author photo that's not your own face, and I think you should use Jeremy's face. Face of Rob Ramirez.
As an author photo?
Yeah, as the face of Rob Ramirez.
I'd be okay with it, but it would cause bad. It would cause him undue, you know, stress in his career. It's the only thing.
I don't give a shit about that, but it wouldn't fit with the fake bio that I already came up with for Rob Ramirez.
Oh, they said he wasn't fat or something.
No, he's in my head that he's like a 70 years old at this point, and he's a failed Hollywood writer.
Oh, okay.
Wait, who is?
Sorry, Jeremy.
The Rob Ramirez.
That's your pen name.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
In the fake bio I came up for him, he's like almost 70 and is a failed writer, a Hollywood writer.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see this, Jeremy. I want to see it now.
You know, it's the thumbnail for the. You can look at it right now. It's on YouTube.
Now.
I want to see it now.
I mean,
yes, now.
I don't care what you say, Jeremy. Pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up. NOW now.
Hang on, I'm making it bigger.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she did. She says that a lot. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
that's what I call the quiet place.
Volume 1.
Of course, the original didn't have Volume 1, but you know.
Right. You don't do that to Volume 2.
Yeah.
I like it.
There it is.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I put that together in like 2 or 3 hours. That was amazing.
It took that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I paid you for it then.
Well, that's actually. Yeah, that's actually not very long considering how good it turned out. Usually I have to do a bunch of trial and error before I actually figure out something that's worth something.
Man, I can't believe so that Weekend at Bernie's thing that you put together and the Bill and Ted thing, those took more than 3 hours?
No, those didn't take it. No, those were just like simple copy and paste, but that was like coming up with something entirely new.
Oh,
that was like a greenfield thing right there, bro.
Wow. Yeah, good. Yeah, he always gets any idea that I bring to him. He knows how to pull it off. So, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I feel like
plus
there was something else.
Those other ones you mentioned are a little like memey and shit posty, so those didn't require like high effort.
Okay.
This one
I feel
was.
like there was something else.
So,
were
Jeremy,
there any other new releases or upcoming releases we were going to plug from friends of the show? Or
There's probably some, but I can't think of any.
So has Neil Bimbo been on again since the Dong?
He's been on.
Did that scare him off?
He was on 2 or 3 times in a row, actually.
After the Dong?
After what?
The Dong.
Oh,
yeah.
On the next week, I think.
I don't think he was. Well, maybe he was. I was just curious because it seemed like since then he wasn't on.
I don't think that he would be scared off by a dick. A dick.
No. He writes. His name is Neil.
He writes
Bimbo,
men's adventure fiction.
I know, but I mean, there's a difference between imaginary dongs and real dongs.
I'm telling you,
That wasn't a real dong.
He's been on since then. I'm almost.
It wasn't
sure.
a real dong.
No, that was clearly some.
That wasn't the guy who was showing it.
Clearly, what?
Yeah, it might have been like from a porno or something, but it
well, that's what I'm saying.
Dong.
Well, it was a video image of a real dong. It wasn't the
It might have
guy's
been,
dong. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was just the quality of the picture, but it kind of looked like a toy to me.
I don't know about that.
I think it was a real dong.
It looked pretty organic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pull it up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not going to refer back to that, but I don't know, man. I do think it was real, but it was not the person who was posting it.
No.
No. That person needs tweezers to manipulate their dick.
I think that actually, in retrospect, every now and then I'll go on these on these YouTube videos of these pranksters or phone scammers or whatnot, and I'll say, "Hey guys, if you feel like pranking me, feel free to prank this show. We're going live tonight." Every now and then I'll do that, and I'll drop a link to the StreamYard, and that may have been one time when I did that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there was that other time where someone put that video of furries shitting in each other's mouths.
And to this day, it has not been flagged. And I didn't even edit it like the other one. That's good.
So you did edit the dong out?
I did edit the dong out, but the furry shitting in the mouth thing, I think that there is, shades of gray with that. You can't really see it plopping out of the guy's ass into the Crash Bandicoot's mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been, chilly or effect shit, but
Yeah, one only knows. Yeah.
I'm trying to. I mean, okay, well, Jack and Ape and the Fingermen is still, coming out from D. Harlan Wilson. I read the advanced copy of that, and I thought it was pretty awesome.
Man, there's something else though. There's something else from someone who has been a guest on this show recently. I feel like
Steve Stred,
Chronomancer 2.
I can't. Oh no, wait. I think Regina's got something.
She's always got something.
Yeah, that's true.
She's a monster.
Yeah, she's a beast on the keyboard.
Yes.
I have an advanced copy of this too, but Nothing But Black and Teeth is coming out in October, and that looks really good.
Who wrote that?
Nothing But Black and Teeth. I can't remember her name. Let me double check. I've had an advanced copy for a while, but I wanted to wait until closer to the release date before I read it and did a review.
Chronomancer 3 has been pushed back to February 14th, 2022. Okay, so that's not it.
Nothing But Black and Teeth is by Cassandra Kaw.
Okay, I've not heard of her.
Yeah, I think that may be a debut.
Have you guys heard of this? I think it's supposed to be a horror novel written by Chuck Tingle. Isn't his name Tingle? Chuck Tingle?
Is it a serious one or another joke?
Well, I think it's semi-serious. It's called Straight.
Oh yeah,
I doubt it. Then I doubt it's serious.
But the premise is. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know. It probably has like some jokes in it, but it may be more serious. I think, especially considering
that might be part of the marketing. Like, oh yeah, this is totally serious.
I mean, it's read the premise to it. It's called Straight, and it's just the most. It's very cringy. Like, it's not even like funny Chuck Tingle. It's like dumb, but
when a strange tear in the cosmos appears within Earth's annual path, the consequences are disastrous. For one night a year, the vast majority of humans now undergo a frightening mental change, transforming into hateful, rage-fueled zombies who will stop at nothing to satiate their desire for brutality. While not much is understood about this horrific mass hysteria, the demographic it affects is very specific. Cisgender straight people. Okay, it's cringe.
Yeah.
A few years after the first of these tragic events, 4 friends from across the queer spectrum, okay, it's poor gay people, so it's even more cringe, look for safety and solitudes, hunkering down in a remote desert cabin for what is known as Saturation Day. With a vaccine available for straight... Oh, it's pro-vaccine, too. So that means it's preachy, so that's quadruple cringe.
Yeah.
Available for straight people to curb their violent episodes. Some predict the worst is over. Others aren't so sure. As night falls, it becomes clear that survival isn't guaranteed this Saturation Day. I still might read it. You never know. If I get home, you never know.
That just sounds so terrible.
Yeah, it does
I've
sound
heard
a little.
worse. I've heard worse though. That's a
bit
thing.
on the nose. Just you
I
know
have-
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not absurd enough. You know what I mean? It's also just real preachy and dumb sounding. Yeah. But
it sounds like that would check all the boxes for somebody like Ben. I don't know. Am I wrong?
I mean, I still like good writing. That's why I don't read much Chuck Tingle because after a couple times, you get the joke and it's not
right.
It's.
Does he ever
really
change it up?
I mean, all you have to do is read the covers and you're fine, right? Like,
does he ever
For the
change
most part, yeah. I mean, reading like a couple short ones, they're good for a laugh, but the joke is worn out after the first couple times.
Right.
Does he ever change it up at all?
I've only read a couple, so I don't know. He probably does, but I don't know. He puts out so many that it's kind of understandable that they'd be a bit samey, but yeah, doesn't mean I have to read them and enjoy them.
Yeah, the Tater Tots Cause Me Gay was pretty good. Have you read that, guys?
That was Douglas Hackle, wasn't it?
I know, yeah. You read it, though?
I haven't read that yet, no.
That's good.
I've talked about this before, but I can't really, there's erotic comedy aspects in, Candy Shopping at the End of the World. There actually is a lot more sex in it than I thought there would be just because I'm a pervert, but... I can't write erotica that's funny or on spec or anything like that. I can only really write erotica when I have coon brain.
Okay. And how often is that? Like every day?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you're doing all right.
Yeah. But it also means it doesn't sell. I've put a couple up on Amazon and Smashwords and they barely sell.
Do you not have the right the covers with the right boobs on them, or what?
Probably not, but
that's probably what it is.
I'm not gonna put my my erotica pen name on here. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
But I am for those until those actually start selling, it's not really worth for me to pay for covers for those. Candy Shopping, I pay for a cover because of the passion project.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool cover. I like it.
Yeah, I think he did. Kazepis did a great job. If I do decide to do a physical book, I may ask him to do typesetting for the physical book too, because he did it for the Story of the Y, and I think he did a good job there.
Yeah, that's a good cover too. Where's this Esper at there, Jeremy?
Yeah, are you not working on it? Do I have to take that knife and shove it up your asshole?
No, I am. She's turning into a real Spitfire. I'm getting closer to that. I think it might veer towards the sci-fi horror type sentiment, but dumb sci-fi horror and not intelligent Asimov type sci-fi that actually is backed by hard science. Because why would anybody want to write that shit? But some people do and they can pull it off, but not me,
Yeah, I mean, Caffrey talked about how he was in technical writing for companies that did AI. But there's not really hard science in, in his horrors versus sex robots. They're.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't write hard science fiction.
No, me neither. I'm just not a scientist.
I mean, I like some of it, right? I mean, I can enjoy some hard science fiction, but I'm not big into that particular genre. I really prefer the soft science fiction stuff, like the Philip K. Dick and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Neuromancer would be somewhere in between.
Yeah, it's somewhere in between. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of good things about The Martian, and I've been meaning to read that, and I've heard that's pretty hard science fiction.
Yeah, it's my understanding it is as well. I mean, I'm not going to read it. I saw the movie, and I, generally don't care to read the book after I see the movie. So
here's what I'm looking forward to that I pre-ordered. I don't know if you guys have heard, but you're probably familiar with the story of what took place. With Natalie Wood, the actress.
Oh yeah.
On a boat with her husband, Robert Blake, I think, and Christopher Walken, and she Well, she went overboard apparently, and Walken and Wagner have been kind of shady about it all these years.
Yeah, Robert Wagner, is that who it was?
Robert Wagner and Christopher
Yeah.
Walken. Robert Wagner's been more shady about it than Walken, but Walken won't answer, any press, queries about it. He just says, I don't know. Well, this is one of two books that I know of that will be coming out, over the next few months related to it. Now we're coming
Okay.
up on.
Well, there was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hmm?
Oh well, I was gonna say, friend of the show, Mike Klein. He's actually had a new book out for a little bit. I think it's been out for like a month or so. It's called, and it was a co-written with Dan Hoy, and it's called "Where the Sky Meets the Ocean and the Air Tastes Like Metal and the Birds Don't Make a Sound."
That's a bit much, Ben.
Yeah, I just recently got around to ordering that. So.
Oh man, poetry, fiction, and poetry. Oh man.
I mean, Mike
That's
Klein
a cool
kind
cover,
of
though.
Yeah. Mike Klein walks a line between like fiction and poetry. Actually, when I first met him, I actually like told him that I wrote a poetry book, and he told me like, I don't really like poetry. I don't get it.
Who said that?
Mike Klein.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Even though his prose reads to me as being very poetic and very focused on image rather than like plot and such.
As in the man of 1,000 years, cult leader of the architects of Quinor, may or may not be responsible. As Michael and Daniel hurl themselves inexorably toward a final confrontation with the man of 1,000 years through a dreamlike landscape of exploding cacti, cultists, centaurs, spells, river gorgons, lobster enthusiasts, and undulating portals activated by prayer, they collide with a succession of randos and adversaries: Vampire King, Man with Face Like Fire, Qiu Muun, Eater of Dreams, Excalibur, Prince Al-Wajid, and dozens more, sparing few in their frenzied quest for the truth. That sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if you would like it because Mike Klein's writing is very abstract.
Well, I know. I read Mastodon Farm, and it seemed to me like just a bunch, like some chapters were just lists of what was on a bookshelf. And I talked about that before, and even asked him about it, and I just felt like that didn't serve the plot of Mastodon Farm. I still couldn't tell you to this day what Mastodon Farm was about. But
it's about a sad rich guy.
But then Zach, talked about Lonely Men's Book Club and how he could see the stuff that was at play there under the surface. So I mean, if it could speak to Zach, then I mean, that's got to say something for it, right? I mean,
yeah. Why are you so hard on Zach?
I'm not hard on Zach. I'm just saying he's more in my line of, in some ways, in terms of what grabs him. And if he was able to pick up on, the subtleties in the prose, then Mike Klein must be onto something,
I mean, that was a cool product description. I like that. I don't know if I'd like the book or not. It might be a little bit too.
The problem is that a lot of times with these kinds of books, the synopses don't come close to matching, what's actually in the texts.
Oh, that's the thing. Like with Lonely Men Club, it's very very hard to describe what's actually inside. I mean, part of it was that the book was partially procedurally generated, and it has things like like a very experimental text placement. Like it'll have like paragraphs that overlap, or pages that have like one tiny sentence in the middle of it, things like that.
Yeah, it's like I can respect that people do that, but it's not something I'm into.
Yeah, I think Canley Stubrick is probably his most straightforward work. It's still pretty abstract, but it's got a mostly straightforward story in it.
It's like Joseph Riopy when he wrote Because. Literally every sentence starts with because. I think.
Yeah, I think that's
Every sentence is repetitive in some way.
yeah,
And
I
I'm
think
pretty
that's kind
sure.
of like I think that's kind of like Aleppo, where it's
Right.
like you write based on a set of rules. Like
Yeah.
But I mean,
like
that gets to a point of tedium, extreme tedium.
I mean,
And
it can be good. You know, depends, right? Like, you know, that's part of the fun of it is that if you can take these crazy restrictions and actually make something good out of it.
Joseph Riopy is not a bad author, but that book, because I think that it definitely undermined it. The fact that every sentence, was similar. I'm pretty sure it was based on they all started with the word because. If not,
Right.
then it was some other thing that united every sentence all throughout the book. How can anybody not get tired of that?
Right.
There were some interesting
repetition
passages, huh?
repetition has a purpose. I mean, there's a reason why it's so heavily used in music.
Don't you think though that goes well beyond a verse, chorus, verse, and into tedium though?
I mean, it depends on how it's
An
done.
entire book now. Okay.
I mean,
How long is the book?
Uh,
And is it meant to like be read from beginning to end? Because like Lonely Men Club, that has a lot of repetition, but it's not really meant to be read like from beginning to
Yeah,
end.
I mean, it's not Intensity by Dean Koontz, right? It's not even supposed to be, right? I mean, it's a different type of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever read any Riopy?
I don't think I have, no.
I think he was published by Civil Coping Mechanisms. What were you asking?
I think he was asking you to go put your head in the toilet.
No, before
Yeah.
that or after that.
Rickety Dickety Doc, suck my fucking cock.
Because of the mantra of hope and shame, decadent naivety, and crippling regret that will remind the sensitive reader to celebrate our each and every day. But every sentence starts with because, if I'm remembering right. There's something really repetitive about every sentence. And it doesn't say how many pages it is on here, but it's a lot.
I know my client has another book coming out soon. I can't remember if that has a date yet or not. What's it called? It's called Third World Magics. So I'm looking forward to that.
Doesn't Anne have something coming out on Godless sometime?
Really?
Well, she said she did, but I don't. I guess she's still writing it, I think.
Okay.
And I think she's also having trouble being able to stay online, so it might take a little bit.
Okay.
If I ever meet that piano playing dude in person, I'll knock him on his fucking duff.
Who?
On his nut?
The piano player guy that's always occupying the room the only room where they can get good reception out there.
Well, yeah,
that's nut on him?
Boy, motherfucker, come visit me.
And you're gonna nut on him.
I'll show you what's what.
Yeah, he's gonna masturbate onto him, and that'll teach him his fucking lesson.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, Jeremy.
I don't masturbate, silly. I really
Yes,
don't. I really don't. I just look, that's all.
Jeremy is a degenerate. Jeremy is a degenerate Coomer.
But I'm the cleanest degenerate there is. See, that's the great thing.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I bet you smell like what's that stuff called?
Cum.
No.
Body spray. That's what I smell like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Axe body spray and rotten watermelons.
I was thinking pomade.
Oh,
well, that too. Yeah. Working.
That's not pomade. That's just grease.
No, it's not. It's not pomade. It's working wax. It's kind of like pomade.
It's called working wax.
Working wax, yes.
Okay, huh? I've not heard of that.
It's
But it's kind of like
pomade, but
pomade.
it's working wax, yeah.
So you do use a hair product called working wax to make your hair look greasy like it does.
Oh yeah, duh.
I mean,
Why don't you just don't? Why?
Because I
Why?
like that look. I like the feeling of hair being in strands in my face. It makes me feel like aesthetically,
Why don't you just
cool.
don't? Why don't you just stop washing it?
Because that's just unkempt and dumb.
So you just want to look that way, but not okay.
but not smell that
Yeah,
way.
that's both. That's the best of both worlds. Yes. Look
So
that way, but not-
Kenra Platinum Working Wax
Yes.
for women and girls. Huh, that's
It doesn't
interesting.
say that. It doesn't say that. Get the fuck out of here.
It says mold and modify, so it's made out of mold.
No, dumbass.
You put
That's just
mold
what
in your
it does.
hair.
That's what it does.
Jeremy puts mold in his hair.
Yeah. Wow, it's like mildew, mold and mildew.
Fuck out of here. No, I was trying to get through some I was trying to hype up something here about upcoming releases, right?
Oh yeah, you're gonna hype it.
Yeah.
Hype it. Let's hear some hype.
Now I got to pull it up again because you distracting me with Mike Klein and all this other stuff.
And your
Why
stupid
did you
beauty
just open a new
products.
tab?
Huh?
Why don't you pull up your deodorant too? Let's look at take a look what your deodorant is.
Old Spice Bear Glove.
Oh really?
It's didn't you already talk about this?
Yeah,
I was trying to. I was
did.
trying to, but you guys got on to Mike Klein and who's the other person?
Yeah, things that were more interesting.
Yeah, things that matter.
Yeah.
Well, you guys don't.
I mean, this is pretty old news. You have to admit that, Jeremy.
It's 30 years old, but did you know that that the newest what is it? Is it Attorney General?
I don't know.
He oh man, what is he? What is that guy? What does he do? The guy that just got appointed.
I'm talking about like Merrick Garland or whatever his name is.
No. Hang on.
Is Joe Biden? Is that who you're talking about?
No, hang on. Hang on. Oh, I swear I'm going to get it. Hang on.
Jeff Sessions?
No. Hang on.
Barnabas? Johnny Rotten?
Hang on.
Come on, Jeremy.
Miss Magazine Texacoco.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong guy. I'm looking at Robert Blake, and it's Robert Wagner, right?
I don't know who it is, Jeremy.
The guy who we all know threw Natalie Wood over, but won't admit to it, right?
Is it Blake? I mean, he's a killer too, isn't he? Robert Blake?
He is. There's a lot of people named Robert who are killers, yes. Here we go. I got it.
What do you got? We just see your face.
There are 2 books coming out on this because I guess we're coming up on maybe the 30-year anniversary or something. We all know Natalie Wood went over the boat, or the yacht. She went over the railing, and we don't know if she was thrown or fell, but most likely she was thrown by her husband, Robert Wagner. And
she was a looker, though, man. Let me tell you.
She was.
Yeah.
And Christopher Walken, when people, hound him about it, he just says, I don't know. And Robert Wagner has been very dodgy in his answers. He keeps changing his answers over the years, Like he says he's comfortable saying, we don't really know what happened. Imagine if something happened like that to your mother or your wife or your girlfriend or your sister, you would
my friend Jeremy.
You would have a pretty definitive answer about what took place, right? You wouldn't be comfortable. You wouldn't settle with, we don't know what really happened and we never will, right? I'm pretty comfortable saying that you would settle on an answer eventually after all these years, right? You would not leave it out there in the open. Well, we don't really know what happened. Shrug, I mean, right? Am I alone in thinking this?
I mean, it was probably some kind of satanic ritual of some sort, is my guess, Jeremy.
Yeah, probably involved, children being molested.
Well, Robert Wagner was a Freemason, or is a Freemason. You know that, right?
I'm sure that he is. I mean, aren't they all?
They kind of are, yeah.
Yeah.
They kind of are, yeah. Robert Wagner could face grand jury over wife Natalie Wood's death. Okay, this is from February.
I hope he does. I hope he gets what he deserves if he's actually guilty or something.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I haven't laid out how yet, though. George Gascon, who just became district attorney in 2020, so it's not just, but yeah, a year ago. Okay, he is privately said that he's going to pursue this now.
He sounds French, though.
So
he's obviously like what you would call Satanist as well. I mean, all the French are.
I never said that. What are you talking about? And if I said something like that, Ben would be on, shut the fuck
I
up.
did. No, you would probably say that the Jews are all satanic, and then I would have to intervene. It's okay to make fun of the French. I hate the French, too.
When have I ever been disparaging about the Jews?
The time when you were showing that bonobo monkey and saying that it looks like a ha-cha-cha-cha Jew guy?
That was a proboscis monkey. That was a proboscis monkey, and it did
or whatever.
have the facial characteristics of a Jew.
See, exactly. This is what I'm talking about.
But I have
Jeremy, head pilot now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The proboscis monkey happens to be my spirit animal, so it's not an insult.
Yeah,
it's not it's not an insult.
It's not an insult.
Okay.
The proboscis monkey is a
I don't know.
It's a fun, light-hearted thing to be associated with, not a negative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, name me one Jew that doesn't have a big nose. I'm joking. I'm joking. But seriously, name me one. I'm still
Harrison Ford.
Who?
Harrison Ford.
Is he Jewish?
Yeah.
Probably half.
I don't know.
Jeremy,
I'm just rolling with it.
Jeremy,
anyway, seriously,
Jeremy, that knife that you have there.
Yeah.
Turn it upside down and slam your face into it.
Yeah, do the Joker trick with that.
Yeah, do that.
Okay. Anyway, I will when I get off the air.
I mean, if you stab your brain with that, we'll give you $50 each.
Yeah,
Really?
$50. Yeah.
I'll PayPal you as soon as you get done with it.
Yeah.
$100 isn't much to me right now. I'm sorry.
Well, it won't be much to you when you stab your brain.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm used to. I'm used to the finer things in life, at least right now. So $50 a piece just isn't enough to make me want to commit, cerebral Harry Carey or whatever. Anyway,
isn't there a movie? I remember this movie scene, but I do not remember what movie it's from. It's a guy who puts a pair of scissors
Dead Zone.
in is that it? Yeah, he puts a pair of scissors in a wall. Yeah, he puts a pair of scissors in a wall, puts his hands behind his head, and commits suicide by shoving it through his mouth.
Yeah, but he does it so slow, it makes you wonder how he could have even killed himself. I mean, he does it so slow. Maybe he forced himself down at the last minute with a big thrust, but otherwise, he does it so slowly that you wonder how he could even, unless he just kept going until they pierced his uvula and throat or something.
Jeremy, do you think you could saw your own head off?
Can I ever finish this thing with Natalie Wood? That's what I just want to know.
Why do you want to, though, I guess?
Why are you so hesitant to see that Christopher Walken and or Robert Wagner are brought to justice?
Christopher Walken's not guilty of anything.
Okay, Robert Wagner. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, even if he was, I wouldn't want Walken to go down. But Robert Wagner, why are you so protective of Robert Wagner?
I'm not. I think he needs to hang.
Then why won't you let me finish?
I mean, I thought you were done.
No, I've been trying to get this out.
Oh, okay. Well, get it out then.
So,
hurry it up.
The captain of the yacht.
Quit stuttering.
The captain at the yacht says that there was arguing between Robert and Natalie, and Wagner said never get between a man and his wife, and that was as far as he said why he wouldn't get involved in the argument.
Who?
Christopher Walken.
Oh, Walken said
the captain said, why don't you intervene, and Walken, this is according to Walken now, Walken said never get between a man and his wife, and so Robert Wagner and Natalie Wood are arguing, and some people have come forward and said that she was overheard saying, help me, and that she was thrown over, and they were threatened, into silence. Basically told via note in their, customer, their employee, suggestion boxes, keep quiet if you,
really?
Yeah.
So wasn't there a movie made like loosely about this event or something?
That I don't know, but
seems like it.
Do you think that they really knew what the hell was going on though? What do you think happened? Okay,
I think that Wagner threw her overboard and then clubbed her over the head with an oar.
What, after he threw her over?
Yeah.
He threw her over and then clubbed her with the oar, like what? Like while she's in the water?
Yeah, because she was trying to get back on the boat.
God. Shades of Caligula.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's what happened in the movie that was loosely based on the event.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm going to try to see if I can find it.
Okay.
Yeah. They did it because he did it because that's the only way he can really get off.
You guys aren't taking this remotely serious. Okay.
I don't know anything about it, so I'm just riffing.
You told me earlier that I hated women, and here I am trying to put attention on a wronged woman who fell to her death, and there are shady circumstances surrounding it, and you won't let me get it out.
I'm letting you get it out. I'm just making jokes about it.
Okay. Well, she's dead. So that's funny, right?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Damn.
I like when people die.
Wow. Okay. I don't know that I can do this. I meant to take notes earlier and everything, but now I'm being thrown off my game so bad. I was trying to do this poor woman justice.
What's her name? The woman that died again?
Natalie Wood.
Natalie Wood.
The girl in Lost Highway that's like, you fuck me whenever you want, and then you go behind my back and fuck these other, that girl.
Yeah.
Natalie, that was her. That's this woman's daughter.
Right.
Doesn't mean anything, huh?
No, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, it gives me a rough idea, but I just don't follow actors and actresses. So like half the time when you mention their name, it's just like, it's.
I mean,
it's
I'm not
Drake.
TMZ. It's just I memorize, actors and actresses' names and what they've done in order to be able to talk about them in mixed company. It's not a TMZ thing. It's just what is, So
why do you care about Natalie Wood again? I'm sorry.
Well, Well, there's a book coming out about it in November.
Okay.
I mean, well, oh, I'm sorry, January. But there's another one coming out in November. I don't know where it is, but I don't know what it's called. But there's one coming out in November and one coming out in January. So apparently, this case is hot again after George Gascon said that he was, looking to, unearth this cold case and possibly prosecute Robert Wagner. And I don't know. I think maybe he might be prosecuted in his late life, for this, what clearly seems to be a murder. I mean,
Yeah.
You guys aren't doing.
It says here that the coroners were.
You guys are making Natalie Wood's mom and sister cry. Right?
Well, it says here in the coroner's
Yeah, I'm
report.
sure they listen to this podcast.
It says here that in the coroner's report, Jeremy, that that there was an unexplained fresh bruising on her right forearm, left wrist, right knee, a scratch on her neck, and a superficial scrape on her forehead from where a oar was plonked on her head.
They didn't know. They didn't say it was from an oar. They said it was from where she most likely tried to get back on the yacht.
Right. Well, that's possible, but I think it was really dude was just whacking her in the head to get her out of there.
Oh, well.
I mean, that's my guess.
Is that what you would do?
If she was banging, if I caught her banging, what's his name? What's that guy's name?
Christopher Walken.
Yeah. If I caught her banging Christopher Walken,
the captain. You mean the captain of the yacht?
I think the idea of Christopher Walken naked and thrusting is frightening enough a thought to make anyone commit murder.
Why? He's Christopher Walken.
He's also, he's awesome, but he's also kind of creepy.
Yeah, he's.
But only in a cool way. What are you talking about right now?
He's definitely creepy, and he's definitely one of these Hollywood pedo creeps.
I wouldn't go that far. I would just say he's like.
How can there are people?
I wouldn't go that far.
There are people.
He just doesn't. He just has this weird thing where he doesn't completely understand social cues. But part of that, I think, is him playing up his character.
Okay, I won't go that far. I was being a little bit. I was being a little bit extreme. I don't think that of Christopher Walken. I think he's a different kind of creep. He's probably a necrophiliac kind of guy. Is my guess.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta tell you,
I'm not going to be able to get
living girls. They just don't do it for me. It's got to be a stiff. It's the only way that I can get stiff.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
So he'd be perfect as the main character of Dead Inside, but maybe progressed, by CGI or something, right?
Yeah, or High Life.
Yeah, he says
I used to really enjoy Robert Wagner.
I gotta tell you, when I stick my dick in the dead girl and I feel the maggots crawling around my dick, that's when I really bust a fat nut.
I really used to like the Robert Wagner and Heart to Heart, man. I used to watch that show all the time when I was a kid.
Did you know that is a Masonic TV show? I mean, that's a hardcore Masonic TV show. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So was Different Strokes, I think.
This one website that I went to said that Burt Lancaster, who helped him mastermind this murder plot because she was going to out Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken as gays. They conspired with Burt Lancaster's help because he said, you know what, that bitch tried to out me as a gay too, a while back, because when I dated her. So yeah, boys, let's throw this broad overboard. And so yeah,
what's that to do with Heart to Heart now?
Well, I can't.
How is Heart to Heart a Masonic television program?
I can't really maybe I need to read from the actual website to give you a better idea of what it says, because I'm just not doing it justice. So yeah, let me see if I
But
can.
I like that. I like that theory that you got about Burt Lancaster. Talking these two, on the down low Hollywood types, getting them to, throw her overboard. Yeah, I like that theory.
Yeah, this is like something from a James Elroy story. Like his last book was literally about that. Like a guy who worked for an early tabloid that spread rumors about certain people being gay, fuck, what's that guy's name? The actor who was Colonel Kurtz.
Kirk Douglas, maybe?
No, Colonel Kurtz.
Kirk Douglas.
No.
Was it Kirk Douglas?
No.
I gotta admit, I've never seen Apocalypse Now, so I don't know.
I need to
Roger
look at
Corman?
his name.
No, not Roger Corman. Roger.
Marlon Brando. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
But there's a blowjob, a picture supposedly of Marlon Brando giving a blowjob floating about, and that was a big plot point in Widespread Panic.
Jeez, no wonder he killed him. Anyway, no, I'm joking. I shouldn't be joking, but
I'm not surprised.
There are fingernail scratches on the boat's hull. There were fingernail scratches on the boat's hull from her trying to climb back aboard. God. I'm not joking. I legitimately feel bad for her. It's like I feel vicariously crestfallen about the whole thing, Does that make sense? You ever get a tragedy boner over people who die horrible deaths? Not I'm being metaphorical here, but I'm being way metaphorical. But do you ever get taken with this idea of someone dying? Like people got obsessed with Kurt Cobain after he killed himself, or Princess Diana, dies in a car wreck or whatever happened there, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we know that the royal family
vicariously living through the tragedy,
Well, yeah. Well, we all know that Diana was killed on purpose.
Well, for sure, yeah. And it was definitely Masonic ritual murder.
Probably bigger than that. I don't know. I mean, because what do they have over there? They don't have Masons over there. What do they have? Actual
they have Masons, Templars? Definitely. That's where the Masons are all about.
They have actual Knights Templars or something, right? I guess.
No, they have Knights, but they don't have Knights Templars. But the fact that Diana, who I don't have much respect for, she was an airhead, but the fact that she died, and the fact that Prince Andrew is not rotting in a Chomo unit, proves there's no justice in the world.
Right.
Now, what do you base that on? Him being a Chomo?
He was an Epstein associate. He was a very good friend of Epstein.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. Sure. What is that? The guy who was outed and just kind of shrugged his shoulders at the whole association without explaining anything?
Yeah, he just royalty. Got served papers recently.
Yeah. Okay.
In a civil suit.
I mean, if you ask me, the entire British royal,
the girl had photos of her posing with him, and he just kind of denied it and went on like it was nothing, right?
I mean,
and he got served papers recently. He was dodging the serving of these papers for a while. He finally got served, and then his lawyers are saying that the way that the papers were served to him were improper, and therefore they're trying to dismiss it.
It's if it were up to me, the entire British royal family would be beheaded. But as it stands now, at least maybe they'll get one of them.
You can't behead a reptilian.
I mean, well, there's got to be, well, it worked in the past. It worked in France.
They were reptilians?
Yeah, I mean, well, they were royals, so they had to have been.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then you might be right then.
It worked on Marie Antoinette. It'll work on the fucking old ass lizards in the Buckingham Palace. Of course, we could all just wait for them to die. That's going to be happening pretty soon.
I don't think so.
I'm determined to find
They're going to be getting young blood injections.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're getting that fucking what is it called?
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, they're getting a steady supply of adrenochrome to keep them alive.
I'm determined to find this before I either throw up again or.
The what's the name of that one that recently died? Who basically looked like a walking mummy? It was Prince Edward, I think.
Oh yeah, the guy that said he wanted to come back as a virus so he could destroy the human race.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did that. I mean, he probably invented a new type of racism with a black belt system attached to it.
Yeah, I mean, he did say that he was quoted as saying that if he was reincarnated, he'd like to come back as a deadly virus so he could wipe out the human race.
So that's why coronavirus happened not long after his old ass died.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe he was kind of a wizard.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at that. The people in those positions, they get so jaded that the only way they can get any sort of pleasure is just making everyone miserable.
Yeah, like that. What's that guy, Tony Blair? That guy, I've seen pictures of him recently where he looks like a Harry Potter warlock villain.
I mean, he basically is the fact that he couldn't masturbate to U.S. soldiers killing Afghanistan civilians just broke his heart in two.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, he had this hairdo in this recent, they brought him out of the woodwork where he was maybe he hadn't cut his hair from the last time when he was doing this, maybe child sacrifice or something like that, where he was doing it. You know what I mean? He looked like he was straight out of Hollywood, evil warlock casting, and they had an interview with him.
Here we go. Here's that money. Dynamo reporting that I was looking for from corruptico.com. Source further claims from 1998 that Goy Robert Wagner will most likely be charged with murder for the homicidal actions of Jew Burt Lancaster and the murder of Natalie Wood, also half Jewish. When the cause of death is reclassified, Christopher Walken, however, a full Jew, will not be charged for any involvement in the murder.
Are you reading from
sounds like a pretty legit news source there.
I'm joking.
Yeah, we should. I wonder if David Dees ever did a cartoon about this.
Who?
David Dees. Google his name, David Dees art. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh boy, how do you spell that?
Dees.
Sounds familiar. No, I'm joking though.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's.
No, I happened upon that link by.
No, I'm not. No,
it's
I'm
in
not.
the top search results for Natalie Wood. I was looking for legitimate. I was looking for legitimate, stuff, and that was in the top search results for some reason.
I know Hollywood people are degenerate, but yeah, the way neo-Nazis focus on them the way they do is a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
Right. I was only joking. Okay, so David Dees.
No, that's not.
What do you mean?
This isn't it. This isn't it.
The Curious Murder of David Dees.
Look up his artwork. That's some of it right there.
Is this the guy? Is this guy dead that you're talking about though? Is that the same?
Yeah, he is dead.
Oh,
but I'm not talking about his murder. I'm just talking about the artwork he did.
How did he get murdered?
I don't even think.
Wait a minute.
Why do
you want to steer away from his murder?
Yeah,
I don't even know if
it's kind of suspicious, Ben.
I don't even know he was murdered. I thought he died of natural causes.
Okay.
Sounds like you might be a half Jew.
No, I'm Mexican. Okay, I'm a Mexican and the son of an illegal immigrant. So I'm here to spoil white women with my Mongol genes.
Oh,
You know,
that's
that's
where the white women at.
Now, what am I looking for?
Just go to like Google Images and search David Dees.
Yeah, Jeremy. Damn it.
Like that's some of his artwork right there, but that's not one of the funnier ones.
Is it still showing?
Yes.
We're still seeing the same thing you've been showing there, yeah.
Oh. I give up on the Natalie Wood serious coverage. I tried, but I
mean, again, you're not looking up the funny stuff. Just pull
What?
that out. I mean, that's close, but where's the really funny ones? Where are those at?
No,
I mean, that one's pretty funny.
It's kind of funny.
Let me. I don't know. Let me go on my Twitter. I've got a really good one on there that I posted. Hold on.
This Natalie Wood is looking.
She's dead though.
Like all this is from his like GMO period. I want to try to find like where he was really went off the deep end into like JQ stuff and vaccines and shit like that.
Not allowed to say that word on the internet.
What word?
What?
Vaccine.
Oh. Sure you are.
Twitter's.
No, you're not.
You are.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to say that because the vaccines will make you gay. Just sharing the word will make you gay.
Oh, did you guys hear that? I read this in like the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal? I can't remember which one, but they like the military. You know how they're giving them those injections or whatever? Like they're doing the mandate for that. Well, I guess the injection they're getting is like different, and it actually is actually transforming the soldiers into like basically vaccine producing organisms, to where that their semen is actually a vaccine injection.
What?
And that's how they're going to force everybody in the country to get vaccinated.
But with cum.
Yeah, have you read that?
It's like endless cum.
Yeah, they're going to
like
just basically. Yeah.
Ben Garrison was right. They are going to force endless cum on us.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. So, Jeremy, you might be more interested now in getting it.
Oh no, I'm still not getting it.
Chug down that. Chug down
the moment
that.
you tell me that I have to do something, that's when I'm least likely to do it. Huh?
Jeremy, shut up and chug down the vaccine cum.
Yeah.
There,
the
that's
moment you tell me that I have to do something is when I'm not doing it. Continue.
Do not mute me, you bitch.
I unmuted you. It's quite the opposite.
There, I put the really funny one in the
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, his website is down, so it's kind of hard to gather up his artwork. But
I can't believe
we took it down after they murdered him.
I can't believe we've been streaming this long. I meant to get off the air early tonight.
And we'll try to close up in the next hour or so. Yeah, that's
wow.
There's Barney Frank.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Hillary is in the back there.
Who's this again? I don't recognize.
I don't know who that is.
Bruna?
There are a lot of Stars of David in this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the
Pizzagate.
That's the joke, right?
Yeah. Look at the tweet that it's a reply to. There's some good ones in there too. No, up.
Where?
That I'm replying to. So up.
Right here?
Yeah,
I love
those
kids
right there.
jumping on my lap.
Yeah. Shut up. Go to fucking hell.
Who?
Just X that out. Oh, they make you sign up to see this shit? Oh,
apparently.
Fuck. I fucking hate Twitter.
Yeah.
But I am close to 500 followers, so people follow me on Twitter at BenARZ13. At 500 followers, I will be posting Hog. The hog is
What
your
does that
fat
mean?
fucking mother.
Oh, okay.
Does
But
Chandler
post-
Morrison have a book
no.
coming up? Go ahead.
Post hog just means post dick.
Does Chandler Morrison have
Oh,
a book
nice.
coming out soon? I thought he may have. Death Said Press maybe have a new release coming out.
I mean,
I'll be right
he
back.
had a splatter. He doesn't seem to really announce new books. He had a splatter western, but I don't think he had much hype for that.
There is something that I swear I'm forgetting to talk about, and I thought maybe it was something with Natalie Wood, but now I'm not so sure. Reincursion by Ryan Harding and Jason Taverner.
That's like a re-release, I think.
No, that's Reincarnage.
Oh, Reincarnage. That's what it is. Yeah.
Now, Godless, or maybe Death Said Press, or maybe both, are re-releasing Reincarnage with updated texts, right?
I think they might be. Yeah.
Maximum Reincarnage, Maximum Carnage. Here we go. Now, I could be mistaken, but is this Jeff Burke talked several years ago about a cabin in the woods in space type story. Is that the big twist on Reincarnage?
I have no idea. I haven't read it.
Kind of feel like it might be. I could be wrong, but I remember this was originally released through Deadite, and now we have the updated text here. Okay, it doesn't. From the description, it doesn't sound like it's in space, but that could just be an end of the book twist. I don't know. But Cabin in the Woods in Space, that was a good idea. Whoever was going to use it and ultimately never did, I guess.
I mean, I think there is a movie similar to that. I think it's called like I can't remember what it's called. It's
I would love to know if you can recall it. No idea.
Let me try to see if I can Google.
Well, you're friends with Jeff. Why don't you ask him?
I don't know
Not
if,
right
if
now.
he would remember it. I don't know if he would remember.
Now. Well, yeah, not right now, but next time you talk to him.
What are you talking about?
Cabin in the Woods in Space.
That sounds like it's a movie.
Oh, Pandorum. That's what I was thinking of.
No, but Pandorum was released before Cabin in the Woods. I'm pretty sure.
No, it was released in 2009.
Cabin in the Woods was in like 2011 or 12, right?
That was like early 2000s.
No, it wasn't. Because I went with my girlfriend at the time to see it. 2011, yep. Cabin in the Woods was 2011, yeah. Because I went with the... Yeah, dude, I remember because I actually had a girlfriend when I saw it. I know, and that doesn't happen much. So, yeah, 2011.
It says direct... Oh, I'm thinking of Cabin Fever. Okay, so
okay.
That's what...
Well,
I got it confused with Cabin Fever, so disregard everything I said.
All right, well, I will.
I wasn't a huge fan of Cabin in the Woods.
I think that it was so cool that it gets a lot of hate because it's so cool.
No, it's not that good. It's overrated.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
I think there is.
It's got a great concept. I mean, it has all these cool monsters.
The concept is a little too on the nose.
Huh?
The concept is a little too on the nose. Like it's trying to do this critique, but it insists on like being too narrow in like talking about the tropes. Yeah, it does. It's what says all these characters have to be this way and this way. It's kind of weird.
Dude, they drug them with pheromones or whatever to make them act that a certain way.
I know, but it doesn't really, make sense to me.
That's why it happens over and over, and you always end up with a final girl because they've got their
stuff down to an exact science. Oh man.
Yeah, plus
You guys
It wasn't very good.
references.
You guys don't appreciate stories for the fun of it. It's like you're always looking for messages, and sometimes it's just stories are just stories.
I mean, there's plenty of the thing is like I could enjoy like a stupid slasher if it's just fun to watch, but you know that's part of what makes Cabin in the Woods, you know, less enjoyable is it's trying to be this critique of, you know, mindless slashers, but it doesn't really.
It's not a critique. It's
yes, it is.
No, it's not a critique. It's a celebration. That's a difference.
I wouldn't call it a celebration. I mean, at the very least, there's this layer of like ironic awareness on top of it, which if that's not used right, it can be very annoying.
It was not a detraction of those kinds of movies whatsoever. It celebrated them and even threw a unicorn on top of everything. I mean, it's just it had all the monsters represented. Even the fish, the mermaid.
It may not have been consciously trying to put them down, but in the end, it felt like it did with its layer of self-awareness in it.
I agree with Ben.
I don't agree at all. This is just where we differ because I like wide-ranging things that kind of check every box of everything, you know, that can happen in a story and try to explain all of it. I guess that's where we differ. I don't know if that means that I like high concept stuff or stuff.
I like the last 20 minutes of it when everything goes crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of fun. I mean, I can say that I like the Funny Games, even though that was even more of a condemnation of slasher movies.
Now, Funny Games was a critique. Cabin in the Woods was a celebration.
But I think it was better. I think Funny Games was a better made movie overall.
I've never seen that.
The remote control thing comes from out of nowhere. There's nothing else in that movie that has anything to do with that. It's just Michael Haneke trying to show how clever he is, and he tries to guilt trip you for enjoying his movie, which is very disrespectful, you know, to film-going audiences.
Which, yes, that aspect of it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but it is good at denying catharsis, which I think is what makes it a more effective movie.
We're supposed to feel bad for enjoying movies when that's the whole point, is that we're watching movies instead of out there committing, you know, murders ourselves. There is nothing wrong with enjoying movies for the sake of the madcap violence and whatnot. You know, it's like this thing where all these filmmakers try to say, well, I'm just showing you a mirror of society. Why do you like this so much? You know, this says something about you. Fuck you. Those same directors who do that stuff are the same ones that teethed on those movies growing up, and they like them too. It's self-righteous horse shit. Anyway,
like
I'm not saying I didn't like Funny Games. Preferably the one with Naomi Watts, but I mean...
What, is that the American remake? I never watched that.
Shot for Shot.
Yeah, I never watched that. I watched the original.
Naomi Watts is easier on the eyes than the, really, housewife-ish girl in the original version.
I don't think I would like that because, you know, part of why it works is the fact that it looks like an actual family, not Hollywood stars. That's why I like Barfly more than Fat Totem.
You know, Stephen King said that Stanley Kubrick was a director that he actually thought wanted to hurt, you know, viewers. And I kind of feel that way with Michael Haneke. Funny Games is so cruel.
If I had to point out a director who really wanted to hurt his viewers, I would point to Gaspar Noé.
Irreversible, Into the Void. What else?
I can't. No, that wasn't.
I Stand Alone.
Yeah, I Stand Alone. I can't remember what his newest one was called, but that one was pretty rough too.
I think Michael Haneke is one that wants to hurt viewers.
He usually doesn't make movies like Funny Games, does he? Like
Benny's video is more of the same. If maybe even more so from what I understand. I haven't seen it, but.
Because maybe I'm wrong, but I got the impression that most of what he does are like harsh dramas.
Here we go. Benny's video. It's along that same vein. It wants to make you feel bad for enjoying a movie that you spent your hard-earned money on, and it like you're supposed to feel bad for, going to see their movie. I don't get that. I think that any director who does that, it's fine if you want to do that to smooch with the press, but if you actually think you mean it, I think you're full of shit, Um,
I mean, Lars von Trier is another director who I'd say wants to hurt his viewers.
yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen one of his movies.
But dude, the things that he got Nicole Kidman to agree to do, man, I am in awe of.
What movie was she in of his?
Dogville.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'll have
a
to watch
pretty
that then.
depressing movie.
It is, and it's kind of silly at times too. But
Yeah, the fact it has this stage play look like there's like it takes place in a city, but there's like literally no walls or anything. It's just lines on the floor.
Huh.
So the whole thing looks like a black box theater.
yeah, it was okay, but.
Do you like that stuff, Mr. Ben?
I like Lars von Trier, yeah.
Have you seen that?
Antichrist was better.
Have you seen the what's it called? Nymphomaniac? Is that his?
That one I haven't seen yet. No.
There's like two of them too, right? Like two parts or something. I mean, you like Shia LaBeouf, right?
Not really.
Do you really?
No. I actually watched that short film that he did with Cage and Kid Cudi. It's all right, but I found out like it was ripped off wholesale from another movie.
Yeah, like he's like a plagiarist maniac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he plagiarize?
That and a number of other things, my understanding.
Tarantino is also guilty of that. I mean, he Lady Snowblood, I think he.
I don't think it was that, but I don't know if it was
one
that one, but I know that Reservoir Dogs was supposedly ripped off wholesale from a Hong Kong movie, I think.
Kill Bill borrowed liberally from Lady Snowblood, among many other things. I mean,
she wears the famous Bruce Lee jumpsuit from Game of Death.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about all that Tarantino homage stuff that he does. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know how.
An homage should really be like a one-time thing in any work of art, shouldn't it? If you spend the whole movie or story doing it, it kind of.
I mean, I've seen plenty of evidence where he's basically just creating shots from movies he likes, like recreating them essentially in other films, right? Like he's doing like almost collage almost of his favorite hits or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
like you can point to something like The Lighthouse, which does have homages to several paintings. Like there's a part where the younger character is having a nightmare about being attacked by the older one. That's a reference to a painting. The ending, minor spoiler, is a reference to the Prometheus legend, things like that. But like the whole movie is not like a wholesale rip-off of anything.
Yeah, I mean, I had not heard that, say, like an entire film of Tarantino was basically a rip-off of another film. But I just heard that, like, he had ripped off scenes wholesale, essentially, from a variety of different things, and then cut and paste them like a cut-up or something from like a Burroughs work or something into a film, or, that kind of thing. But you're saying that there's actually, like, he's just ripped off the entirety of a film.
Supposedly, that's what he did with Reservoir Dogs.
Huh. It's interesting. I'm not surprised, but it's I don't know how I feel about that weird how he's just ripping off stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I guess some people think it's like sampling or something, right? Like, I don't know. I like his films. What I've seen of his films, I like, but in general, there's definitely some problems with them. They're not wonderful, but in general, I enjoy watching them. They're entertaining. Do you gentlemen like Tarantino films?
Yeah, I think my favorite is probably Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, likewise. I'd say that's I like Reservoir Dogs quite a bit as well, but maybe it's just a ripoff. But I've not seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood yet, but I think I would like to see it eventually.
I like him, but I don't think that any of his movies, I would say, I don't think I have a favorite of his films. I guess because he's so highly rated that I feel he may be a little overrated, but I don't. There's not many of his films I dislike. I've never seen Inglorious Bastards or Kill Bill. I think I could have taken or left.
I like the first one. I didn't like the second one as much.
I didn't like Reservoir Dogs, but I liked Pulp Fiction. God, what else has he done?
It's just pretty sad that he's like the only person that's allowed to make movies original to the screen at that level. Like, it seems like they picked one guy and that's it. Like, there's got to be other people that are capable of making films.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That are original to the screen.
Yeah, like Cronenberg and Lynch have talked about how much trouble they have getting funding. Although Cronenberg is working on a new film called Crimes of the Future.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I like Cronenberg. He's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess his last one was direct to Netflix, but Charlie Kaufman is pretty good.
Yeah, I liked what I've seen of his stuff too.
Yeah, I really like.
You might not believe that I like what I've seen of his stuff too, but I do. Like, that I generally don't like meta-related stuff, but that Malkovich was pretty good, and the adaptation was pretty good.
Yeah, I like Being John Malkovich and what was it called? I'm thinking of Ending Things. Are you okay, Jeremy?
Sort of.
You look like you were bobbing around.
About to, might have to go back.
Go put your body in the toilet.
Yeah, we probably should wrap up soon. I think we're running out of energy.
This is longer than I meant to go. I wanted the rest of the night to kind of do whatever I wanted, and I didn't mean to go this long, but we ended up having something to talk about. So, I didn't want to wrap it up too soon. But yeah, this is more than enough, and nobody's watching now anyway. So
yeah, I got to get up early. I got a new job that I got to start tomorrow. So
sweet.
Yeah, I'll probably get fired in a couple of weeks though, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, hopefully so.
So let's see. Candy Shopping at the End of the World is coming out soon. Go to godless.com, pick up I'm a Marionette if you enjoy it. Be sure to pick up my novel Elaine. And the rest of you plug what you want to plug.
Yeah, do those things. And Jeremy maybe threw up on.
I think he's just going to change it to music mode.
He's got to sign. He's got to exit and go back in for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Rapist of the Year. I just noticed that.
Wow.
I just didn't notice that until now.
Well, at least you were a contender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't get the title, but at least you got, you tried.
You mean?
No, when you fuck the dead girls, it's not rape because it doesn't have the capacity to say no.
Yeah. What do you say?
Well, good night, everyone.
Yeah. Good night. Sleep tight. I hope vampires bite your dick off.
Yeah, that was directed at Jeremy, I think.
That was directed at all of you.
but hopefully it happens to Jeremy.
Yes.
All
right, play us out, Jeremy.
I wouldn't mind some vampire action.
Yeah. Play us out.
Yeah, Jeremy.
I'm working on it. Don't
You're
rush
failing.
me. Don't rush me.
Yeah, you're looking pretty bad there. I think you need a rest.
Yeah, I think you need to maybe scrub that face in the sink, buddy.
Or in the toilet, whichever works.
Yeah, take the toilet brush and scrub that face with it.
Yeah. Go pray to the porcelain god for your forgiveness.
Throw up in your hand, Jeremy.
Yeah, hurry up and put the music on so you can go
I'm
puke.
working on it. Hang on.
I hope he pukes all over that mic.
His cats will lick it up.
Throw up, Jeremy. Vomit.
Vomit.
That's cute. Why so cute?
Where's the music, Jeremy?
I'm working on it.
Puking on it.
All right. There's the music, so that means we can go. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jeremy.
Friend.